Chapter 519. As goddess Miao Xian let out a furious roar, all the disciples of Miao in palace revealed themselves. 36 fiend guards lined up in front of Reverend Liang and his company. Among them, there were 12 gold immortals and 24 high-tier heaven immortals. Reverend Liang and his company had suffered a series of severe injuries, and the head-on clash with Jianlong army had cost 6 gold immortal elders their prime immortal items, greatly weakening their overall strength. If not for the primordial gold talisman still protecting them, the joint force of 36 fiend guards could have taken their lives in an instant. Meanwhile, 108 longbow men who had become heaven immortals had expanded their bodies to several hundred feet tall, surrounding Feng Lingling and the other ministers of Zhong province, who had an unsightly expression on their faces. Although the essence of these longbow men's immortal energy was still that of a heaven immortal, they had an endless amount of immortal energy stored in their enormous bodies. In terms of actual combat prowess, they could be regarded as freakishly powerful existences who could fight against low-tier heaven immortals. 108 longbow men of heaven immortal realm were more than enough to deter Feng Lingling and his company from acting rashly. On top of the 4 bone towers, the shadows of 4 gigantic celestial fiends were emanating a monstrous fiend flame. They stood on the bottom of the ocean and stretched out their arms, sealing off the surrounding void with a boundless fiend energy. Layers upon layers of ripples were rippling around them. It was a sign that the dimension was being sealed by layers upon layers of restrictive spells. Unless someone could break through all the fiend formations and restrictive spells of Miao in Palace, the spatial seal would not lose its effect. In addition to these high-level combatants, nearly 10,000 disciples, serving ladies, and guards of Miao in Palace flew out in a disorderly manner. Among these lower-grade disciples, the strongest ones possessed the cultivation base of heaven immortals, while most of them were low-grade cultivators of nascent soul realm or Jindan realm. Although these low-grade cultivators possessed weak overall strength, they all had a few talismans given to them by Miao in Palace's gold immortals and high-tier heaven immortals, as well as a few Yin thunders with incredible destructive power. Therefore, the threat they posed was more troublesome than those high-tier immortals. On top of that, the remaining 17 flying ships of Jianlong army had once again deployed the sky striking formation, and the hundreds of oracles were ready to strike with all their might. Hundreds of huge bone talismans were hovering above the ships, emanating powerful energy waves. Miao Ying Palace and King Xianxia were ready to strike with all their might. Staring viciously at King Xianxia, Feng Lingling grinned hideously and said, "Assaulting the prefecture overseer of a first-grade province is a crime punishable by the annihilation of an entire clan." King Xianxia took a deep breath and resumed the dull, lifeless look he had when Wuxia first met him. "If I kill all of you, who will know that I did it?" he said in a deep voice. "Father's fief is 3,000 provinces away from the central province and 7,000 provinces away from here. Who would believe that this king is so bored that he would come here to kill you?" Laughing strangely, King Xianxia said in a gloomy voice, "This is the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Even if you die here, no one will know what happened here." Zhongzhou was a first-grade upper state, and its annual output was huge. Zhongzhou's beauties had always been famous into you. After killing you, Feng Lingling, and wiping out your branch of Feng clan, perhaps I can still send a few subordinates to Zhong province to take over your position as the prefecture overseer. Feng Lingling glanced to the left and right, then shook his head and said with a sigh, "You will have to be able to do that." King Xianxia waved his hand, then turned to look at the flying ships of Jianlong army and cried out sternly, "Are you still alive, Tu Ming? Why are you in a daze?" A large sheet of bright light shone from the flying ship in the middle of Jianlong army's fleet, while a burly voice said in a low, muffled voice, "My lord, I'm not in a daze. I've already informed Lord Lao Wang about what happened here, and Lao Wang is on his way here with his men." A cold sneer echoed out, as dozens of figures flashed out from the flying ship at the same time and came before the crowd. Among these people, the most eye-catching one was the middle-aged man in the middle. He was clad in a long black robe, with 5 obsidian rings on the fingers of his left hand. His skin was slightly dark, and he had a thick beard. The man's long hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and his square face was filled with a graceful bearing. He gave Feng Lingling a deep look with his pitch-black eyes, then suddenly sighed and said, "I'm fine. What are you doing here?" Feng Lingling's body trembled slightly as he bowed to the man and said, "Feng Lingling, the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, offers greetings, King Baishan." Hiding in the sand at the bottom of the sea, Wuxia began to recall the information he obtained. The nobility of kings in the Yu dynasty was divided into 4 grades: Shan, Shui, Zhou, and Cheng, and the nobility of Shan was further divided into 4 grades: Shan, Feng, Qiu, and Ling. As the name suggested, King Baishan was a king of the 1st grade in the Yu dynasty, which proved that he was a direct descendant of the Yu imperial clan. Otherwise, he would not have been conferred such a title. As for King Baishan's son, King Xianxia, he was a king of the 3rd grade in the 1st grade, which made him one of the most prestigious titles in the Yu dynasty. Although Feng Lingling was the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, in charge of the 300 provinces under Zhong province, he could only bow and salute King Baishan, who was a member of the Dayu imperial clan and had the title of king. He could not even look King Baishan in the eye. Not only Feng Lingling, all the generals and courtiers under him were bowing their heads and lowering their eyelids, not daring to look at King Baishan. "TSK, what is this?" King Baishan shook his head and said, "Kill yourself, Feng Lingling. I'll only kill all the men in your branch, and I'll bring all the women into my palace. If they can give birth to a son or a daughter, your branch will have a successor." Feng Lingling's body froze. He slowly raised his head and stared at King Baishan with a cold grin as he said angrily, "Your Highness, are you asking me to kill myself?" King Baishan gave Feng Lingling a look, then turned to Goddess Miao Xian and said, "How is your appearance, Goddess?" Goddess Miao Xian smiled charmingly as she nodded slowly and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I've recently obtained some Ling true water, and it is indeed an extraordinary treasure. Do you think I look good, Your Highness? How do I compare with those concubines of yours?" King Baishan gave a fierce glance at Goddess Miao Xian's chest, then said with a faint smile, "How can they be compared with you, Goddess? They're just some ordinary people. Those women are just tools for me to reproduce my descendants. I'll have to trouble you to join hands with me and kill all these people today. Otherwise, if the news is leaked, it will bring me some inconvenience, and it will not do any good to Patriarch Miao Ing, right?" Goddess Miao Xian giggled. She stuck out her chest proudly and gave Lao Ai a glance with her beautiful eyes as she said coolly, "Then, let's get it done." Reverend Liang, who was trapped in the purple mist and dared not to move under the protection of the primordial gold talisman, suddenly roared, "Prefecture Overseer of Zhong Province, why don't we join hands and fight our way out of this place? The grudges just now have been written off. Now, you and I have to work together to rush out of this place. Otherwise, we'll both be killed." Feng Lingling answered. He waved his hand at Reverend Liang, and Reverend Liang clenched his fist. The void between them rippled, and in the next moment, Reverend Liang and the other 6 sovereigns arrived between Feng Lingling and the others. Then, they clapped their hands and swore an oath at the fastest speed, that they would work together to break out of the encirclement, and that all the enmity would be settled, and they would not pursue the matter any further. Goddess Miao Xian giggled, shook her head, and said with a sigh, "It's useless." King Baishan sighed softly as well. His cold gaze swept across Feng Lingling and the others as he said in a deep voice, "It's useless. Since I've come here personally, I won't allow you to escape. TSK, Feng Lingling, why did you come to Northern Ocean? This place is notorious for being a dangerous place. Don't you know that people will die here?" Feng Lingling clenched his jaws and did not say a word. In his mind, he was cursing King Baishan. Only a grandson like you would be willing to come here. If he was not set up, why would he come to this deadly place? When he saw King Xianxia and Goddess Miao Xian, he knew that he had stumbled upon a very serious matter. And when he saw King Baishan coming here, personally through a teleportation formation, he knew that once this matter was exposed, it would be a disaster that would break the heavens. Colluding with immortals from outer heavenly realms was an iron law issued by the previous human emperors. As a descendant of the imperial clan, King Baishan was given a vast fief that was 10 times the size of Feng Lingling's fief. He was an important figure in the Yu imperial clan who controlled all the forces on Panga continent, and yet he was actually colluding with heaven immortals from outer heavenly realms. At the thought of something hidden in this, Feng Lingling felt a chill run down his spine. He had really run into the tip of a blade. Gritting his teeth, Feng Lingling cried out fiercely, "Everyone! Only by working together and escaping from here will we have a chance of survival. King Yu is colluding with immortals, and I don't need to explain the meaning of this. King Baishan will never spare any of us." King Baishan nodded slowly and said, "Yes, only a dead man, and a dead man whose soul has vanished, can keep a secret." King Baishan chuckled and stepped back for a long distance, then growled in a deep voice, "Do it! Kill them!" Bright lights kept flashing from the 17 flying ships up above, as a large number of private soldiers from King Baishan's fief were rushing here through the teleportation formation. Gradually, they were surrounded from all directions. Feng Lingling's face darkened abruptly. As King Baishan gave the order, the fiend immortals of Miao Ing Palace and King Baishan's private army cried out at the same time. They threw out spirit talismans and eamed thunders like raindrops, while King Baishan's private army, Chi-Chi, pulled the bowstrings and unleashed countless arrows at Feng Lingling and his company from all directions. "Everyone, follow me!" Feng Lingling cried out at the top of his voice. The several thousand men brought here by Feng Lingling turned to look at him at the same time. With a loud cry, Feng Lingling spun and plunged straight down to the bottom of the ocean. There was no way out above or around them, and the only way out was through the extremely vicious, innate, evil energy of supreme, energy that sprayed out from the dark abyss. Even ordinary gold immortals would not dare to touch it. It was the only way out for Feng Lingling and his company. The cultivation technique of a human race allowed them to forge their true bodies with the purple energy that was unique to Panga continent. The fleshly bodies that were cleansed by the purple energy had a strong repelling effect on all the natural energies in the world. Although the innate evil energy of supreme energy was vicious, the body of an ordinary human soldier had a very strong resistance to it. In contrast, even a fiend immortal like Goddess Miao Xian did not dare to approach the dark abyss. Hiding in the sand at the bottom of the ocean, Wuxia smiled satisfyingly. "Feng Lingling, your actions are indeed in line with Wuxia's wishes." Grinning, Wuxia transformed into a very fine stream of innate energy and followed closely behind Feng Lingling and his company. Chapter 520. He could not believe that Patriarch Miao Ing had found an ancient golden Buddha to suppress this fiend formation. Suddenly, the small Rakshasa formation, void-reversing and heart-killing, was activated. Suddenly, a large cloud of black smoke and evil energy gushed out from the void that was originally dark and empty. Countless Rakshasa evil spirits emerged from the black smoke, circling around the 9 fiend immortals who had mistakenly entered the fiend formation. Gradually, the Rakshasa ghosts began to look more and more like humans. Soft skin and tender flesh began to grow on their craggy limbs, and they had all transformed into handsome boys and girls. Although it was a remnant of an ancient Buddha, the value of this golden Buddha was comparable to an ordinary primordial immortal item. If it fell into the hands of a cultivator from the Buddhist League, perhaps it would not take long before another Buddha would be born in all the heavenly realms. Carelessly, Wuxia triggered a tiny restrictive spell. A fiend flame swept across his waist and burned both his legs to ashes. Every bone talisman was personally crafted by the great oracle of the human race. As they were carried by important ministers such as Feng Lingling and King Baishan, the power of each bone talisman was comparable to a full-force strike from a high-tier gold immortal. But here, The total number of bone talismans thrown out by both sides was at least 2,000, and the force exploded at a close distance less than 1,000 feet away from the minor void-reversing and heart-stabbing formation. All this happened in just a twinkling of an eye. Among the 9 fiend guards, including a lower-tier gold immortal, they were all vaporized into nothingness just like that. With his mind wandering, Wuxia quickly caught up with Feng Lingling and the others. Hovering in the center of the formation, suppressing the entire formation, was a golden relic, standing 12 feet tall and glinting brilliantly in a green light. This relic was as skinny as a mummy, but it emitted a majestic aura that no one dared to look directly at. The majestic golden light and auspicious aura filled the surroundings, suppressing all the Rakshasa evil spirits in the formation, not allowing them to wander around and cause trouble. According to the Scroll of Stealing, the other thread of innate yang energy that Wuxia now had the ability to obtain was hidden near Yuxiong Plain, and the capital city of the Yu dynasty was located there. It was a perilous place where even primordial immortals would be hacked into pieces. So, how could Wuxia dare to go near that place now? Good stuff. Take it when you have the chance. Wuxia greedily glanced at the remains of the ancient Buddha. Although he had this thought, he didn't have the courage to do so for a while. Even if the remains of the ancient Buddha had lost control of its consciousness, the restrictions on its corporeal body were not something that he could covet. Miaoing Palace might be able to suppress this avatar, but did not mean that Wuxia could do the same. Not only these fiend immortals who were trapped in the formation suffered a fatal blow, but those who witnessed everything outside the formation had also suffered a tremendous impact on their souls. As Reverend Li Yang and the other gold immortals were protected by the primordial gold talismans, their heads only felt a slight dizziness, but they returned to normal in just a blink of an eye. On the other hand, nearly 80% of the several thousand captains and soldiers led by Feng Lingling grunted at the same time, their bodies trembling and falling to the ground. Their souls turned into streams of black light that could be seen with naked eyes and were sucked into the fiend formation, becoming the nourishment for the countless Rakshasa evil spirits in the formation. King Baishan's face fell as he cried out, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." With a blink of his body, Wuxia plunged into the fiend formation like a shadow. Following the path that he had comprehended by 70%, he quickly entered the formation. The strand of innate yang energy at the bottom of the dark abyss of Northern Ocean was the only hope that Wuxia had now. Following closely behind Feng Lingling and his company were countless soldiers of Jianlong army and fiend immortals of Miaoing Palace. While fleeing at top speed, Wuxia cried out nervously in his mind, "Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Things have come to this, and I can't do anything about it anymore. It all depends on my luck now." The several hundred oracles and military officers behind King Baishan produced countless bone talismans at the same time and threw them out desperately. But he did not expect that the entire entrance to the dark abyss of Northern Ocean was sealed off by a formation, the kind that would kill anyone who entered it immediately. All the innate evil energies of extreme Yin were sealed inside the formation, and none of them leaked out to help him escape. Countless soldiers of Jianlong army were wailing and wailing as well. Their corpses fell like raindrops, and their souls were sucked away by a wisp of evil force that came out from the formation, turning them into nourishment for the formation and strengthening its power. Normally, the golden body of relics was golden in color, but this relic looked like a bronze bell that had gone through the baptism of time, emanating an extremely ancient aura. From time to time, swastikas of various sizes and countless dharma seals of the Buddhist League could be vaguely seen on the golden body. It gave off an air of power, majesty, solemnity, and inviolability. A strong light burst out, and a terrible force came crashing out. In that instant, the impact that the formation received was comparable to a casual blow from a primordial immortal. Although the strike could not break the formation, it had at least torn a crack on it, which Wuxia could use to his advantage. Suddenly, a sheet of fiend flame flashed in front of them, As the 36 fiend guards under Goddess Miao Xian teleported before Feng Lingling and the others. Their teleportation was too fast, and the situation under the dark abyss of Northern Ocean was too complicated. The ripples of natural energies were extremely chaotic, and divine sense could not play a good role here. Of the 36 fiend guards, 9 of them accidentally rushed into the fiend formation that enveloped the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. A plume of dense, dark mist rushed out from the entrance of the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. In just a blink of an eye, those Rakshasa devils who had just transformed into human beings transformed back into Rakshasa devils with evil appearances, letting out strange cries as they plunged back into the void. King Baishan laughed immediately. So, this is a formation constructed by 9 Celestial Lord himself. No wonder its power is so extraordinary. Amazing, this array is indeed mysterious beyond compare. With this king's experience, I actually can't see through it at a glance. It's indeed amazing. Some records about the golden body of Buddha in the Scroll of Stealing made Wuxia shudder suddenly. This green golden body of relic was not an ordinary golden body of Buddha, but an ancient golden body of Buddha that had fallen in the ancient times. In the ancient times, there were countless Buddhist cultivation techniques, and all kinds of strange golden bodies of relic had emerged one after another. This ancient golden body of Buddha with a bronze hue was at least a golden body of an ancient Buddha who had become a Buddha during the creation of the world. Wuxia swallowed and raised his head to look at Feng Lingling. Feng Jupin and I still have an old grudge between us. Initially, I wanted to get rid of him and Feng Qinwu. If you can help me today, and if you die, I'll let your son, Feng Jupin, inherit your title of Marquis. If worst comes to worst, I'll help him be conferred the title of king in the future. What do you think? King Baishan, who was holding the line at the rear, was shocked. What a vicious fiend formation. Damn it. After witnessing so many people being brutally killed on the spot, Wuxia now had a direct understanding of the lethality of Miao Ing Palace's fiend formation. Even when he was outside the formation, it could already unleash such a vicious power. With Wuxia's current cultivation base, perhaps he would have long been sucked into ashes if he fell into the formation. After letting out a few miserable howls, Feng Lingling cried out furiously, Yumu, do you have any way to break this formation? Very carefully, he retracted all his aura. Like a worm hiding in the sand, he slowly wiggled his body and crawled to a place that was only one step away from the land of 9 Negate Yang in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Crouching in the sand, the wriggling dark mist was just a few inches in front of Wuxia. Sometimes, the Rakshas's evil spirits could be vaguely seen drifting past Wuxia's nose. Loud booms and blinding lights kept coming from behind. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Feng Lingling and his company launched a desperate attack. Exercising the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia threw his glance over at the void, reversing heart-killing formation. Layers upon layers of three-dimensional diagrams of the formation appeared clearly before Wuxia's eyes. Wuxia had seen about 70% of the formation clearly, but there was still about 30% of the formation's core, which made Wuxia feel like he had no idea where to start. Countless oracles of the human race from the Jianlong army pulled out numerous bone talismans and charged out at the same time. One after another, the bone talismans exploded in the air, sprinkling down large sheets of white light that covered the bodies of the Jianlong army soldiers. With their minds and souls protected by the bone talismans, the soldiers of Jianlong army had their minds stabilized. Although the fiend formation was still exerting the evil force of sucking souls, it could no longer kill any of the human soldiers. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of bright red blood. Abruptly, he exercised the fastest escaping technique he learned in Scroll of Stealing, seizing the opportunity when one corner of the formation was not functioning properly. Following the tiny crack that was torn open in the formation, he dashed into the formation at lightning speed. If worst comes to worst, if you die here because of me, I'll support your son, Feng Jupin, in the future. Feng Lingling gave a despairing roar. Feng Lingling gave a cold snort. He gave King Baishan and the others a furious look, then threw his head back and roared into the sky. Suddenly, he pulled out several dozens of bone talismans and threw them at the pursuers. Yumu, Feng Mai, Feng Mulin, and the others did the same. They pulled out all the powerful bone talismans they had and threw them at the pursuers at all costs. Originally, Feng Lingling had placed all his hopes on the hole in the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. As the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, he was very familiar with the situation of some extremely dangerous places on Panga Continent. From time to time, some innate evil energy would spray out from the dark abyss of Northern Ocean, which had a very strong lethality to immortals. In his plan, Goddess Miao Xian and the other fiend immortals would not dare to come after him. Without the threat of these fiend immortals, he was confident that he could escape from King Baishan's hands. After all, the cultivation technique they practiced was similar, and their cultivation bases were similar. Apart from Reverend Liang, the 6 gold immortals from Green City had also self-detonated their immortal souls and fleshly bodies. The terrible force of self-detonation of gold immortals at such a close distance made the fiend formation tremble violently. As Wuxia had infiltrated the small corner of the formation, it had temporarily malfunctioned. Goddess Miao Xian cried out anxiously, "This is a defensive formation personally deployed by my master. Those with weak souls are not allowed to approach it." Together, Goddess Miao Xian and King Baishan had forced Feng Lingling and his companions to retreat. Apart from Reverend Liang and the other gold immortals, who were protected by primordial gold talismans, the rest of Feng Lingling's men were either severely wounded or killed. Only a few dozens of men with the highest status and strongest overall strength were still fighting back, while the rest of the captains were long dead. At the same time, when these Rakshasa ghosts transformed into human beings, the 9 fiend guards were hovering motionlessly in the formation with a blank smile on their faces. Gradually, their bodies shriveled, as if their flesh and blood were sucked away by the Rakshasa ghosts in the formation. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 9 fiend guards had turned into 9 dried corpses and eventually turned into specks of dust that fell to the bottom of the ocean. With a muffled snort, Wuxia endured the pain of losing his limbs and rushed into the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. "Feng Lingling, you must help me achieve this. If you die here today, I'll take care of your descendants." Yumu and Yumu exchanged a glance, then smiled bitterly and said, "Let's give it a try." Chapter 521. The voice of the little Rakshasa could be heard clearly outside the void reversing grand formation. Feng Lingling and his company were still fighting desperately, resorting to all sorts of methods to create a way out. Deafening explosions kept ringing out, but because of the isolation of the formation, the sound seemed to come from tens of millions of miles away and could not be heard clearly. As the formation repaired itself and resumed its normal operation, the last bit of sound disappeared completely. Dragging 2 bloody, broken legs, Wuxia plunged into the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean with a twisted expression on his face. Wuxia hastily took out several dozens of drops of Ganoderma immortal liquid and swallowed them. An enormous energy swept through his body, filling Wuqi's body with a nearly endless life force. Countless tendons and muscles grew out from the broken parts of his legs, and together with the true body of heaven and earth scripture, Wuqi's legs grew back at an incredible speed. Even in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, the strange purple mist still filled the void and filled every corner of it. As Wuxia quietly exercised the foundation chapter of the true body of heaven and earth scripture, a dense purple mist rushed into Wuqi's body. Nourished by the purple mist, the strength of his newly regenerated legs was raised at an incredible speed. Wuxia could even hear popping noises coming from within his legs. It was the sound produced when the muscles, tendons, and bones in his legs were being compressed and tempered. Panting heavily, Wuxia wiped off the sweat that trickled down from his forehead, then quickly glanced around with a pair of ghastly eyes. It was a huge pit with a diameter of 100 miles, plunging straight down to an unknown depth. It was filled with a very strong, evil energy, and not even a single drop of seawater could be seen. All the seawater was kept out by the evil energy and could not seep in at all. Some vague figures with vague faces and fleeting figures could be vaguely seen amidst the evil energy, with long trails of dark smoke trailing behind them. These are the evil spirits that have been bred by the rich, evil energy in the dark abyss for countless years. They did not have any intelligence and could only act on their most primitive instincts. They were fighting and devouring each other. Occasionally, a few Yin ghosts would flash past Wuxia. Those Yin ghosts carried a terrible power that made Wuxia tremble. Perhaps the strongest Yin ghosts here had a cultivation base far beyond that of ordinary gold immortals. However, as they were born in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, they could not travel freely without the evil Yin energy here. Otherwise, once they escaped to Panga continent, it would be a catastrophe. Carefully hiding his aura, Wuxia slid down the cliff of the bottomless abyss. He dared not provoke the Yin ghosts, which were bred by the Yin Qi. These evil creatures love the hot blood and energy essence of living people the most. If they discovered the existence of Wuxia, endless Yin ghosts would attack them, and even a gold immortal would die here. Even for immortals, this kind of natural despair was extremely dangerous. After slipping down the cliff for more than 10,000 miles, Wuxia suddenly felt a sharp pain on his back. A few extremely sharp spikes had pierced through his body. Before his brain could react, Wuxia's fleshly body, which had been tempered by the true body of heaven and earth scripture, had reacted first. His body leaned forward abruptly, and in the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of feet away from the cliff, dodging the spikes. When he looked over his shoulder, he saw that the cliff, which measured about 300 to 400 miles in circumference, was suddenly wriggling. A strange creature, as thin as a palm and as hard as a rock, was slowly leaving the cliff and approaching Wuxia. A few sharp needles, each about 3 feet long, poked out from the surface of the strange creature's body. They were only as thick as a strand of hair, and a large amount of sticky, yellow venom was spraying out from them at the moment. A pungent, fishy smell came into Wuxia's nostrils, and he nearly threw up because of it. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and Wuxia felt that his legs were trembling. Fortunately, his body reacted quickly, and he fled immediately after the needles pierced through his body. Otherwise, if the yellow venom seeped into his body, Wuxia dared not to imagine what would happen to him now. Only heaven knew what kind of strange abilities the creatures bred in this natural despair had. If the venom of this strange creature could poison a primordial immortal to death, Wuxia would believe it. He glared fiercely at the strange beast that was slowly approaching him, cursed under his breath, and continued to descend from the sky with a few blinks. He dared not to make a big fuss in the dark abyss of northern underworld. There were too many strange creatures and Yin ghosts in this place, and if he was not careful, he would be killed. Therefore, he dared not to make a big fuss. Exercising the mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, Wuxia kept diving deeper and deeper into the ground. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. In the end, Wuxia had no idea how deep he had dived and how many strange and bizarre creatures he had seen. Finally, he came to the bottom of the dark abyss of northern underworld. Carefully, he found a protruding rock on the cliff and hid himself there, then poked his head out and peered downward. Several tens of miles below him was the bottom of the dark abyss of northern underworld. Perhaps that was not the right way to put it, as this place should not be the real bottom of the dark abyss of northern underworld. It was just a place filled with extremely strong, evil aura, which had condensed into a sticky, dark liquid, forming a black ocean that measured about 100 miles in diameter. Above this ocean formed from evil aura, a 9-headed serpent with a body length of over 10 miles was seen floating motionlessly on the surface of the water. The serpent had 9 ferocious and ugly heads, and each of them had their mouths wide open, looking up into the sky. From time to time, wisps of glinting dark mist would shoot out from their mouths. In the middle of the nine-headed serpent's body, there was a thick, tortoise-shell-like armor draped over its body. A platform measuring 1,000 feet in diameter was formed in the middle of the armor. The naked patriarch Miao Ying was seen sitting cross-legged on the platform, on the waist of a handsome man who had an evil face and was emanating an immense evil aura. Patriarch Miao Ying's eyes were fixed on the handsome man. Her body was coiled around his waist, and the man's young object had sunk deep into her body. Both of them were intimately connected, and a pitch-black, evil aura was flowing back and forth between them. A dark torrent was seen wheeling and wheeling under their skin, and from time to time, eerie ghost howls could be heard towering into the sky. With just one look at Patriarch Miao Ying, Wuxia knew that the handsome man was the primordial immortal item she had crafted. Ordinary heaven immortal items looked like ordinary sabers, spears, swords, halberds, pots, bowls, ladles, and some other common objects, and they only relied on the power of the heaven and earth to unleash their might. Although gold immortal items still looked like ordinary objects, once they were unleashed, they could transform into all kinds of strange creatures, casting all kinds of magical spells, and using all kinds of powerful forces to attack their enemies. Primordial immortal items, on the other hand, were completely different from heaven immortal items and gold immortal items. Primordial immortal items were living creatures that were about the same level as primordial immortals. They had the appearance of humans, the overall strength of primordial immortals, and the incredible power. Only when a primordial immortal had fused all his spirit, energy, and soul into a primordial immortal item, and made love with it like Patriarch Miao Ying did, could he perfectly fuse his spirit, energy, and soul with the primordial immortal item, and only then could he wield the primordial immortal item with ease. It was just too difficult for a primordial immortal to obtain a suitable primordial immortal item, because any primordial unity celestial weapon was equivalent to an independent primordial unity golden immortal. It was basically impossible to subdue a primordial unity celestial weapon crafted by someone else. A primordial immortal who owned a primordial immortal item was someone no one dared to provoke. It was because a primordial immortal item could at least double the overall strength of a primordial immortal. It was equivalent to two primordial immortals joining hands to attack the enemy. Seeing that Patriarch Miao Ying was completely immersed in making love with the primordial immortal item, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world, Wuxia could roughly guess that perhaps this was the first primordial immortal item Patriarch Miao Ying had crafted, and that was the reason why she would use such an unimaginable technique to craft it. In the Scroll of Stealing, there was no related technique on how to craft a primordial immortal item. In the era when Wuxia inherited the Scroll of Stealing, most of the almighty experts in the world used spirit treasures that were birthed by the heaven and earth. Compared to natural spirit treasures, primordial immortal items were just treasures that were crafted later, and their quality and power were far inferior. It was not long after the primal chaos was created, and there were countless natural spirit treasures under the heaven, who would not use the ready-made natural spirit treasures, and instead painstakingly craft a primordial immortal item. Wuxia clicked his tongue in amazement as he looked at the strange shape between Patriarch Miao Ying and the primordial immortal item. Since Patriarch Miao Ying had used such a technique to craft an immortal item, what kind of technique did other primordial immortals use to craft an inanimate object that looked exactly like a living person? Placed right next to Patriarch Miao Ying was a set of black palace dress and a set of jewelry. All of them were glinting with a faint gleam, a clear indication that they were excellent treasures. Among them was a set of 3 exquisitely crafted rings of green, blue, and purple color, which should be storage magical treasures of the supreme grade. Apart from the palace dress and the jewelry, there was also a set of 7 black flying swords hovering around Patriarch Miao Ying, emanating a murderous aura. On each flying sword, there was a Taoist clad in a black robe sitting cross-legged. It was a set of gold immortal items of an extremely high grade. Most likely, the item spirits were crafted using the immortal souls of immortals. At the moment, they had manifested and formed a killing formation that reversed the Big Dipper to protect Patriarch Miao Ying. However, although they were gold immortal items, without Patriarch Miao Ying's control, they could easily kill any gold immortals below mid-grade, but would not be able to defend against the invasion of gold immortals of higher grade. If a primordial immortal of the same grade as Patriarch Miao Ying were to invade, the flying swords would not be able to protect her. However, for Wuxia, the flying swords had a very strong offensive strength. Therefore, he dared not to get too close to Patriarch Miao Ying. After giving Patriarch Miao Ying a deep look, Wuxia shifted all his attention to the nine-headed serpent. Different from what was recorded in the Scroll of Stealing, this nine-headed serpent formed from the innate evil energy of extreme Yin had grown a lot. According to the Scroll of Stealing, this nine-headed serpent in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean was only 3,000 feet long, but now its length had exceeded 10 miles. The entrance to the land of Nine Yin Negate Yang was right at the anus of this nine-headed serpent. It was a place that no ordinary immortal would ever think of, let alone explore. Chapter 522. In the land of Nine Yin Negate Yang, the great serpent of Nine Yin was born from the innate evil energy of extreme Yin. Since the birth of Panga continent and the appearance of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, this great serpent of Nine Yin had begun to grow. From an egg bred by the evil energy of extreme Yin until it gradually hatched, this great serpent of Nine Yin had never stopped growing. Every 360 periods of time, the great serpent of Nine Yin would extract a tiny thread of the purest innate evil energy from the evil energy and fuse it into its body. Every 360 periods, the great serpent of Nine Yin would grow half a centimeter in length. From this, one could tell how long this great serpent had spent to grow to its current length of 10 miles. It grew on the evil energy of extreme Yin, absorbed and digested it, and refined it into innate evil energy to nourish its body. Naturally, the useless impurities in the evil energy of extreme Yin had to be expelled from its body. Just like a real serpent, this great serpent of Nine Yin had a mouth, internal organs, nerves, and muscles. Naturally, it also had a fecal orifice for excretion. The fecal orifice of all the living beings under the heaven was the filthiest part of their bodies. As for this great serpent of Nine Yin, it was easy to imagine how filthy it was when it absorbed, digested, and excreted the impurities. Any immortal with a normal mind would never get close to this great serpent, unless he was an almighty expert like Patriarch Miao Ying, who was forced to use the innate evil energy of extreme Yin to craft a primordial immortal item. If any other immortal were to get close to the great serpent, the evil energy would invade their body, turning them into filthy water and killing them instantly. Even an immortal with a mental problem would never go near the great serpent's fecal orifice after getting close to it. It was just like how a human would never jump into a septic tank to take a bath. Even an immortal with a mental disorder would not do such a perverted thing. Carefully, Wuxia exercised an escape art. While Patriarch Miao Ying was not paying attention to him, he snuck closer to the great serpent's tail and came next to its fecal orifice. When he was still about 1 mile away from the orifice, an indescribable stench, which was tens of thousands of times more pungent than an old latrine pit, came rushing at him. The stench had almost condensed into a solid substance, turning into a pitch-black cloud of water vapor that covered the void. The pores all over Wuxia's body tightened, and his vision suddenly darkened. He almost fainted from the stench. At that moment, Wuxia had a deep admiration for the senior who passed him the scroll of stealing to him. What kind of spirit of exploration did it take for that senior to wander so close to the anus of the great serpent of Nine Yin and even discover the path to the real land of Nine Yin Negate Yang? In this world, which great divinity would be bored to such an extent? Why did he come all the way here and enter such a filthy place? The great celestial emperor, who sat high above the celestial court, would never do that, nor would the Easternwood emperor and the others. Even the ghost kings and ghost saints of the ghost realm, who are widely acknowledged to be the most stupid, would never do that. The senior who passed the scroll of stealing to him was indeed a unique figure since the creation of the world. Not only did he come here for a stroll, but he also discovered such a top-secret thing. A faint purple mist rushed out of his body as Wuxia quietly exercised the true body of heaven and earth scripture. A strong purple mist wrapped around his body, protecting him as he approached the great serpent of 9 step by step. Fortunately, he had the true body of heaven and earth scripture. This cultivation technique only used the purple mist to temper the fleshly body, and it had a strong repelling effect on all other energies, such as evil energies. Otherwise, Wuxia would have a hard time resisting the invasion of the stench, even with the innate energy protecting him. Walking through the endless filthy air, Wuxia's eyes were blinking, and a gush of acid was stuck in his throat, nearly making him throw it up. Countless filthy images flashed across his mind. It was as if he was rolling and crawling in all the filthy places in the world. The disgusting and filthy feeling made Wuxia have an impulse to cut his body into pieces, then burn it into smoke with a raging fire. It was too damn filthy. This damned great serpent of 9. Wuxia glared angrily at the great serpent, who was right in front of him. Fortunately, it was not strong enough to transform into its human form. According to the records and scroll of stealing, it had to grow to at least 36 miles long before it could give birth to its sentience, give birth to its life force, and transform into a living creature that could leave the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. To grow from 10 miles long to 36 miles long, it would take many, many years for this giant snake to fully mature. Wuxia could not help but feel sorry for those humans and immortals who lived on Panga continent many, many years later. If this great fellow managed to leave the dark abyss of Northern Ocean, then he would have to congratulate those mortals and immortals. Not to mention anything else. If this great serpent, which was formed from innate evil energies, accidentally excreted somewhere, the power would be more than enough to kill a gold immortal instantly. Finally, Wuxia could not hold back the natural reaction of his body, and threw up a mouthful of acid into the distance. His whole body trembled, and he vomited big mouthfuls of bile out of his mouth. In the end, Wuxia even coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was convulsing, and his muscles were about to break. Even though he was protected by the purple mist drawn by the true body of heaven and earth scripture, the area around the anus of this great serpent was too filthy and stinky. You are amazing. How could you find such a place? Once again, Wuxia had a deep admiration for the unknown senior who had inherited the scroll of stealing. While suppressing the discomfort in his body, Wuxia exercised an escape art and rushed into the anus of the great serpent at the fastest speed. Immediately, a foul stench that was thousands of times more foul than before came rushing at him. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on Wuxia's body, and he was nearly disintegrated into nothingness by the foul stench. Blood spurted out from Wuxia's eyes. The phoenix fire pouch burst out a large sheet of divine flame of order, which transformed into a purple and green flame and wrapped around his body, barely resisting the invasion of the foul stench. His body flashed forward, and with just a teleportation, he had teleported himself 1 mile away. Suddenly, specks of white light appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand and pointed at one of the specks of white light. Then he cast a restrictive spell and pulled the speck of white light over, gripping it tightly in his hand. It was a little flower about the size of a thumb, shaped like a wine cup, with 5 tiny and thin white petals, emitting a faint white gleam. The flower was pure and white, and was emitting a faint fragrance. Wuxia brought the flower to his nose and took a deep breath. The fragrance flowed through his entire body, and he could no longer sense the foul stench in the surroundings. As the saying goes, heaven never bars one's way out. No matter how hopeless the situation was, there would always be a slim chance of survival. This little white flower was the only chance of survival in this perilous place inside the anus of the great serpent. This flower had never appeared in the mortal world before, and therefore, no one had ever given it a name. However, it grew in the filthiest place in the world, yet it was able to restrain the foul stench in the serpent's body. Not only that, this flower was also the only antidote that could cure the deadly poison in the serpent's fangs when it matured and transformed into a living creature. Amidst the endless foul stench, the little white flower was dotted like the stars in the night sky. At first glance, there were about 10,000 of them. Wuxia placed the flower in his hand into his mouth, then kept casting one restrictive spell after another to gather all the little white flowers and put them into the black dragon spirit ring. He let out a complacent laugh. The effect of this little white flower was not only to detoxify the great serpent of 9 yin's poison. Since it could resist such a powerful filthy gas, it could also resist other miasma and poisonous gases. This was without a doubt. In the future, it was inevitable that Wuxia would have to visit some perilous places which were filled with natural poisonous miasma. With these little white flowers, he would have one more way to protect his life. Spitting out the flower from his mouth, Wuxia looked at the beautiful flower, chuckled, and said, "I'll give you a name, 9 5 petals lotus. You were born in the land of 9 negate yang, and you are untainted by the filth like a lotus flower. This name suits you best." The little flower shook its head slightly. It seemed it had some intelligence, as it sensed Wuxia's kindness. From now on, this strange little flower that could neutralize the dreadful venom of the great serpent finally had a name, 9 5 petals lotus. This was the best compliment for the fact that it was born in the filthy land of 9, yet it was untainted by any filth and could even neutralize the deadly venom. With the protection of a 9 5 petals lotus, Wuxia leisurely walked along the intestine of the great serpent. After walking for a few miles, a misty dark mist suddenly appeared in front of him, and a trace of ferocious and evil energy could be sensed from the mist. Wuxia looked around, then conveniently performed an incantation gesture and transformed into a stream of earthy yellow energy, shooting into the dark mist. The dark mist rippled, and a twisting portal that looked like a whirlpool suddenly appeared, sucking the earthy yellow energy that Wuxia had transformed into the portal. Wuxia felt the world spinning around him, and the next moment, he was attacked by an endless stream of filthy energy. With the protection of the 9 5 petals lotus, Wuxia managed to fend off this wave of filthy energy. After an unknown period of time, Wuxia suddenly felt his body lightened, as he had arrived at a place that was emitting a strong and pure yang energy. It was a perfectly round cave, with countless thumb-sized, beehive-shaped holes on the smooth and clean stone walls. Wisps of colorless and shapeless pure yang energy, but when sensed by his divine will, they were constantly spraying out from these holes, gathering on a white stone lotus in the middle of the cave, which had a diameter of over 100 miles. It was a stone lotus with a diameter of about 1 mile, with 3 layers and a total of 108 petals. Right in the middle of the stamen was a stream of innate yang energy, which stood several miles tall and over 100 feet wide, twisting and turning like a great dragon. There was an eye-catching rune on every petal of the materialized lotus. It was this rune that had imprisoned this stream of innate yang energy, and as a result, it had not developed a spirit even though it had grown to such an extent. With the strength of this stream of innate yang energy, if it could develop a spirit, perhaps it would have long become a Xianxia immortal who possessed a very powerful divine ability and would never have the original appearance of a stream of energy. Looking at the stream of innate yang energy before him, Wuxia sighed softly. This was the real land of 9 negate yang. The negate yang had cut off all acquired yang energy, but it had forced a trace of innate yang energy to grow here. At last, it had condensed into this stream of innate yang energy, which had truly given birth to all living things in the world, transformed into the 5 elements, and formed the innate aura of billions of living beings in the world. After working hard for so many years and making so many arrangements, he had finally obtained this innate yang energy. Wuxia sighed softly. Without any hesitation, he released 10 innate nascent souls and sent them flying into the stream of innate yang energy. Chapter 5:23. The innate yang energy merged with his body, and together with the thread of innate yin energy Wuxia had absorbed before, they formed into a perfect taiji pattern, slowly circulating in Wuxia's 7 stealing heaven meridians and yin-yang spirit meridians. Silently, Wuxia exercised the 7 foundation establishment technique, driving the 2 energies to circulate in his body over and over again. Wherever they went, all the innate energies of 5 elements were covered with a layer of hazy and turbid aura. Softly reciting the incantation and carefully thinking about the corresponding rune in his spiritual ocean, Wuxia's body was emanating a vague aura and a faint pressure that could make one feel uneasy. The 10 innate nascent souls, which were formed from his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, flew out of his body and wheeled around Wuxia, following the innate taiji pattern perfectly. The surrounding natural energies kept rushing into Wuxia's body, and when the innate yang energy and yin energy in his body reached an absolute balance, Wuxia freed himself from the huge innate yang energy and hovered in the air in the cave. Silently absorbing the natural energies, Wuxia circulated the energies in his meridians, strengthening the innate energies of 5 elements and the 2 innate yin and yang energies. When the speed of strengthening could no longer satisfy Wuxia's needs, and when the surrounding natural energies were not enough for the cultivation technique, the Ganoderma horse and a great amount of Ganoderma immortal liquid flew out from Wuxia's spiritual ocean, transforming into drops of sweet dew and pouring into Wuxia's mouth. An enormous amount of natural energies rolled and rocked in his body, and the 7 innate energies in Wuxia's body grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, they broke away from the 7 stealing heaven meridians in his arms and surged into other parts of his body. The inferno hell, demonic nascent soul that he had painstakingly cultivated all these years had disintegrated. The enormous power contained in the inferno hell, demonic nascent soul, and all the inferno hell fiend energies have been transformed into 7 innate energies, flowing back and forth in every meridian in Wuxia's body. In the innate chaos, an almighty expert created the chaos, broke the primordial chaos, and from the chaos came yin and yang, which then split into the 4 phases, and finally, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, laying the foundation of all things in the world, creating the 3 realms and countless living beings. The principles in Wuxia's body boiled like porridge. The innate energies of 5 elements gradually fused together, and with every innate energy that fused, Wuxia's body became a little blurry, and the tissues in his body disintegrated a little. The disintegrated flesh and energy essence fused with the blurry innate energies and the innate energies of 5 elements. The innate energies of 5 elements with the innate energies had lost their bright colors, turning grayish and white. The innate energies and the innate energies were, and the innate energies of Qi of Qi. How was Qi, and was Qi Wu? Because of the harmony between the 2 energies of yin and yang, the innate energies of 5 elements that had fused and clashed with each other had become extremely gentle, like a drop of milk falling into a puddle of water. The fusion was slow and gentle, unlike the collision of heavenly lightning and earthly fire, which would instantly blast Wuxia into pieces. When the innate energies of 5 elements drilled into Wuxia's internal organs, his internal organs began to tremble slightly. The energy essence of his internal organs was completely stimulated, turning into even more innate energies of 5 elements and gushing out. Gradually, Wuqi's internal organs melted and crumbled. Turbid energies of 5 colors filled up his body, and on the surface of Wuqi's body, a dazzling 5-colored light could be seen rippling out. When the innate energies of 5 elements had completely melted Wuqi's internal organs and completely transformed them into innate energies, the 2 energies of yin and yang also joined in the miraculous change. When the innate energies of 5 elements were added into the turbid 5-colored energies, it was like 2 matches were thrown into a bucket of mixed oil. A violent vibration instantly spread out, disintegrating Wuqi's muscles, bones, meridians, and blood vessels, turning them into turbid energies and merging into the ball of turbid energies. Gradually, the 7 foundation building technique changed into the next level, the 7 foundation elevating technique. As the name suggested, the 7 foundation building technique was to build the foundation. As the name suggested, the 7 foundation raising technique was to soar and transform. Except for the thin layer of human skin, all the tissues in Wuqi's body had been transformed into a ball of turbid energies. From the innate 5 elements and the second stage of innate yin and yang, it reversed the transformation of the primordial world. In Wuqi's body, it recreated the magnificent scene of the creation of the universe, reversing the chaos and transforming the 7 streams of innate energies into chaotic energies. This was the first step of the 7 foundation elevating technique. More than half of the Ganoderma fairy spirit liquid had been swallowed by Wuqi. His body was now brimming with natural energy. In terms of quantity, it was enough to fight against a high-level heaven immortal. However, in terms of quality, how could a heaven immortal compare with the chaotic energies in Wuqi's body? 10 innate nascent souls opened their mouths and laughed aloud at the same time. They transformed into 10 beams of light and quickly squeezed into Wuqi's body. 10 loud explosions rang out in a row inside Wuqi's body. 10 innate nascent souls disintegrated at the same time, transforming into 10 streams of very strong soul essence aura that seeped into the huge ball of chaotic energies. The human skin on Wuqi's body opened its mouth and swallowed the whole Ganoderma fairy spirit liquid along with the Ganoderma horse. An enormous amount of natural energy exploded and was quickly absorbed by the chaotic energies, turning into torrential chaotic energies that swirled and swirled inside Wuqi's human skin. Gradually, the enormous chaotic energies were compressed and transformed into an oval ball of air that was shaped like a chicken. However, the density of the ball of air was not enough, and the quantity was not enough. Even after a few attempts, it still failed to take the shape. A faint sigh was heard coming out from the ball of chaotic energies. Suddenly, the phoenix fire pouch hovering above Wuqi's head disintegrated. The chaotic energies coiled around the phoenix fire pouch and transformed it into an enormous stream of chaotic energy. After that, the divine flame of order, which had grown and grown stronger, was devoured by the chaotic energies as well, transforming into an enormous stream of chaotic energy as well. After that, the enchanting skull's flag and the myriad spirit's white bone armor, the 2 upper-grade immortal items that Wuqi had refined, had also returned to their original state, returning to the most primitive state of all matter, chaos. However, the natural energy transformed from these items was still not enough for Wuqi to take the shape. The black dragon spirit ring opened its mouth at the right moment. All the several hundred immortal items Wuqi had collected in Miao Ing Palace flew into Wuqi's body and were transformed by the extremely aggressive chaotic energies. After that came the nether ocean dark gold copper that Wuqi had collected, as well as the energy stones and medicinal herbs that Lao AI had brought to Wuqi, were all devoured by Wuqi's chaotic energies and transformed into the source of everything. Even so, the chaotic energies in Wuqi's body still could not take the shape, as the amount of natural energy required to form the innate chaotic spirit body was just too enormous. Wuxia, who had lost his intellect and was acting purely on instinct, casually pointed his finger out. Immediately, several dozens of hazy, chaotic energies rushed out of his body, interweaving into a large net and swallowing the several miles tall innate yang energy into his body. Gradually, the innate yang energy was ground down and transformed by the chaotic energies, turning into chaotic energy as well. Immediately after that, the chaotic energies rushed out and swallowed the huge stone lotus flower. After the stone lotus flower was swallowed by Wuxia, the soul of the black dragon suddenly poked its head out from the black dragon's spirit ring and howled at the top of its voice, "I can't eat anything else. You've promised me that you'll help me rebuild my dragon body. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it." The black dragon spirit ring's concern did not come true. A tiny stream of chaotic energy rushed out from Wuxi's body and injected into the ring's body, then pushed it far away. Meanwhile, the spirit-breeding ring worn by Wuxia was swallowed by the chaotic energy, along with the vast space inside, the countless food stored inside, and even amount of qilin, which Wuxia robbed from the ring, were all devoured and transformed by the chaotic energy. Even the clump of innate earth element energy essence, which Wuxia had once refined into the earth element dragon scale shield, and the source energy of the heavenly outfit of Gale were all devoured by the chaotic energy. After being replenished by so many items, the chaotic energy mass inside Wuxi's body was finally filled up. A chicken-shaped energy mass took shape, and gradually it was divided into distinct layers, such as eggshell, egg white, and egg yolk. The source of Wuxi's soul was hidden in the deepest part of the energy mass, slowly absorbing and devouring the chaotic energy to evolve. In just 3 to 5 days, an embryo of a baby had taken shape in the energy mass, and it was changing at an astonishing speed. In just a short 18 days, the last piece of skin on Wuxi's body broke soundlessly and was absorbed by the chaotic energy mass. Not long after that, the chaotic energy mass broke apart soundlessly, and a human figure, standing 8 feet tall and looking exactly the same as Wuxia, appeared in the cave. The human figure was neither muscular nor skinny. Everything about him was just right and vaguely in line with the Tao of balance of heaven and earth. His long hair was black at first glance, but upon a closer look, it seemed to contain countless colors, hanging loosely behind his back, giving him a very profound and mysterious look. Chaotic airflows were darting in and out of his body. His body structure was exactly the same as that of a human, but its color was hazy and flickering with countless starlight. Upon a closer look, one could vaguely see countless marks of the great Tao in the depths of his fleshly body. In his spiritual ocean, the dark In's soul Cultivation, which had troubled Wuxia for several years, was easily devoured by the chaotic airflow, leaving nothing behind. Amidst the empty spiritual ocean, a chaotic divine soul sat lazily on a clump of chaotic airflow, stretching its back and yawning. The innate chaotic spirit body was formed, and the innate chaotic divine soul was born. Suddenly, Wuxia opened his eyes and let out a wild laugh. With a shake of his body, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body. At the same time, he began to cultivate the Song of Gale, the Inferno Hell Fiend Scripture, the Darkeen Water Scripture, the Inaction Returning Scripture, and all the other scriptures he had cultivated in the past. No matter what cultivation technique he cultivated, his body would always produce the same chaotic aura. However, as long as he cultivated the divine ability of a certain cultivation technique, he could easily use the chaotic aura to simulate all the mysteries of that cultivation technique. For a moment, Wuxia was surrounded by raging green wind, rolling black fiend aura, piercing cold air of extreme Yin, and layers of watery clouds. He was surrounded by all sorts of marvelous phenomena. As his mind worked, there would be one nascent soul in his body, and at other times, several nascent souls would fly around randomly. Sometimes, these nascent souls would disintegrate into nothingness at the same time. Laughing, Wuxia sensed the trace of Gale bloodline in his chaotic spirit body. With a twist of his body, he suddenly transformed into a pure-blooded Gale. However, his body was only several tens of feet tall. At first glance, he looked like a fledgling that had just hatched from an egg. Wonderful! This is the chaotic spirit body. As long as I can obtain a trace of the bloodline of a divine beast, I will be able to transform into countless divine beasts under the heavens. Sensing the enormous godly power of Gale in his body, Wuxia could not help but burst into laughter. With a flash, he transformed back into his human form. Wuxia twisted his body, exercising the true body of heaven and earth scripture to crazily absorb the mysterious purple chi around him. An enormous amount of purple chi rolled and surged into Wuxia's body like a tidal wave. The newly born chaotic spirit body, which was not much stronger than an ordinary human being, began to strengthen rapidly. From the Jin Dan stage, to the nascent soul stage, to the nascent divinity stage. In the blink of an eye, the strength of Wuxia's body had broken through to the level of a 30th tier heaven immortal. The powerful physical strength mixed with the endless chaotic energy coursed through his body. Wuxia had never felt so good before. A faint dragon roar was heard, as a black dragon about the size of a loach flew toward Wuxia, shaking its head. Ao Buzin greets Master. Chapter 524. With astonishment, Wuxia looked at the black dragon, who looked like he was born with a malnourished body, the size of a loach, and who did not even have any scales on his body. Ao Buzin, you are the black dragon spirit ring? Ao Buzin nodded while wagging his head and wagging his tail. Then he nodded 3 times at Wuxia as a greeting, then said happily, "Yes, I am Ao Buzin. Fortunately, Master has given me a stream of chaotic energy, which helped me dissolve the body of a spirit item and reforge the body of a dragon. With the help of Master's energy essence and chaotic energy, I have formed the body of a chaotic black dragon. My future is limitless, and it is all thanks to Master's blessing." Grabbing Ao Buzin's tail and shaking it, Wuxia found that he was indeed a living little black dragon. Feeling worried, he said, "All right, you have formed the body of a chaotic black dragon, and this is a happy occasion for you. But what about my storage rings?" Ao Buzin was taken aback. Then he bowed and nodded at Wuxia with a flattering smile and said, "Master's power is limitless, and your divine abilities are boundless. It is just a storage ring. Whether it is through swindling or simply robbing, you can easily get a few storage rings. Haha, I have been following Master for many years, and I have seen many miracles of Master. Haha, this little thing is nothing to me." Wuxia flicked Ao Buzin's head again, then threw him on his shoulder. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a vague figure and walked out of the cave. The filthy energy in the great serpent of 9 Yin's abdomen was still very strong, especially near the anus of the serpent, where the filthy energy was thousands of times denser than in other places. However, as both Wuxia and Ao Buzin had transformed into their chaotic bodies, any filthy energy that approached their bodies would be dissolved and transformed by the chaotic energy. As long as the great serpent of 9 Yin did not intentionally attack them with the filthy energy, with their current cultivation base, they could not be hurt by the natural filthy energy. Walking slowly in the great serpent of 9 Yin's abdomen, Wuxia was sensing the connection between him and Ao Buzin. Just as Ao Buzin had said, it was a thread of chaotic energy that Wuxia had separated from Ao Buzin and a part of his own energy essence that had reconstructed Ao Buzin's fleshly body. However, as the energy given to Ao Buzin was too weak, he had shrunk to the size of a loach. In the future, Ao Buzin would have to rely on his own cultivation and food in order to grow stronger. That was his personal problem, as his fleshly body was reconstructed by relying on Wuxia's natal energy essence. Ao Buzin and Wuxia had faintly developed a sense of intimacy, as if they were connected by flesh and blood. His nascent divinity was also under Wuxia's control. Therefore, as soon as Ao Buzin reconstructed his fleshly body, he immediately acknowledged Wuxia as his master. This was the common sense in the world of immortal cultivators. After figuring out the ins and outs of Ao Buzin, although Wuxia felt it was a pity that the Black Dragon Spirit Ring did not have a huge storage space, he was more delighted that he now had another good helper by his side. Perhaps Ao Buzin was a little weak now, but his future was boundless. With the body of chaotic Black Dragon, he was qualified to break through to the realm of primordial immortal. But it all depended on Ao Buzin's own fate. After walking out of the great serpent of Nine Yin's body, Wuxia stood on the tip of its tail, looking at Patriarch Miao Ying, who was a few miles away, fully focused on crafting a primordial immortal item. She could not move her body at all, as all her spirit, energy, and soul were gathered inside her body, and did not have any reaction to the outside world. Suddenly, Wuxia sighed and said, "A fat sheep is right in front of me. If I don't rob her, I'll never be satisfied." Rolling his eyes, Ao Buzin chuckled and said, "Not only will I rob her of her wealth, but I can also rob her of her body as well. That will be the happiest thing in life." Wuxia was struck dumb. Hastily, he turned to look at Ao Buzin, who was staring at Wuxia with shifty eyes and giggling. Twitching his lips, Wuxia could not help but wonder how Ao Buzin ended up being made into a storage ring in those years. After all, dragons are one of the most powerful races in all the heavenly realms, and among all the dragons, they were the most violent, the most united, and the most fond of fighting and killing with others. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would want to become enemies with a member of the Black Dragon race, let alone making a storage ring out of a member of the Black Dragon race. "You like women very much?" Wuxia was doubtful, so he played along with Ao Buzin and asked. Saliva was dripping down from the corner of Ao Buzin's mouth as he stared blankly at Patriarch Miao Ying. Something had already protruded from his lower abdomen. He chuckled and said in a low voice, "Master, you are wise. As long as it is a beautiful female, be it a dragon, a phoenix, a peacock, or a fox, as long as she is pleasing to the eye, this little dragon will be very interested in her. TSK, in those years, with just a single dragon whip, I've subdued countless beautiful girls from different groups." Ao Buzin spoke complacently. "Do you still remember how you died?" Wuxia asked coldly. Ao Buzin laughed and said, "After my fleshly body was reforged by Master, my memory was suddenly restored. Ha ha ha. Then I just peeped on the granddaughter of Western White Emperor taking a bath, and with skin pulled out my tendons and made into a storage ring." Suddenly, Ao Buzin shuddered, grimacing in pain as he curled up into a ball. He stared at Wuxia with a pitiful expression, wailing in a low voice, "Master, if you have time, you must avenge this little dragon. Western White Emperor will not provoke him, and will capture his granddaughter alive. Master, you can enjoy her first, and then let this little dragon have a taste of her. After that, I'll whip her for 300 years. Hee, this little dragon will finally vent his anger. Damn it, this Ao Buzin is actually a lascivious dragon." Wuxia stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Ao Buzin and throw him as far away as he could. But when he thought about the past few years, this guy had been following him since he was just a storage ring, and they had some feelings for each other. Wuxia was reluctant to do it. With a wry smile, Wuxia gritted his teeth and scolded, "If you dare to mess around again, I'll give you a crack, and it'll be just right for you to soak in wine." Ao Buzin's foreclaws hurriedly covered his lower body, and he said to Wuxia in horror, "Master, this little dragon's body is small now. Even if I crack it, it won't be enough to soak in wine. If Master needs it, this little dragon can point out a few places where the corpses of our ancestors are kept. Their objects are big, and you can crack them as many times as you want." Wuxia was so angry that his hands and feet were numb. In such a short time, Wuxia had seen through the true face of Ao Buzin. This was indeed a lascivious dragon, and a lascivious dragon who would even betray his ancestors. But were there really so many corpses of dragons kept? Well, Wuxia was currently lacking a convenient magical weapon, and the corpses of dragons were the best material for crafting magical weapons. Wuxia blinked his eyes, and Ao Buzin was also blinking at Wuxia with a sneaky look. The two of them glanced at each other, then abruptly let out the same creepy chuckle. Ao Buzin rubbed his front claws, lowered his voice, and said carefully, "If Master wants, this little dragon can lead the way. But how about giving this little dragon some benefits? TSK, after devouring the flesh and blood of those ancestors, this little dragon can also grow up quickly, and then it can help Master fight against the enemy." Twisting his loach-sized body, Ao Buzin lamented, "Now that this little dragon is so small, even if Master uses this little dragon as a mount, it won't look cool, right?" "As a mount? Using a black dragon as a mount?" Wuchi's eyes lit up, and he patted Ao Buzin hard. "Great, this is a good idea. In the future, wherever I go, I will rely on you. Well, first, I will think of a way to let you grow a little bigger. With your current appearance, I can easily trample you to death. How can you be a mount?" Ao Buzin had just forged the body of a chaotic black dragon. Although his aptitude was excellent, he had not started cultivating yet. His physical strength was not much different from that of an ordinary demon beast, and in the hands of an immortal, he could really be trampled to death. Wuxia also felt that it was time for him to improve his overall strength. After giving Patriarch Miao a glance, Wuxia sighed and shook his head. Then, he transformed into a blurry figure and left with Ao Buzin. Although Patriarch Miao could not fight back, her set of 7 immortal swords was too strong of a threat. With his current cultivation base, how could Wuxia dare to provoke her? Ao Buzin sighed as well. Standing on Wuchi's shoulder, he turned his head to look at Patriarch Miao Ying's curvaceous body, and the thing in his lower body rose once again. The dark abyss of the Northern Ocean was sealed by Patriarch Miao Ying with a mighty divine ability, and all teleportation techniques and escape techniques were useless here. Therefore, Wuxia could only hide behind a boulder near the minor Rakshas's void-reversing and heart-killing grand formation, carefully waiting for Patriarch Miao Ying to come out from her secluded cultivation. In the cave of Pure Yang, it only took him tens of days to form his innate chaotic spirit body. After waiting for a few more days, he heard a long cry coming from down below, followed by Patriarch Miao Ying's laughter. "Wonderful, my precious. You have vaguely developed your divine sense. Just wait for me to fully awaken your divine sense and help you form your true soul. Then, you will have taken your initial form. Hee, with you, I'll definitely teach that bitch a lesson." Not long after that, a clump of dark light shot up into the sky from the bottom of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. The complacent Patriarch Miao Ying did not even give the surroundings a second glance. With a casual palm strike, she broke the minor Rakshas's void-reversing and heart-killing grand formation, then released a vast amount of fiend energy and soared into the sky. This was the power that Patriarch Miao Ying should have when she came out from her secluded cultivation. First, she released the fiend energy to inform all her disciples, asking them to serve her carefully. After that, she would return to Miao Ying Palace to enjoy the offerings from her disciples. Right at the moment when Patriarch Miao Ying broke the formation and released the fiend energy, Wuxia carefully shrunk his body, transforming into a tiny wisp of dust together with Ao Buzin. Together with the fiend energy, they rushed out of the formation and were sent to a faraway place. Patriarch Miao Ying was too arrogant. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect that there would be someone who dared to invade this place. As she was in a secluded cultivation to craft a primordial immortal item, she had consumed all her spirit, energy, and spirit. Therefore, she did not notice the existence of Wuxia and Ao Buzin, and only then did she carefully exercise an escape art and leave the Northern Ocean. After being pushed thousands of miles away by the fiend energy, he dared not to make too much noise. Instead, he brought Ao Buzin to the edge of the Northern Ocean along the water, then carefully exercised an escape art and escaped from the Northern Ocean. After that, Wuxia dared not to stay any longer. He exercised the acquired magnetic sword escape art, and with all his strength, he transformed into a beam of dark light and fled from the Northern Ocean. The escape lasted for over 3 months. When Wuxia was millions of miles away from the Northern Ocean, he breathed out a sigh of relief and stopped before a lofty mountain. Right after he stopped, a man and a woman came out from behind a rock. The man cried out sternly, "Junior, hand over all the energy stones and immortal stones you have, and I'll spare your life." Wuxia raised his head and was taken aback. Who else could this man be but Reverend Liang? Chapter 5:25. Upon seeing Reverend Liang, Wuxi's first reaction was to turn and flee. But when he thought about the huge gap between his overall strength and that of a gold immortal, Wuxia immediately gave up the idea. After that, he pondered over the fact that he had plotted against Reverend Liang and observed his current aura, which made him feel more confident. Reverend Liang's aura was so weak that it was even weaker than that of an ordinary heaven immortal. His face was pale and dark, and the exposed skin on his palms was devoid of blood. On the contrary, there was a strong shade of green hiding under his skin. At the sight of this shade of green, Wuxia knew that Reverend Liang had fallen into his trap. The spirit fruits served to Reverend Liang and the other immortals of Green City in the Great Hall of Greenwood Mountain were all the best ones carefully selected by Wuxia. There was no problem in taking them alone, as they would provide a great supplement to one's energy. Even if 3 to 5 of them were eaten together, there would not be any danger. But the spirit fruits were, after all, medicinal ingredients. If over 30 spirit fruits were consumed in a certain order and then catalyzed with 3 spirit wines brewed from specific spirit herbs, they would immediately turn into a poison that could corrode one's bones and intestines. Even a gold immortal would have his immortal energy slowly depleted, and his fleshly body gradually corroded. The poison came from the art of gu inherited from Princess Zhang Li's bloodline. It was the favorite method of the ancient humans with the bloodline of the demigods to kill people without leaving a trace, and only a few immortals today knew about it. There was no way to guard against it, and unless one knew the relationship between all spirit herbs and spirit fruits, one would definitely fall into the trap. Apart from the descendants of the ancient gods who had formed their true bodies from the great Tao of heaven and earth, who inherited the most original knowledge of the heaven and earth, and who were born with the knowledge of the root and fruit of all things under the heaven, no other immortals, apart from the existences known as divine immortals in the legends, could possibly know about these ingenious tricks. In the Grand Hall of Greenwood Mountain, Reverend Liang and the other immortals of Green City were having a merry banquet. They had eaten countless spirit fruits and drunk countless spirit wines. Those who were in charge of the banquet were Shui Xian and Shui Yi, the 2 celestial fiend puppets Wuxia had transformed into. With this convenient condition, coupled with the rich resources on Panga continent, Wuxia could easily send the poison of the lover's tears heartbroken lure into the stomachs of Reverend Liang and the others. At first, when Reverend Liang and the others were poisoned, they only felt that their immortal energy was weakened and their bodies were weak. After being chased by Feng Lingling and the joint attack from Goddess Miao Xian and King Baishan, Reverend Liang had consumed a great deal of his blood essence and energy essence. The poison of the lover's tears, heartbreaking poison, had gradually taken effect, seeping into his body like the tears of a lover, intertwining with his body and eventually turning into the deadly poison of the heartbreaking poison. It had been more than 3 months since Reverend Liang was poisoned. The poison had coiled up in his body, fusing with his immortal energy and blood essence. With the overall strength of a 7th-tier gold immortal, it was impossible for him to expel the poison. At the moment, Reverend Liang was a paper tiger, and Wuxia could kill him with ease. But the lady in white standing next to Reverend Liang was a little tricky. The white-clothed woman had a head full of thick and beautiful hair. She tied her hair into a complicated bun with 3 to 5 layers, which looked like a mountain range. She wore 17 or 18 butterfly hair ornaments carved from jade. When she moved, the hair ornaments flashed, and those butterflies seemed to be fluttering in the air. She was tall and slender, and had a beautiful face. Apart from the red vein in the center of her brows, which gave off a fearsome and ruthless aura, she looked like a gentle and beautiful lady. She followed behind Reverend Liang like a willow branch drifting in the wind. Timidly, she raised her head slightly and stole glances at Wuxia from the corner of her eyes. Every move she made was as gentle as water. She looked so delicate and beautiful, like a beautiful lady with a graceful bearing. But when Wuxia exercised the mystic eyes of universe, he saw a faint golden halo hovering around her. His heart skipped a beat. The lady had the cultivation base of a gold immortal. Although she was severely wounded, which caused her immortal body to be unstable and caused the immortal energy in her body to keep spreading out of her body, which gave rise to the golden halo, she was indeed a gold immortal. Judging from her appearance and the way she walked, although she was severely wounded, she had not reached the point where she could not fight back. As long as she was a gold immortal, and as long as she still had the strength to fight back, Wuxia would never dare to do anything in front of her. Slowly raising both hands, Wuxia swayed his body and said to Reverend Liang and the lady with a wry smile on his face, "Seniors, I'm Reverend Black Dragon, and I have nothing valuable with me. Just half a month ago, I was robbed and barely escaped with my life. I don't even have a storage bag with me, let alone energy stones and immortal stones." The chaotic energy in his body stirred as Wuxia formed a nascent soul in his dantian. The unique aura of a nascent soul cultivator slowly seeped out of his body. Wuxia could clearly see the expression of Reverend Liang and the lady lighten up, and both of them breathed out a sigh of relief at the same time. The lady took a step forward and said in a weak voice, "Fellow Taoist, I'm Xianxia, and this is my husband, Liang. We were severely wounded by a formidable enemy, and all our magical treasures were destroyed, while all our spirit pills and energy stones were used up." She sighed softly and said in a soft voice, "Please forgive me if I was rude just now, fellow Taoist." Reverend Liang's face turned cold as he cried out unhappily, "Xianxia, why are you wasting your breath on him? He is just a nascent soul cultivator, a man who is even weaker than an ant." Before he could finish his words, Xianxia gently pulled his arm. Reverend Liang shut his mouth immediately, his eyelids drooping and not saying another word. Suddenly, Wuxia recalled what Lady Dark Goldwater had told him many years ago. Her only friend, Fairy Xianxia, had poisoned her tea with Xianglu's saliva. After that, Reverend Liang and Fairy Xianxia took the opportunity when Lady Dark Goldwater was suffering from a deadly poison and attacked her, destroying her soul and killing her. She was left with only a broken soul that was lingering on with the help of a spirit item. So, this lady in white, who looked so delicate and pitiful, was the cruel and merciless Fairy Xianxia, who had brazenly betrayed her best friend. Wuxia was cursing in his mind, and he was getting really angry. Why was he so unlucky? He had chosen a random direction to flee in, and yet he still bumped into Reverend Liang, the adulterous couple. Pangu Continent was a vast and boundless place, and yet he still bumped into them while running aimlessly. Wuxia began to wonder if he was destined to meet them. Xianxia moved her fingers slightly, unleashing a stream of white mist that wheeled a few times around Wuxia at high speed, running through his body. "Fellow Taoist Black Dragon is indeed a man of his word, and you have nothing valuable with you." She sighed softly. Xianxia sighed softly, then took a few steps forward, trembling as she bent her knees and gave Wuxia a graceful and beautiful bow. She raised her eyelids slightly and said to Wuxia in a tender voice, "Fellow Taoist, both of us have encountered a great calamity, and our cultivation base is almost depleted. Our enemies are now hunting us everywhere. Those enemies are quite powerful, and if we are captured alive by them, I'm afraid we will suffer a fate worse than death." 2 lines of tears rolled down Xiandai's cheeks as she wept in a low voice. "If fellow Taoist is cruel enough to do something bad to us, we will be doomed if we help you." Reverend Liang's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wuqi blinked his eyes as he tried to figure out Xiandai's intention. Reverend Liang was crippled, but at least Xiandai still had the strength to launch one more attack. Why was she acting like a little girl? What puzzled Wuqi the most was that when Reverend Liang came to Panga Continent, he did not see Fairy Xiandai. But now she was following him. How did they get together? Could it be that Xiandai possessed a mighty divine ability and magic power that allowed her to travel between Panga Continent and outer heavenly realms in a very short time? That was impossible. A primordial immortal might have such a divine ability and magic power, but just like Reverend Liang, Xiandai was only a 7th-tier gold immortal. Ao Buzin tilted his head, drooling as he stared at Xiandai, who was standing trembling in midair. His penis had long grown out of his crotch. After a long while, Ao Buzin wiped the drool off his face, clenched his front claws into fists, and stared angrily at the sky. He murmured under his breath, "What a delicious piece of meat, but I can't eat it. I hate it, I hate it. I need to work harder in my cultivation, eat harder, and at least grow to the size of an ordinary man. Otherwise, how many beautiful girls will be heartbroken because they can't get my love?" Gently flicking the penis on his back claw, Ao Buzin clenched his jaws and said, "My good brother, bear with it for a while longer. I'll definitely let you feast on me in 3 to 5 years, or 5 to 6 months at the earliest, and let you regain your former glory. Excellent. My dragon spear has been dyed with blood, and wherever this treasure passes, it will be nowhere to be found." Wuqi stared blankly at Xiandai for a while, then suddenly bowed deeply and said, "Fairy Xiandai, why do you say that? I'm the most passionate person in helping others. Now that you and your wife are in trouble, how can I not help you? If there is anything that I can do, please tell me." Fairy Xiandai smiled faintly as she gave Ao Buzin, who was lying on Wuqi's shoulder, a glance. For a moment, she looked very charming. Ao Buzin stared blankly at Fairy Xiandai, lying on top of Wuqi's shoulder like a dead snake. His lower body arched up in a bizarre manner, while a penis that looked like a wolf poked viciously on Wuqi's shoulder. With a backhand, Wuqi forcefully slapped Ao Buzin's body. Ao Buzin howled miserably as he rolled away from Wuqi's shoulder with 4 claws, holding his lower body. Xiandai giggled, then pointed her finger at Ao Buzin and said, "What an interesting little dragon. Could it be that fellow Taoist black dragon got his Taoist name from this little black dragon? Too bad. This black dragon is still very young. I'm afraid he will need several tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation before he can grow into a real dragon." Gnashing his teeth, Ao Buzin poked half of his head out from the bushes on the ground, trying to peek under Xiandai's skirt. "Little girl, just you wait," he murmured vaguely. "It won't be long before I'll let you know the true meaning of the divine dragon spear." Wuqi stepped on Ao Buzin's body and said in a deep voice, "What do you need from me, Fairy Xiandai?" Xiandai smiled faintly and said in a soft and charming voice, "I'm just in urgent need of some energy stones." She sighed faintly, then asked Wuqi with a serious expression, "Fellow Taoist, can you rob some energy stones for me?" Chapter 526. The barren mountain where Wuqi bumped into Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai was the territory of Mu Province, a 9th-grade province in Yu. Mu Province was a 9th-grade province that was newly established less than 100 years ago. It was a vast province, but its total population was less than 10 million. Apart from the administrative center of Mu Province, which had a population of over 1 million. The other sparsely populated cities had at most 100,000 people. Most of the people lived in villages. It was a typical lower-grade province with a vast territory, but a sparsely populated population. But, just like the other provinces in Diyu, the natural resources here were extremely rich. 300 miles to the east of this barren mountain was a small city called the Six-River City. 6 great rivers meandered through the city, converging into a large lake right next to the city. Then, they converged into a great river that flowed eastward. The Six-River City was built on a plain beside the Great Lake. The soil was very fertile, and there were 50 to 60,000 people living in the city. Outside the city, there were nearly 100 small villages, and over 90% of the people lived by farming. Wuxia was bringing Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai along the main road towards the Six-River City. Wuxia told Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai that with their status and with Fairy Xiandai's beauty, they should not suffer in the wilderness. They should go to the city and find a comfortable residence, with dozens of serving maids serving them attentively. Both Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai were pampered people, and the 3 months of wandering and fleeing from place to place had long become unbearable for them. Both of them could not help but be tempted by Wuqi's words. On top of that, as both of them were severely wounded, they needed a better environment to recuperate. Therefore, they obeyed Wuqi's suggestion and followed him to the Six-River City. Wuxia also told them that there would not be too many immortal cultivators passing by in the wilderness of a 9th-grade province. Therefore, there was no point in robbing them. Rather than trying his luck by robbing passers-by cultivators, he might as well rob the officials of the Six-River City. The provinces, counties, cities, and towns of the Diyu dynasty would collect a large number of tributes and send them to the Diyu imperial family every few years. Therefore, the treasury of the Six-River City would definitely contain the spirit stones, immortal stones, and other items that they lacked. Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai kept nodding and cheering at his words. They knew that as long as Wuqi's life was in their hands, they were not afraid that a mere nascent soul cultivator could do anything to him. Therefore, they let Wuqi do whatever he wanted. Along the way to the Six-River City, Wuqi curiously glanced at the surrounding scenery. 6 great rivers flowed into the lake next to the Six-River City from different places. The city was located right next to the lake, less than 3 miles away from the lake. Fertile farmlands could be seen everywhere outside the city. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the fertile soil of the farmlands could be seen crisscrossing with crisscrossing paths. Over 100 small villages could be seen scattered across the land, and a large number of farmers were working in the fields. Wherever the wind blew, the rice grains that were as tall as a man's chest were tossing and turning into waves that were half yellow and half green. A refreshing aroma of crops was lingering around him. Wuqi took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Hundreds of longbowmen were seen running across the farmlands in the distance, pulling plows and plowing the land and stirring up the soil. A large group of farmers were following behind them, sowing seeds in the plowed fields. It was a busy scene. Thousands of feathermen were flying high up in the sky, wheeling and dancing excitedly in the sky. Some of them were even playing flutes in the sky. The shrill flute music scared the birds away from them. With these feathermen in charge of flying in the sky, not a single bird dared to rush into the farmlands to peck at the rice grains. The mayor of the Six-River City had made the best use of his men and had a good overall plan. But what made Wuqi feel strange was that, apart from these people who were working in the fields, there were always small groups of young men who were practicing their punches and kicks with a serious look on their faces. These young men threw punches like gusts of wind, shaking the air and making loud popping noises. Once they stomped their feet on the ground, Wuqi could clearly see several inches tall soil waves rising from under their feet. Each stomp carried at least tens of thousands of kilograms of force. Exercising the true body of heaven and earth scripture, Wuqi injected a thread of purple mist into his mystic eyes of universe and looked at those young men. What he saw shocked Wuqi. These were small groups of young men, consisting of at most 20 men and at least 5 to 6 men. Wisps of purple mist were constantly being injected into their bodies. Obviously, they were also practicing some special cultivation technique of a human race, such as the true body of heaven and earth scripture. Along the way, there were at least 10,000 young men training outside the Six River City. This was definitely not a military force that a small city like the Six River City should have. Wuxia had a general understanding of the military system of the Diyu dynasty. In a large province like the Zhong province, the ratio of soldiers to ordinary people was about 1 to 1,000. In those lower-grade provinces, where the population was sparsely populated and the income was low, the ratio of soldiers to ordinary people was usually more than 1 to 1,000. There were even cases where only one soldier was recruited for every 5 to 6,000 people. After all, soldiers who practiced the true body of heaven and earth scripture were different from ordinary people. Every single one of them had the strength to carry a mountain and lift a cauldron. When they reached a certain level of cultivation, it was normal for them to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Therefore, a very small number of soldiers could maintain the peace of an area and fight against disasters like wild beasts. The total population of the Six Rivers City, plus the population of over 100 villages outside the city, was about 200,000. With such a small population, nearly 10,000 soldiers were being trained, absorbing the purple mist and cultivating themselves. A ratio of 1 to 20 soldiers was definitely not an official policy of the Diyu dynasty. Unless the city lord of the Six Rivers City was plotting a rebellion, there was no need for him to recruit such a huge ratio of soldiers. But then again, with just 10,000 soldiers, they were planning to start a rebellion in the Diyu dynasty? Was this a joke? Looking at the soldiers who were training with astonishment, Wuxia felt that the entire Six Rivers City was shrouded in a bizarre atmosphere. Reverend Liang and Fairy Xianxia gave those young men a glance, and could not help but laugh contemptuously. The strongest among the youths were only comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. In their eyes, they weren't even comparable to ants. They were existences that they didn't care about at all. Therefore, they were not as enlightened as Wuxia, and failed to notice the strangeness of the situation. Wuxia led the way with quick steps, his head drooping as he pondered over the mystery of the situation. Nevertheless, it did not matter what the Six River City was up to, as he was followed by Fairy Xianxia, a gold immortal who still had the strength to launch a single attack. On top of that, Wuxia was very confident in his ability to escape. Therefore, he was not worried that he would run into any danger in the city. Without saying a word, Wuxia brought them into the Six River City. The city was not very large. The city wall measured about 5 miles in both width and length, and stood no taller than 25 feet. Most of the buildings in the city were constructed of earth and wood. Only the city lord mansion, which stood right in the center of the city, was constructed entirely with huge rocks. It was a tall, square, and ancient building made of black rocks that Wuxia was familiar with. A row of 6 huge stone pillars was erected in front of the city lord mansion, each of which had a huge brazier placed on top of them. The green light from the flames illuminated half of the Six River City. Upon entering the city, Wuxia immediately sensed that something was not right. Almost at the same time, people in the taverns, restaurants, and various shops along the streets turned to look at Wuxia and his companions. Their gazes were vague and indistinct as they glanced briefly at Wuxia and his companions. There was no killing intent or malicious intent in their gazes, as if they were just some ordinary people who were looking at them casually on the street. As Reverend Liang and Fairy Xianxia were 2 mighty gold immortals, they did not feel anything from such gazes. As the people who were looking at them were too weak, they could not arouse the nervousness in their hearts. But for Wuxia, these gazes were all too familiar to him. Back on Earth, the spies sent by the Underhand sect to keep a lookout had done the same thing. Wuxia followed those gazes and glanced over. They were all ordinary men with faces that would be easily overlooked if they were thrown into a crowd. They looked honest and simple, and looked no different from the people around them. Wuxia was laughing in his mind. What exactly was happening in the Six Rivers City? Young men who did not conform to the military system of you were undergoing military training outside the city, and there were eyes and ears everywhere in the city. Why did the Six Rivers City look like this? Leading Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai, Wuxia continued along the main street in the city. While he was thinking of finding a good inn or a private house for lodging, as well as finding a way to get himself some gold, silver, and jewelry, he saw a group of people approaching on the main street. The group consisted of about 30 men, and their leader was a middle-aged man who looked haggard and looked like he had just recovered from serious illness. This man was born with a dignified appearance. He originally had a very formidable square face, but at this moment, there was extreme exhaustion on his face. His entire spirit had collapsed. Following closely behind the middle-aged man were over 30 tall and burly armored soldiers. Just when Wuxia found a few of them familiar, they roared furiously at the same time, drew their swords, and leaped off their mounts, striding toward Wuxia furiously. One of them even roared furiously, "Wuxia, since you're here, you can forget about going back now." Upon being shouted at by these men, Wuxia suddenly realized who they were. When he was fighting with the Qin army in the depths of Meng Mountains, these few burly men were the deputy generals who accompanied the general of Daqin, Wang Baiqi. They were the generals of Daqin. As Wuxia had formed his innate chaotic spirit body, he had neglected to change his facial features. As a result, he was recognized by them. Wuqia's eyes flickered with a bright gleam. While he was thinking about how he should deal with this matter, a few figures suddenly came out from a restaurant on the side of the road. A handsome old man clad in a long robe and a tall hat chuckled and said, "Stand back. Old acquaintances are here." "Excellent, excellent." Wuxia gave the man a good look and realized that he was indeed an old acquaintance. He was none other than his fellow disciple, Xianxia, the Prime Minister of Daqin. Another man snorted coldly, reached out his hand, and waved at the few soldiers. Immediately, the few soldiers stepped back and stood aside respectfully. Wuxia gave the burly man a look, who was clad in a long black robe and a bronze crown on his head. He was none other than the general of Daqin, Wang Baiqi. When they were in Meng Mountains, this group of valiant ministers and generals of Daqin wished they could hack Wuxia into 1,000 pieces. Baiqi strode before Wuxia, stared at Wuxia coldly, sneered and said, "What a sharp nose. How could you track us all the way here? Huh, don't tell me you've been following us closely?" Wuxia knew what Baiqi meant. He was asking if Great Yan's intelligence agency had been tracking Daqin's every move. He blinked at Baiqi and Xianxia, cupped his fist respectfully, and said, "I'm Reverend Black Dragon. Seniors, please forgive me for the misunderstanding in the past. I think we should let it go, right? Ha! Did you seize this Six Rivers City and use it as your base?" Xianxia and Bai were taken aback, then turned to look at Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai at the same time, standing behind Wuxia. Xianxia smiled, then took a step forward, cupped his fist, and bowed to both men, and said, "Fellow Taoists, may I know where this immortal land is?" Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai exchanged a glance. Then, Fairy Xiandai walked out with a smile on her face, bowed gently to Xianxia and Baiqi, and said, "My name is Xiandai, and my husband is in trouble here. Please excuse us, fellow Taoists." Before her voice could fade away, the middle-aged man with a square face on the horseback roared, "You bunch of demon Taoists from the outer domain. How dare you invade the foundation of Du? You'll be hacked into 1,000 pieces and die a horrible death." Fairy Xiandai's pretty face flickered. Chapter 5:27. With a gentle smile on her face, Fairy Xiandai pointed a finger at the middle-aged man. It was a fair and delicate finger, like a freshly peeled onion, and it did not seem to possess any lethality. But in just a brief moment, the middle-aged man's mount suddenly shattered to pieces. All his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs were crushed into the tiniest powder. The wriggling powder swirled up into the air, transforming into tens of thousands of tiny butterflies the size of a thumb, flying in all directions gracefully. These fleshy butterflies covered half of the Six Rivers city. They lightly landed on the bodies of the residents of the city and gently bit them. All the people who were bitten by the butterflies withered and fell to the ground in an instant. All their blood essence was sucked dry by the butterflies, leaving behind only a thin layer of human skin, which fell to the ground together with their clothes. Fairy Xianxia clapped her hands lightly, causing tens of thousands of butterflies of flesh and blood to fly back gracefully, landing on her palm one after another. Each butterfly spat out a crystal-clear blood-red bead, each of which contained all the blood essence of a mortal. After collecting all the blood pearls, Fairy Xianxia clasped her palms together, and a fist-sized pearl condensed from the essence of flesh and blood appeared in her fair palm. "My husband, your injury has not fully healed, and you need some blood essence to heal it." Fairy Xianxia handed the blood pearl to Reverend Liang with a tender expression. He laughed ferociously, then gave the people around him a glance, who were staring at him with their mouths agape and eyes wide open. Then he took the blood pearl and swallowed it. A large bump appeared on Reverend Liang's throat, and before long, the bump slid down into his stomach. His stomach rumbled, and in just a few breaths of time, a hint of color returned to his pale face. Wuxia shook his head. He turned to Zhang Yi and Baiqi, who had an unsightly expression on their faces, and said, "I met both seniors in a barren mountain outside the city. They're severely wounded, and they need a place to recuperate, as well as some energy stones and immortal stones. I was unlucky to encounter a strong enemy, and was stripped clean." Laughing strangely, Wuqi turned to Zhang Yi and Baiqi and said, "Fellow Taoists, you seem to have occupied the Six Rivers city, haven't you? As for the matter of spirit stones and immortal stones, I'll have to trouble you two fellow Taoists." The square-faced, middle-aged man fell to the ground. He stared blankly at Fairy Xianxia, who was wearing a faint smile on her face. Suddenly, he howled at the top of his voice, "You are a bunch of fiends! How dare you wreak havoc on the people of the Yu? All of you, quickly bind yourselves and come with me to apologize to Lord Prefecture Overseer. Only then will you be able to retain a shred of your remnant souls for reincarnation. If you continue to commit evil, once mighty Yu army arrives, all of you will die without a burial place." Fairy Xianxia gave Zhang Yi a gentle smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, I can't bear to kill all of you here." Zhang Yi shuddered. He recalled the attack Fairy Xianxia had displayed just now, and he knew very well that even if he and Baiqi joined forces, they would still be no match for Fairy Xianxia. He smiled wryly and gave Baiqi a meaningful look. Clenching his jaw, Baiqi walked over to the square-faced man and stamped his feet hard twice. "Shut up, Yuan Fong. If you don't want your wife and children to be killed by 1,000 cuts, you better listen to me." Baiqi's temper flared up, and he sent another kick down at Yuan Fong's square face. Next, his foot pressed down on Yuan Fong's head a few times before viciously stepping on it. If you hadn't offended this senior, how could the Six Rivers city be plunged into such a calamity? Baiqi roared furiously. Fairy Xianxia had a very gentle smile on her face, like a young girl next door, as gentle and bright as a winter jasmine. But everyone could see that behind her gentle smile, there were the venomous fangs of a cobra, deadly enough to kill someone in an instant. The city lord, Yuan Fong, who had killed half of the people in the Six Rivers city with just one sentence, fell to the ground as if he had lost his parents. He stared blankly at Fairy Xianxia, who was smiling at him. Wuqi looked at the unlucky fellow with a little pity. He was already unlucky enough to be controlled by Zhang Yi and Baiqi in the dark, and in the end, he even brought 2 murderous stars to his doorstep. It was not something that an ordinary person could have. But when he looked at Zhang Yi and Baiqi, whose faces were also unsightly, Wuqi's mood suddenly became better. Yuan Fong is unlucky, but Zhang Yi and Baiqi are not any better. By the looks of it, the Six Rivers City is the stronghold that Daqin built on Panga continent. They must be very angry that I brought 2 murderous stars to my doorstep. Wuxia chuckled, then took 2 steps forward and said to Zhang, "Hey, old Mr. Zhang, as both seniors are severely wounded, we'd better clean up a courtyard for them to rest in. Bring me as many energy stones and immortal stones as you can find." Why are you staring at me like that? The world is vast, but seniors are the most seriously wounded. Why don't you go and prepare them? Xianxia and Baiqi were so angry that they almost coughed blood when they saw Wuqia shamelessly use the tiger's skin as a banner. Xianxia gave Wuqia a fierce look, then said in a deep voice, "Quickly clean up the City Lord Mansion and welcome seniors to stay in it. Give all the energy stones and other things in the storehouse to seniors, and give all the spirit herbs in the storehouse to seniors if they need them." Reverend Liang raised his head proudly, while Fairy Xiandai bowed to Zhang Yi smilingly and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Alas, so long as fellow Taoists don't leave the area within 5,000 kilometers of the city, then you will absolutely not have to worry about your lives. Fairy Xiandai smiled faintly and reminded, "Also, do not use any voice-transmitting formations or spirit talismans, as they are useless in front of me. All the official documents must be checked by me before they are sent out. If anyone dares to do anything unusual, don't blame me for being merciless. In fact, Xiandai is the most soft-hearted person in the world, and I don't even have the heart to kill." Zhang Yi and Baiqi's faces darkened, as they pretended that they did not hear the second half of Fairy Xiandai's words. How could someone who had killed several tens of thousands of people be considered soft-hearted? Baiqi was a man who had killed countless people, but even when he was killing, he would never be able to wear a smile on his face like Fairy Xiandai did. After some busy work, the not-so-large city Lord Mansion of the Six Rivers City was finally cleaned up, and Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai were given an abode located in the most secluded garden with the most beautiful scenery. In addition to that, several dozens of young serving maids were assigned to serve them. All sorts of energy stones, immortal stones, herbs, delicacies, and many other items that could be found in the Six Rivers City were sent to the abode. Fairy Xiandai did not waste her time. Tens of thousands of butterflies made of flesh and blood were wheeling gracefully around the Six Rivers City. Sure enough, she had taken control of the land within 10,000 miles, especially the sky above the city, where there were more than 10,000 butterflies hovering. The sunlight penetrated through the thin wings of these butterflies made of flesh and blood, and they actually glowed with rainbow light. This kind of magnificent and strange beauty was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart, so heavy that they couldn't breathe. In the great hall of the City Lord Mansion of the Six Rivers City, the puppet city lord, Yuan Fong, stood in a corner with a blank expression, lost in his own thoughts. But no one present would care about what he was thinking. In the cruel world of immortal cultivators, a weak existence like him was just a target to be bullied by others. No one would have any sympathy for him. The large chair at the center of the hall was empty. Wuqia sat on a row of chairs on the left, while Zhang Yi and Baiqi sat side by side opposite him. With a smile on his face, Wuqia looked at Zhang Yi and Baiqi, who were standing opposite him. Both of them had an expression as if they wanted to devour Wuqia alive. They were glaring fiercely at Wuqia, as if they really wanted to swallow him alive, then drag him into the latrine and let him be a companion of filthy things. "All right, don't stare at me so fiercely." Wuqia sighed helplessly. He grabbed Ao Buzin from his shoulder, coiled him around his finger, and slowly played with him like a child playing with an earthworm. Baiqi was so angry that his teeth were chattering. "Why did you come here?" he said through gritted teeth. Wuqia spread his arms, looked at Baiqi innocently, and said with a wry smile, "What an unexpected disaster. I was just passing by and had no idea that you were running a business here. In the end, I was robbed by those 2 fellows, and they forced me to work for them. I brought them here, but little did I know that this place is already under your control." Zhang Yi was trembling with anger. He pointed his finger at Wuxia and scolded, "Panga continent is a huge place, and you can go anywhere you like. Why did you have to come to the Six Rivers City? Do you know how much effort we have spent to control this place? Not only do we have to control this place secretly, but we also have to keep the common people and the officials of Mu province in the dark about what is going on here. And at the same time, we have to develop our overall strength in the dark. Do you think it is easy?" Wuxia felt that he was wronged as well. With a wry smile on his face, he looked at Xianxia and said with a sigh, "I didn't want to do that. Panga continent is a huge place, and I just randomly picked a direction. How could I know that I would bump into them?" The three of them stared at each other for a while. Finally, Wuxia said with a wry smile, "Serve them well. Those two fellows are being hunted by powerful enemies, and they are already frightened by the twang of a bowstring. If you show any unusual behavior, I'm afraid you will be killed. Perhaps those two seniors are listening to our conversation right now. I reckon that they have at least the cultivation base of gold immortals. With our overall strength, we'd better serve them obediently." Zhang Yi and Baichi exchanged a glance. After a long while, they finally heaved a sigh and slumped weakly on their seats. Inside the abode in the back garden, Reverend Liang and Fairy Xian nodded satisfyingly at the same time. Reverend Liang smiled and said, "This Reverend Black Dragon is a sensible man. Why don't we let him take care of the Six Rivers City for us during this period of time? We need a safe place to rest." Fairy Xiandai nodded and smiled. Then, streams of bright red blood oozed out of her 7 apertures at the same time. She coughed violently and said, "We have to rest well. As long as I can restore 30% of my energy, I'll be able to bring you out of here. But now I don't even have the strength to launch a single strike. We have to deter them, or else both you and I will be killed." Reverend Liang's facial muscles twitched. He gave Fairy Xiandai a glance, who lay motionless on the bed, and suddenly breathed out a deep sigh. Wuxia, Zhang Yi, and Baichi, who were sitting cross-legged in the great hall, heard Reverend Liang's voice ringing out in the air at the same time. From today onwards, Reverend Black Dragon will be the representative of the Six River City. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Here are 3 gold immortal talismans for Reverend Black Dragon's protection. 3 glinting golden immortal talismans appeared out of thin air, drifting over to Wuqi's heart. Wuqi received the talismans respectfully, rose to his feet, cupped his fist, and bowed deeply in the direction of the back garden. Instantly, Baichi and Zhang Yi's faces turned as unsightly as a dead man. Chapter 528. With a slight movement of his body, Wuqi absorbed the layer of dust into his body and was instantly devoured and transformed by the chaotic energy. At the level of the 7 foundation elevating technique, as long as Wuqi's body could withstand it, his fleshly body could absorb and transform anything, unless it was a frightening attack that could instantly kill him or a poisonous thing that could instantly poison him to death. As long as it didn't kill him on the spot, he could absorb and transform all the other attacks with his fleshly body. Wuqi didn't pay any attention to Ao Buzin, who was secretly curling up his anger. All he could do was focus on cultivating and improving his own cultivation base as quickly as possible. Ao Buzin coiled around Wuqi's shoulder, looked at Wuqi's face with his eyes tightly closed, laughed complacently, and said, "Lao Tzu has found herself a monster to be her master. TSK, it feels great to have a strong backing. In the future, with Lao Tzu as my master and my master as my master, my days are going to be great." Wuqi reached out a finger and lightly flicked Ao Buzin away. Amidst a shrill, whistling sound, Ao Buzin plunged headfirst into the wall of the chamber, with half of his body sticking into it. He wriggled and wriggled on the wall for a long time like a maggot, and only then did he finally manage to pull his body out. He had stopped cultivating the cultivation technique in his body, but the cultivation of his fleshly body was still progressing. In his spiritual ocean, Wuqi's innate chaotic divine soul kept waving his hand and drawing out countless mysterious runes of various sizes. Each rune contained a very strong power, and they were imprinted into every corner of Wuxi's body. Wuxi sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, specially prepared for him, and at the same time, he was practicing the 7 foundation elevating technique, the Song of Gale, the Dark Een Water Scripture, the Inferno Hell Fiend Scripture, the Inaction Dao Scripture, and many other secret cultivation techniques. At the same time, a dense purple mist was gathering on the surface of his body, constantly injecting into his body. Beneath his skin, large patches of dragon scales were faintly discernible, and a rich, true dragon aura was constantly emanating from his body. A series of cracking noise could be heard from inside his body. A.O. Buzin's body was growing bit by bit at a visible rate. Gnashing his teeth, he raised his pair of claws and clawed towards the sky. With a twisted face, he growled in a low voice, "Just you wait. Lao Tzu will never make the same mistake as he did back then. TSK, I must learn Master's innate escape technique. Let's see how the Western White Emperor's henchmen will discover that Lao Tzu was peeping at their little princess bathing." Currently, Wu Qi's spirit body was not very strong, so the negative energy he could withstand was not very strong. He mainly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Ordinary cultivators could only absorb spiritual energy of a certain attribute and turn it into their own cultivation base. Wu Qi's situation of absorbing spiritual energy regardless of its attribute had imperceptibly made his cultivation speed much faster than other cultivators. After grabbing A.O. Buzin and placing him on his shoulder, Wu Qi opened the stone door and walked out slowly. Wu Qi smiled inwardly. He knew that as long as he kept studying the true, profound meaning of chaos, he would be able to keep improving his cultivation base. A golden path was right in front of him. As mentioned in Scroll of Stealing, as long as one could reach the level of 7 foundation elevating technique, the speed of cultivation would be at a tremendous pace, and it would no longer be as arduous and difficult as when cultivating the 7 foundation elevating technique. Wu Qi pondered for a brief moment, then suddenly cried out, "Somebody, bring me to greet the 2 seniors. I want to know what they need." After attaining the chaotic spirit body, Wu Qi's intellect had reached an inhuman level. Coupled with the detailed descriptions of various Daos of heaven and earth found in many cultivation manuals, he had easily broken through the first 9 layers of Heaven Immortal Realm, and his overall strength had stabilized at the level of 27th tier Heaven Immortal. It seems Lao Tzu will be able to sweep across the world with his spear very soon. While exercising the dragon transformation script, A.O. Buzin looked up at the ceiling and murmured to himself, "How many years has it been since those old lovers of Lao Tzu? How many times have they cuckolded Lao Tzu? TSK, come to think of it, how many females had Lao Tzu hooked up with in those years? TSK, they should be married and have children by now, shouldn't they? I wonder which bastard has picked up Lao Tzu's leftovers." After forming the innate chaotic spirit body, the 7 foundation elevating technique had evolved into the 7 foundation elevating technique. Everything had gone through a very magical transformation. Natural energies, no matter what kind of natural energies they were, including all kinds of Een energies, evil energies, ghost energies, and fiend energies, could be absorbed by Wu Qi's body and gradually transformed into chaotic energies. Everything came from chaos, and naturally, everything could return to chaos. The innate chaotic spirit body could contain everything. Even the tiny wisp of energy when he broke through the realm of Heaven Immortal was devoured by Wu Qi's innate chaotic spirit body. As a result, he did not face any heavenly tribulation even when he broke through the realm of 27th tier Heaven Immortal. From this day onwards, Wu Qi was like a ghost in the heavenly Tao. Unless he did something that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate, it would be very difficult for the heavenly Tao to detect his existence. A.O. Buzin angrily waved his claws at Wu Qi, then sat down cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating the dragon transformation script, which was a secret technique of dragons. He knew all the cultivation techniques of the dragon transformation script very well, and he had a very rich experience in cultivating it. On top of that, he had borrowed the energy from Wuxia to form the body of a chaotic black dragon. Therefore, the speed at which he cultivated the dragon transformation script was 1,000 times faster than when he first started cultivating it. Heavy snow was falling from the sky, and the Six Rivers city was covered with a sheet of pure white. A long and thick stream of white mist sprayed out from his nostrils. Suddenly, Wu Qi's stiff body moved. He opened his eyes abruptly. A mass of chaotic starlight spun slightly in his eyes, unleashing an enormous suction force that devoured all the energies in the room and sent them into his mystic eyes of universe. More precisely, they were sent into his chaotic divine eyes. Two burly men came into the room. They gave Wuxia a glance, then brought him to the back garden. Green gusts of wind, white cold air, black fiend energy, and clouds of various colors were swirling and wheeling inside Wuxi's body. These clouds were produced from chaotic energy, and in the end, they returned to chaotic energy. The process of cultivation would not bring any improvement to Wuxi's cultivation base, but it allowed Wuxi to keep studying the profound principles of heaven and earth contained in these few cultivation techniques, fusing them into the chaotic void inside Wuxi's body. Daughter of so-and-so, celestial lord, granddaughter of so-and-so, immortal king, great-granddaughter of so-and-so, emperor, fiancé of so-and-so, crown prince. He did not need to separate the natural energies, nor did he need to purify and refine them. As long as the natural energies entered his body, they would immediately transform into chaotic energies and store in every corner of his body. There was no distinction between Jin Dan and nascent soul in his body. It was like an undeveloped chaotic space where chaotic energies were stored everywhere. There was no distinction between vital and non-vital parts of his body, and he no longer had any weakness in the conventional sense. A.O. Buzin began to list the names of his lovers in the past. If some of them were to be heard by others, it would definitely scare a group of people to death. Six Rivers City, City Lord Mansion. With a slight sway of his body, the chaotic energies in his body began to spin rapidly like a nebula, filled with a strange aura that could devour and destroy everything, yet at the same time, release and create everything. The mystery of chaos was just like the yin-yang principle of Taiji. All the mysteries could be used with a single thought. It was a profound mystery that could not be described with words. Then, there were the mystic eyes of universe, the Tao of primordial runes, the acquired magnetic grand magic, and many other powerful mystic techniques that he had stolen or robbed. At the same time, Wuxi was circulating all the mystic techniques in his body. Because his chaotic spirit body was all-encompassing, all sorts of mystic techniques were circulating in his body at the same time. There was no obstruction between them, and everything was as smooth as flowing water. Every time Wuxi circulated all sorts of mystic techniques, he would gain a deeper understanding of them. What a domineering scroll of stealing. The 7 Foundation Elevating Art. Only at this moment will I know the true joy of cultivation. 36th tier, 35th tier, 34th tier, 33rd tier. A strange laugh was heard coming from beneath his feet. Wuxi lowered his head and saw that A.O. Buzin had turned into an eel from a loach. Although he was an underdeveloped eel, his size had indeed increased by a lot. On top of that, although his size was extremely small, his cultivation base had broken through the realm of heaven immortal. He was a very hard-working fellow, and his innate talent and comprehensive ability could not be underestimated. In just 3 short months, he had regained his cultivation base of heaven immortal. The dragon transformation script had also improved to the same limit. At this point, Wuxi finally encountered the first minor bottleneck. Because of the skyrocketing chaotic energy, his fleshly body felt a little bloated and painful. Naturally, he stopped circulating all the mystic techniques in his body and just continued to maintain the tempering of his fleshly body. The Scroll of Stealing was not only about stealing all sorts of cultivation techniques and secret treasures, it was also about stealing a slim chance of survival from the heavenly Tao. This was the greatest secret of the Scroll of Stealing. Attracted by these runes, the mysterious purple mist in the surroundings kept being sucked into Wuxi's body, and the strength of his fleshly body skyrocketed. When his magic power and divine abilities reached the realm of 27th tier Heaven Immortal, his fleshly body had finally reached the limit of this stage. The true body of Heaven and Earth Scripture had improved his fleshly body to the level where he could fight against the 27th tier Heaven Immortal. All sorts of mystic techniques and divine abilities were circulating in his body, and his cultivation base was getting deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, the innate chaotic divine soul in Wuxi's mind gradually condensed into a golden figure, emanating a vast light. All sorts of profound principles of the heaven and earth, as well as the understanding of the heavenly Tao, were flowing into the golden figure like a stream of water. Wuxi's cultivation base kept growing, breaking through at an astonishing speed. The chaotic spirit body encompassed everything, and he could even cultivate both the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the dragon transformation script at the same time. By cultivating both cultivation techniques at the same time, Wuxi's fleshly body had the flexibility and agility of a human warrior, as well as the ability to control all sorts of natural phenomena like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning with the body of a dragon's. The combination of both cultivation techniques had made Wuxi's fleshly body much stronger than when he was cultivating either the true body of heaven and earth scripture or the dragon transformation script alone. As a result, all sorts of marks of the profound principles of the heaven and earth were gradually added to the chaotic energies in Wuxi's body. With these marks, Wuxi could better and faster use all sorts of divine abilities and techniques. And when he was fighting an enemy, he could use all sorts of ingenious maneuvers and make them faster and more dexterous. A layer of dust had piled up on the surface of his body. This time, he had been cultivating for at least 3 months. After retracting the chaotic airflow in his body, Wuxi casually extracted a thread of chaotic airflow and transformed it into an inferno, fiend, nascent soul. After that, he released the threads of fiend energy from his body and transformed back into the peak stage nascent soul fiend cultivator, Reverend Black Dragon. Chapter 529. Heavy snow kept falling from the sky, and the city lord mansion had been dyed white by the heavy snow. According to Wuxi's estimation, the temperature around the Six Rivers city had dropped to -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. However, countless armored soldiers were still stationed at all the important places of the city lord mansion. It was as if they could not feel the cold at all. They stood at their posts like iron pillars and did not even blink their eyes at the cold wind that came blowing at their faces. These were the Daqin iron armors personally trained by Baichi. They were made up of the indigenous people of Panga continent. In just 1 year in the Six Rivers city, as Wuxi followed 2 burly men and walked past these armored soldiers, he could feel the corner of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. In his eyes, these armored soldiers were as weak as ants, and he could crush them with just a finger. But the cold, killing intent emanating from them made Wuxi shudder. Damn Daqin! When it comes to the ability to fight a war, they are definitely the strongest among the 6 dynasties. Wuxi twitched his lips and nodded inwardly, thinking that it was fortunate that they were on Panga continent, where no matter how many low-grade soldiers there were, they could not decide the outcome of a war. Stepping through the snow, he walked into the back garden. A team of 12 serving maids was carrying some spirit fruits that only grew in the cold weather with white jade trays to Reverend Li Yong and Fairy Xiandai's residence. Wuxi stood before the entrance of the simply decorated but dignified abode and cried out in a deep voice, "Junior Black Dragon requests an audience with seniors." Very soon, Fairy Xiandai's voice was heard. "Black Dragon is here? Come in. I have something to tell you." Wuxi answered respectfully and strode into the abode. He walked around a screen, passed through a corridor and entered the inner chamber of the abode. The architectural style and decoration of the Yu dynasty were mainly ancient and conservative. Although it was called an abode, and although it was the inner chamber of the master, the furnishings were very simple. The only thing that looked luxurious was the 4 huge bronze incense burners placed at the 4 corners of the spacious inner chamber. Charcoal was burning in the burners, making the chamber as warm as spring and filling the air with a faint fragrance. Reverend Liang, clad in a green Taoist robe, was leaning against a soft couch. 4 naked girls were kneeling beside him, carefully trimming his fingernails. Fairy Xiandai, clad in a luxurious feather coat made of sparrow feathers, was sitting cross-legged on a bed made of cloud. She was holding a small wine cup in one hand and sipping some fine wine, while her other hand was pinching a snow-white spirit fruit that emanated a faint cold air. Wuxia walked into the inner chamber. He gave the 4 teenage girls standing next to Reverend Liang a look, then bowed to both of them and said, "Junior Black Dragon offers greetings to seniors." The glance just now had given Wuxia a faint killing intent. Clearly, the 4 girls had been used as cultivation vessels by Reverend Liang. Although they looked beautiful and young, their energy essence had been drained, and they only had 2 months left to live. Reverend Liang snorted coldly and said coolly, "I haven't seen you for 3 months, and yet you are not even as good as Zhang, Yi, and Baiqi. How dare you?" Fairy Xiandai giggled and said softly, "Well, Black Dragon is in a secluded cultivation to heal his injuries. Only when he is fully recovered will he be able to serve us better. Black Dragon, let me tell you something. Just tell me, Fairy," Wuxia said respectfully without hesitation. Fairy Xiandai was very satisfied with the attitude of a senior like Wuxia. She gave Wuxia a glance with her divine will, then nodded and said, "Your energy essence is full, and your cultivation base is at peak stage nascent soul realm. Not bad. If you can serve us well this time, you will definitely be rewarded when we return to our sect. Do you understand?" Wuxia bowed and said with a smile, "I understand. Please tell me what you want, Fairy. As long as it is an order from you, I dare not disobey." Fairy Xiandai smiled and said, "While you were in a secluded cultivation to heal your injuries, I've asked Zhang, Yi, and Baiqi to gather some men and send them out of the city to survey the mineral veins, extracting energy stones and immortal stones. They seem to be lying to me, as they have only found a small amount of energy stones and immortal stones. When will they be able to gather the amount I need?" Wuqi's heart gave a jerk. He had just escaped from Miaoying Palace and had been working as the supervisor of the mine for 2 to 3 years in that damnable place. Was he going to be asked to do the same job again? Sure enough, he heard Fairy Xiandai say, "Now that your injuries are fully healed, you can urge them to speed up the extraction of energy stones and immortal stones. If they are really playing tricks in a mine, try to slow down the speed of extraction. Kill them with the 3 talismans, and you will be in charge of the entire 6 River City." Wuxia cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Of course, I'll do my best to serve both seniors. If Zhang, Yi, and Baiqi dare to be disrespectful, I'll definitely teach them a lesson." After waiting for a while, and realizing that Fairy Xiandai had nothing else to tell him, Wuxia bowed and left the inner chamber. While frowning, Wuxia walked towards the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. Countless thoughts were tumbling in his mind. Why were Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai in such a hurry to collect energy stones and immortal stones? All of them had the cultivation base of gold immortals. If they did not have the help of good immortal pills and only relied on immortal stones and energy stones, it would take them a long time to recover from such severe injuries. If they were in such a hurry to collect energy stones and immortal stones, and if Zhang, Yi, and Baiqi were playing tricks in the last 3 months with Fairy Xiandai's character, she would have killed both of them herself long ago. They were merely heaven immortals who had just transcended their tribulation, and Fairy Xiandai could easily kill them. Why did she keep delaying until now? Why did she let me strike? There must be something fishy about this. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia walked into the main hall and sat straight on the large chair that belonged to the city lord of the Six River City. He cleared his throat and gave an order in a dignified manner. Please invite old Mr. Zhang Yi and General Baiqi here. I have something important to discuss with them. Through the front door of the main hall, Wuxia saw butterflies made of flesh and blood flying in the air amidst the heavy snow. However, Wuxia suddenly felt that these butterflies were lifeless, as if they were just floating in the air without any vitality. This is what Fairy Xianxia used to seal off the Six Rivers City and the surrounding 10,000 miles. After a brief moment of silence, Wuqi's eyes flickered. The sound of footsteps was heard, as Zhang Yi and Baiqi walked into the main hall one after another. When they saw Wuqi sitting upright on the big chair in the middle of the hall, they exchanged a glance, then gave Wuqi a slightly angry glare. Helplessly, they sat on the big chairs on both sides of the hall, one on the left and one on the right. Clearing his throat, Wuqi cupped his fist at Zhang Yi and Baiqi and said with a smile, "Both of you must be tired for the past 3 months." Baiqi snorted coldly, not bothering to reply. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi nodded at Wuqi smilingly and said, "You flatter me. Fellow Taoist, have you recovered from your secluded cultivation? Over the past 3 months, both seniors have asked us to mine the mineral veins, excavate energy, and immortal stones. But the Six Rivers City does not have a lot of manpower, and the speed of mining is not satisfactory to both seniors." Zhang Yi looked at Wuqi, his eyes flickering, as if there was a special charm in them. Wuqi looked at Zhang Yi, and he seemed to understand the meaning behind the flickering eyes. Zhang Yi and Baiqi were testing Reverendly Yang and Fairy Xianxia with some method. After a brief moment of silence, Wuqi gave Zhang Yi a deep look and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, I'll be in charge of all the matters related to both seniors. You just need to mobilize the manpower and listen to my orders. I've paid a visit to both seniors today, and I've found that you have not done enough." Baiqi glared at him and was about to curse. But when he saw the flickering eyes in Wuqi's eyes, Baiqi opened his mouth and sat back down angrily. He pointed a finger at Wuqi and cried out, "Since you are so capable, why don't you just do your job well? Stop making sarcastic remarks here." Wuqi tilted his head up and said with a cold grin, "Of course I'll do my job well. From today onwards, everyone in and out of the Six Rivers City, regardless of their age or gender, will listen to my orders. All the old and weak will go out of the city to collect all kinds of spirit fruits for both seniors to enjoy. All the young and strong, including the soldiers in the city, will start mining the mineral veins, collecting enough energy and immortal stones for both seniors as soon as possible." Intentionally or unintentionally, Wuqi emphasized the word enough, hoping that Zhang Yi and Baiqi could understand him. At the same time, Wuqi blinked his eyes rapidly, a look of worry in his eyes. He wanted to tell Zhang Yi and Baiqi that both of them were immortals who killed without batting an eyelid. If they were impatient, they would definitely kill them to establish their authority. Wuqi would not feel a heartache if Zhang Yi and Baiqi were killed, but it would not be good if he, Wuqi, was caught in the crossfire. Zhang Yi and Baiqi stared at Wuqi. At last, they rose to their feet together, bowed to Wuqi, and said, "If so, it all depends on what fellow Taoist is going to do." Wuqi nodded deeply. He breathed out a sigh of relief inwardly, as it seemed like both of them had understood his words. Taking a deep breath, Wuqi cupped his fist and said to the ceiling, "Seniors, are you satisfied with what I've done?" Not long after that, Reverendly Yang's voice was heard. "Very good. That's what you've done. We are now accumulating energy stones and immortal stones to heal our wounds. If the energy stones and immortal stones you've given us do not satisfy us, we will have no choice but to kill all of you, a bunch of useless fools." With a faint smile on his face, Wuqi cupped his fist and said respectfully to the ceiling, "I'll definitely do my best to satisfy both seniors." Under Wuqi's lead, all the residents of the entire Six Rivers city and the over 100 villages in the surrounding area were mobilized. The people on Panga continent had a very strong physique. On a cold winter day, regardless of their age or gender, they could go out to work. Although it was extremely tiring, their lives were not in danger. Tens of thousands of old and weak people were sent out by Wuxia to collect all kinds of spirit fruits and herbs. While under the unified command of Wuxia and Xianxia, the rest of the young and strong people were sent to an energy stone vein that had already been explored and began to mine energy stones with all their might. 200,000 people worked with all their might, and in just a few days, spirit fruits and herbs that piled up like a small hill were sent back to the Six River City. A few days later, a large amount of energy stones and immortal stones were sent to Reverend Li Yang and Fairy Xiandai. Both of them were overjoyed, and their attitude toward Wuqi became even better. Wuqi also noticed that these energy stones and immortal stones were not used by them to heal their wounds or cultivate their cultivation. Instead, they were all given to Fairy Xiandai. That made Wuqi feel even more confident. Chapter 530. Served carefully by Wuqi and Xianxia, Reverend Li Yang and Fairy Xiandai lived a carefree life in the Six River City. Amidst Wuqi's respectful smile, plates of spirit fruits, plates of delicately prepared delicacies, and pots of fragrant wine were sent into the stomachs of Reverend Li Yang and Fairy Xiandai. Although they were gold immortals, immortals still had a craving for good food. They had no resistance to spirit fruits, the various delicacies made from them, and the fine wines brewed from them. Together with the wine and delicacies, there were also energy stones and immortal stones that piled up like a small hill. Over 100,000 strong youths of the Six River City were employed to carry out a destructive mining operation on a few veins near the city. Among them were Wuqi, a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator, Zhang-Yi and Baiqi, 2 heaven immortals, and nearly 10,000 formidable warriors who practiced the cultivation techniques of the human race. In just 2 months, the energy stones and immortal stones had reached several 100,000. Fairy Xiandai's smile grew gentler and more beautiful. Finally, on this day when winter was about to end and spring was about to arrive on Panga continent, Fairy Xiandai summoned Wuqi and the others, and ordered Zhang-Yi and Baiqi to gather all the people of the Six Rivers City around the city, waiting for her orders. Reverend Li Yang and Fairy Xiandai, who had been cooped up in their abode for a few months, had put on brand-new gorgeous robes and were standing at the entrance to the main hall of the City Lord Mansion, looking down at Wuqi, Zhang-Yi, and Baiqi with a smile on their faces. Fairy Xiandai clapped her hands and bowed gracefully to Wuqi and the others. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists," she said with a gentle smile. "Without your help, I have no idea when my husband and I would have been able to escape from this calamity." Reverend Li Yang smiled as well, then said gently, "Thinking back to a few months ago, we were indeed in a difficult situation. Fellow Taoist Xiandai and I." Fairy Xiandai gave Reverend Li Yang a fierce glare. Reverend Li Yang quickly corrected himself and said, "My wife and I were indeed in a difficult situation at that time. I was chased to the point where I had nowhere to go. I didn't even dare to rashly enter a city when I passed by a town of any size. I was afraid that the news would leak." Fairy Xiandai hugged Reverend Li Yang's left arm and said softly, "The heaven has taken pity on us. We have met fellow Taoist Black Dragon. I asked fellow Taoist Black Dragon to come to Six Rivers City to investigate this matter. If the warrant for our arrest has already arrived, then we'll naturally have to flee. Fortunately, this place has already been occupied by Zhang-Yi and Baiqi." Wuqi sighed softly. He put his hands in his sleeves and looked at Zhang-Yi. Zhang-Yi took a step forward and said coolly, "This minister will help you finish the rest. The two of you found out that the Six Rivers City has been occupied by the Daqin army and is now the territory of the cultivators. So, you stayed here to collect immortal stones and spirit stones. I believe you're not going to use those things to heal your wounds, but to escape from Panga continent. Am I right? Fairy Xiandai looked at Zhang Yi with surprise. She nodded her head like a cute girl next door and praised, "Fellow Taoist Zhang Yi is very clever. How do you know that we are collecting energy stones and immortal stones to escape from Panga continent? How do you know that we can escape from here without using the interstellar teleportation formation?" Baichi snorted coldly and said in a low, muffled voice, "Don't you dare underestimate us. Your scheme is nothing in our eyes. I don't know what kind of divine ability or mystic technique you have, but do you think you are the only one who knows about a technique that can allow us to travel across the void without using a teleportation formation?" Wu Qi's ears pricked up immediately. Does anyone in Daqin Dynasty know about a technique that can allow us to travel across the void without using a teleportation formation? Doesn't this mean that it is more powerful than any escape technique? Even the Scroll of Stealing did not mention about this mystic technique. Could it be another technique invented by an immortal cultivator after the senior mentioned in the Scroll of Stealing? Fairy Xiandai turned to look at Baichi in surprise. Her smiling face gradually turned cold as she cried out coldly, "I can't believe you know about the energy transference and energy gathering true form void treading grand divine ability. It looks like your foundation is not as simple as it seems. If that is the case, don't blame me, Xiandai. Initially, I felt a little guilty for killing you and taking your blood essence to help me recover my energy. But now, since you want to kill me to silence me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wu Qi, Zhang Yi, and Baichi were laughing coldly. Even the dozens of deputies behind Baichi and the dozens of subordinates behind Zhang Yi were laughing coldly at the same time. Fairy Xiandai had long planned to kill them to silence them, and at the same time seize their blood essence to recover her energy. So, what she said now was no different from burying one's head in the sand. Fairy Xiandai's behavior was full of hypocrisy. How could Wu Qi and the others not laugh at her pretentious behavior? Fairy Xiandai's face turned pale with anger when she heard the mocking laughter. Narrowing her eyes, she cried out softly, "Don't laugh, all right? You are all going to die soon, but death can be divided into a quick and painful death. Why don't you let Xiandai kill you quickly and painfully?" Wu Qi sighed faintly, shaking his head and saying, "Seniors." "No, fellow Taoists, do you still have the strength to kill me?" Xiandai giggled, twisting her slender waist as she said mockingly, "Strength to kill? Do you really need to?" She took a deep breath, and her face fell instantly. Over the past few months, as she was severely injured, she had never used her immortal energy. Reverend Liang, on the other hand, had plucked several hundred girls and managed to recover some of his strength. Usually, he was the one who used his energy to guard against the others. Just now, when Xiandai was about to use her immortal energy, a cold breeze rushed out from her lower abdomen and spread to every corner of her body in a flash. The terrifying cold air was like a nine-headed serpent that quickly froze her body. The last trace of immortal power in her body was frozen and shattered. Even her immortal soul was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse, as if it would be extinguished at any time. What the hell is this? Not only Fairy Xiandai, even Reverend Liang was screaming with fear. At the moment, Reverend Liang was in a worse condition than Fairy Xiandai. Large sheets of white frost had formed on the surface of his skin, and just when he roared, more than half of his body was sealed in a thin layer of ice. Wisps of cold breeze kept bursting out from the top of his head, while tiny ice crystals slowly drifted down from the top of his head. Zhang Yi and Baichi pointed a finger at Wu Qi at the same time and said with a wry smile, "This is Wu Qi's doing. We have no idea how he did it." Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai glared at Wu Qi at the same time and cried out at the same time, "Is your name not Reverend Black Dragon?" Wu Qi rolled his eyes, sneered, and snapped at both of them. "Didn't your parents tell you not to believe the words of strangers you meet on the street? How can you be so naive? I brought a black dragon with me. and I call myself Reverend Black Dragon. Do you really believe me? If I brought your father with me and called myself Dao's father, wouldn't you address me as fellow Dao's father as well? Reverend Liang and Fairy Xian Dai trembled with rage. They glared at Wuxia with their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Wuxia sighed faintly, shaking his head and saying, "Do you know how you ended up in this situation today?" As he spoke, Wuxia moved backward with a smile on his face, while Zhang Yi and Baichi followed suit. Very soon, they were far away from the Six Rivers City. Led by many soldiers, the 200,000 people of the Six Rivers City outside the city had long retreated in all directions. Using all kinds of mounts and chariots, they soon retreated to a faraway place. Standing on a small hill about 100 miles away from the city gate, Wuxia exercised his chaotic divine eyes and looked over at Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai. He laughed aloud and said, "Don't you think that ever since I personally took charge of your daily meals, you have rarely consumed spirit fruits directly? Instead, what we offer you is a mixture of spirit fruit soup." Fairy Xiandai's voice was heard coming from afar as well. "Although it is a mixture of spirit fruit soup and all kinds of dishes, as I am an expert in the Tao of alchemy, these soup and dishes are not poisonous." Wu Qi said with a strange voice, "Indeed, those soup and dishes are not poisonous. But when the soup and dishes served today are mixed with the soup and dishes served 7 days later, they will produce a trace of poison. When the soup and dishes served on the 2nd day are mixed with the soup and dishes served on the 9th day, they will produce a trace of poison as well. When the soup and dishes served on the 3rd day are mixed with the soup and dishes served on the 18th day, they will produce a trace of poison as well. Unless you can refine all the medicinal properties of the spirit fruits as soon as possible every time, the medicinal properties will accumulate in your body, and sooner or later, they will turn into a lingering compound poison. But as you're severely wounded, you have never gone into secluded cultivation, and you have never exercised your cultivation base to refine these soup and dishes. As a result, the delicacies you eat every day have turned into a deadly poison that can corrode your bones and enter your intestines. Actually, it only took me 24 days to plant the Dark Een Soul captivating powder in your body. Are you familiar with the name?" Wu Qi laughed complacently. Using the formula of the Dark Een Soul captivating powder found in Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, together with the technique of venomous insect he inherited from Princess Zhonglu, and the numerous spirit herbs of ice element that grew in the cold and snowy land around the Six River City, he was finally able to concoct the Dark Een Soul captivating powder and plant it into their bodies. How could he not feel proud when he had managed to defeat 2 gold immortals with such an ingenious plan? Just like the Dark Een Soul captivating powder. The Dark Een Soul captivating powder was a vicious poison that could strike terror into the hearts of many gold immortals and heaven immortals. Fairy Xiandai used to be a good friend of Lady Dark Goldwater, and Reverend Liang used to travel with her. How could they not know the name of this deadly poison? It was also one of the 2 trump cards of Dark Een Sky Water Palace that could strike fear into one's heart. Dark Een Soul captivating powder. Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai were struck dumb for a full 15 minutes before they cried out as if they had just seen a ghost. Fairy Xiandai cried out fiercely, "Dark Een Heaven Water Palace? You are from Dark Een Sky Water Palace? How did you happen to bump into us? Is Lady Divine Water here to deal with us? Is she the one who is plotting against us? But only the 2 of us know that we have killed Lady Dark Goldwater. Who else would know that we are the ones who killed her?" Fairy Xiandai roared hoarsely, her mind on the verge of collapse. Wu Qi shook his head and said coolly, "Now you can die." With a flip of his palm, Wu Qi produced the 3 gold immortal talismans given to him by Reverend Liang. Chapter 531. Clutching the 3 gold immortal talismans in his hand, Wu Qi threw them towards the Six River City. As soon as the talismans were thrown out, they exploded into a ball of flame that measured about 10 feet in circumference bursting like a pig's urine bubble. After that, there was no more movement. Wuxia was struck dumb, and so were the people around him. In the city, Reverend Liang let out a shrill laugh and said, "Fools! It was not easy for me and Xianxia to escape to this place. How do we possibly have 3 gold immortal talismans with us? All our talismans and magical treasures have been used up during the pursuit. These 3 talismans are just something I concocted at the last minute to fool you." Reverend Liang's words made Wuqi's eyelids twitch with anger. Over the past few months, he had kept the 3 gold immortal talismans with great care, but it turned out that they were just 3 silver spear tips. Off to the side, Xianxia and Baiqi were chuckling complacently. They did not expect that the 3 gold immortal talismans were fake items with no power at all. For some reason, Xianxia and Baiqi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and the way they looked at Wuqi was a little unfriendly. With a cold snort, Wuqi stared at the 6 Rivers City 100 miles away and said ferociously, "Let's see how much combative strength you have even without these talismans." A very thin sheet of black light burst out from under his feet, and Wuqi's body abruptly rose into the sky. Accompanied by a muffled, buzzing noise, the surrounding natural energy suddenly began to tremble violently. Large sheets of earthy yellow gas burst out from the ground and rushed into Wuqi's body, then transformed into glistening black magnetic force and shot whistling out. At the side, Zhang Yi's expression changed and became extremely ugly. It was his most powerful divine ability, the acquired magnetic grand magic, and Wuqi had forcibly snatched it away from him. When he saw Wuqi fighting the enemy with the divine ability he was most familiar with, Zhang Yi felt as if a pool of blood was about to burst out of his chest. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, dozens of black sword beams, each about 10 feet long, condensed around Wuqi. Wuqi had his divine will locked onto Reverend Liang and Fairy Xianxia. With a thought in his mind, several dozens of dark beams tore through the void, producing a buzzing noise that could only be heard when magnetic forces stirred the heaven and earth energy. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived before Reverend Liang and Fairy Xianxia. Suddenly, a great sheet of black light burst out of them, and with Reverend Liang and Fairy Xianxia as the center, the ground around them began to collapse rapidly. Followed by a thunderous, rumbling noise, half of the 6 Rivers City collapsed for miles, turning the city into a deep pit. Zhang Yi and Baiqi's faces twitched violently. This was the foundation they controlled, the foundation of their Daqin. Fairy Xianxia let out a shrill cry. The immortal energy in her body had been messed up by the dark in-soul cultivation powder, and she could not muster up any immortal energy in such a short time. She could only use her divine will to control the several tens of thousands of butterflies flying around the 6 Rivers City to fly toward her. In just a blink of an eye, the butterflies had arrived next to Fairy Xianxia and Reverend Liang. Fluttering in the air, they formed a profound formation around them. The magnetic sword beams hacked and slashed at the formation, producing large ripples in the void. The air had formed an invisible barrier that kept the sword beams away. Protected by the formation, both of them hovered above the collapsed 6 River City. Countless butterflies were fluttering around them, glinting beautifully under the sunlight. "Ignorant Junior, if you dare to touch even a single hair of mine, I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces and kill your entire clan." Blood kept trickling down from the corner of Fairy Xianxia's mouth. In fact, when she bumped into Wuqi, she was just an empty shell, and nearly all her energy essence had been scattered. Now, she could not muster up the last bit of immortal energy, so she was completely relying on the last bit of soul essence left in her immortal soul to control these butterflies. Every time the magnetic force collided with the butterfly, it was equivalent to directly bombarding the essence of her immortal soul. With every collision, her immortal soul would become a little more scattered, and with every collision, her mind would become a little more dizzy. As long as Wuqi continued to attack, he would certainly be able to torture a 7th-tier gold immortal to death. Reverend Liang was scared out of his wits. He threw his arms around Fairy Xiandai and cried, "Xiandai, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked you for help. Otherwise, you would still be living a carefree life in that minor feather heavenly realm. Why are you in this situation now?" Fairy Xiandai clenched her jaws and snapped, "Cut the nonsense. Since I've come here to save you, we have to get out of here alive. Damn it, you really are poisoned by the darking poison. Did you really not tell those bitches you hooked up with about Lady Dark Goldwater in those years?" Even as she spoke, several dozens of sword beams slashed at the butterflies, shattering them into pieces. Suddenly, blood trickled down from Fairy Xiandai's nostrils. Reverend Liang was horrified. How could I tell such a serious matter? Lady Divine Water is only one step away from becoming a primordial immortal. How could I tell her something so serious? While swearing to Fairy Xiandai that he did not reveal the secret, Reverend Liang was trying his best to recall if he had accidentally told one of his confidants about the secret. Hovering in midair, Wuxia controlled the acquired magnetic sword energies to launch a fierce attack at Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai. Although Fairy Xiandai's butterfly formation had protected both of them, Wuqi's chaotic divine eyes were very powerful. He could tell that Fairy Xiandai was at the end of her tether and was only defending with the last thread of her soul power. With a cold snort, Wuqi extended his left hand and clenched his fist. Immediately, the surrounding air began to swirl, and a vast force of wind quickly gathered in his palm. Using the divine ability of extracting the force of the wind from the Song of Gale and condensing it into the energy of the astral wind, Wuqi exercised the divine ability of controlling the astral wind to attack the enemy. In just a blink of an eye, a wind rope, several tens of feet tall and as thick as a thumb, was formed in his palm, twisting and turning like a flood dragon. Holding the tail of the wind rope with his left hand, Wuqi swung it forcefully toward the Six Rivers City as if he was controlling a long whip. A series of ear-splitting whistling noises of the wind rang out as the thin wind rope transformed into a black hurricane that measured about 1 mile in diameter. Countless wind pillars and whirlwinds surged rapidly within the over 100 miles long black hurricane, filling the air with deafening whistling noises. The wind pillars and whirlwinds rubbed against each other like countless lofty mountains crashing into each other, producing a deafening rumble that sounded no different from a thunderclap. The strong wind tore the air apart and rolled up a large windstorm. Countless crops that were about to ripen in the farmland near the Six Rivers City were uprooted by the strong wind, sucked into the windstorm, and sent flying in all directions. Meanwhile, several hundred waterspouts emerged on the surface of the Great Lake next to the Six Rivers City, pulling a large amount of lake water up into the sky and forming a huge water ball that measured about 100 miles in diameter. As the waterspouts were sucking the lake water in such a rapid manner, the surface of the lake dropped by several tens of feet, exposing a large patch of pitch-black mud underneath. A loud boom echoed out as the hurricane, transformed from the wind rope, smashed onto the ground. The entire Six Rivers City, as well as all the farmland within 100 miles, was torn to shreds by the wind pillars and whirlwinds. Everything was shredded into the tiniest grains of sand. 36 gusts of wind hidden in the black hurricane slashed viciously at Fairy Xiandai's butterfly formation like 36 sharp blades. Buzz! 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 36 loud booms echoed out in a row. One after another, the gusts of wind shattered in front of the formation, and the butterfly formation exploded one after another. Fairy Xiandai's eyes bulged to the size of an inch. Her fair and delicate skin was torn apart inch by inch, and with her flesh and blood flying in all directions, she looked as miserable as a female ghost. She could no longer return to the image of a beautiful woman as gentle as water. Before Fairy Xiandai could recover from a shock, Wuqi reached his right hand toward the 100 miles in diameter water ball in the sky and clenched his fist. Abruptly, The water ball collapsed inwardly until it was only about 1 mile in diameter, and the once white and bright water turned into a magnificent purple-blue color. The spell of turning water into ice found in the Dark water scripture was activated, and the water ball immediately turned into a purple-blue ice ball. The magnetic force dragged the ice ball and sent it plummeting down from the sky with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Although the ice ball was over 30 miles above the ground, accelerated by the magnetic force, it only took it 1/100th of a second to smash into Fairy Xiandai's butterfly formation. The ice ball was heavy, hard, cold, and traveling at an incredible speed. Xianxia and Baiqi saw a purple-blue light flash across the sky, and then, with the Six Rivers city as the center, the ground within 100 miles of the city suddenly sank. Amidst the deafening rumble, a plume of purple smoke towered up into the sky. But when it rose less than 1 mile into the sky, it was frozen into ice crystals by the extremely cold energy contained in the broken ice ball. Reverend Liang and Fairy Xiandai cried out at the same time, "It is indeed the divine ability of turning water into ice found in the Dark water scripture." Reverend Liang stared at the sky in despair. He really thought that Lady Divine Water had sent an expert to avenge her disciple. Suddenly, Fairy Xiandai grabbed Reverend Liang's neck and gave him a few dozens of slaps with the back of her hand. She roared hoarsely, "Swear, swear with your natal primordial spirit that you love me, that you will love me for the rest of your life, that you will love me in countless reincarnations, that you will never hook up with those sluts again, and that you will never touch any other woman except for me. Swear it now, or else I'll kill you right here." Reverend Liang was wild with joy. Did he still have a chance to escape? Without hesitation, he swore the oath as fast as he could. Fairy Xiandai gave a shrill cry as all her immortal body below her neck shattered at the same time, turning into a large sheet of blood mist that enveloped Reverend Liang and her beautiful head. "Reverend Black Dragon, Wuxia, I don't care what your name is, I'll never let you go." Suddenly, countless immortal stones and energy stones shot out from around Fairy Xiandai's body, which she had acquired after countless years of laborious cultivation, in exchange for an enormous power. In just a blink of an eye, all the immortal energy and natural energy gushed out from them, fusing into the blood mist that Fairy Xiandai had transformed into. Countless blood-colored runes condensed and formed into a huge, three-dimensional formation in the void. A jade-colored butterfly flashed and vanished into thin air. Wuxia spread his divine will, covering an area of millions of miles in just a flash. But he could not find any trace of Fairy Xiandai or Reverend Liang's aura. Wuqi's face darkened. If he did not kill the snake, he would be harmed. The blood feud was set in stone this time. Just as Wuxia was thinking about how to eliminate the root of the problem, Zhang, and Baiqi had surrounded him with dozens of subordinates. Chapter 532. Initially, the city was in good condition, with all the buildings neatly built by Chi-Chi. But now, the entire city was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a huge pit, about 100 miles deep and 40 to 50 miles in diameter. The water from the lake next to it was pouring into the pit. Judging from this, it wouldn't take long before the Six Rivers city would be renamed to Six Rivers Lake. Tens of Baiqi subordinates drew their weapons at the same time, emanating a towering, murderous aura as they took a step closer to Wuxia. Among these tens of Daqin generals, a small half had already transcended their heavenly tribulations and become heaven immortals. However, before Wuxia, who possessed the fleshly body and magical power of a 27th tier heaven immortal, they were just too weak. With a blink of his body, Wuxia took a step forward and pressed his palm onto Baiqi's palm. He stared at Baiqi from a close distance, smiled coldly, and said, "Prince of Wuan, great General Baiqi, it's better if you don't draw your sword. If you don't, we can still coexist peacefully. If you dare to draw your sword, I swear I'll slaughter all 200,000 people in your Six Rivers city and kill all the over 10,000 warriors under your command." Xianxia opened his mouth and was about to bargain with Wuxia, but Wuxia said impatiently, "I won't do any harm to your Daqin generals. In short, I'll give you 3 chances. Xianxia Baiqi, if I need your help, just help me 3 times with all your might." He stared fixedly at Wuxia, especially at Ao Buzin, who had fallen back onto Wuqi's shoulder. "You're just a nascent soul cultivator?" Xianxia cried out in a deep voice. Originally, Wuxia was going to reason with Xianxia and Baiqi, explaining his difficulties. But suddenly, he realized that this was the world of cultivators, and he, Xianxia, and Baiqi were all cultivators. Therefore, he would solve the problem with the rules of cultivators. Whoever's fist was bigger was the one who was right, the one who was the law. Explain? How could he explain anything to Xianxia and Baiqi, who were far inferior to him and could be killed with a finger? The crops, which were supposed to have a bountiful harvest, were destroyed by a few powerful spells of Wuxia. Not even a single grain of rice was left, and everything was buried in a messy soil. A few villages closest to the Six Rivers city had completely vanished without a trace. All the livestock in the villages, such as pigs, dogs, cows, and horses, had been ripped to shreds by a few powerful magical spells, mixing with the soil. Xianxia and Baiqi looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They gritted their teeth and agreed to Wuqi's conditions. Cackling, he activated the Inferno Hell Devil scripture. Once again, a new Inferno Hell Devil infant emerged in Wuqi's body. Dense fiend energy emanated from his body, and black smoke surrounded Wuqi. A circle of fiend runes appeared behind his head, within which a few faintly visible fiend runes were flashing. Wuqi chuckled and said, "Now, my cultivation base is at the peak of nascent soul realm. I'm a fiend cultivator." Xianxia and Baiqi turned their heads with difficulty and looked at each other. Baiqi grabbed the hilt of his sword, feeling a little embarrassed and angry. Wuqi laughed loudly. A white cloud shot out from under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. Xianxia and Baiqi thought to themselves that even if they were not much stronger than Meng Zhang, they had only transcended the heavenly tribulation and become heaven immortals a few years earlier than Meng Zhang. Xianxia pointed at the mess and said angrily, "Before we came here, the 200,000 people in the Six Rivers city had spent decades of hard work to build this little foundation. This Six Rivers city could have become a solid stronghold for me, Daqin, on Panga continent, and when His Majesty comes here in the future, I, Daqin, will be able to expand the territory and rule the world. But look at this. Look at what you have done to our painstaking efforts." The Inferno Hell Devil infant flew out of his body, transforming into a plume of dark smoke and wheeling around Wuqi. Suddenly, Wuqi grabbed the Inferno Hell Devil infant and tore it into 2 pieces with a strange cry. A great amount of dark fiend energy burst out of the Inferno Hell Devil infant. Wuqi gave a miserable shriek and cried out, "I'm finished. My nascent soul is destroyed by myself. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Behind Baiqi, an armored soldier, standing over 10 feet tall and burly like a wild boar, let out a furious cry as he pulled out a one-handed halberd and swung it down towards Wuqi's head. The burly man thrust the halberd with his right hand, while pushing his left palm outward. A pitch-black palm thunder shot out and went straight towards Wuqi's chest. The man's attack was clean and simple, without any sloppy tricks. Obviously, it was a skill he had tempered on the battlefield, and not the combat quality of those cultivators who only cultivated in cave abodes for show. Xianxia was shocked, while the corner of Baiqi's eyes twitched. This burly man, Meng Zhang, was Baiqi's trusted general. About 1 year ago, he had transcended his heavenly tribulation and become a heaven immortal. His moves were simple, but they had been personally taught by Baiqi. They were the most powerful and effective methods on the battlefield. The palm thunder was formed by gathering the resentment and the aura of death left behind by countless people before they were killed. It was called the Army Breaching Thunder of Slaughter, and it possessed a very strong power. But how could Wuxia neutralize it so easily? Humming a tune and flying tens of thousands of li, Wuxia suddenly stopped on the cloud and swore angrily. You dare to threaten this king? Baichi was so angry his eyes were about to crack. His right hand suddenly swung, wanted to draw his sword and decide victory with Wuxia. Opening his mouth, under the stone-like gazes of Xianxia, Baichi, and the others, Wuxia swallowed the 2 pieces of the Yuanying and large amounts of energy into his mouth. He gave a satisfied burp. He spread his hands and smiled faintly. Actually, I cultivate a Buddhist cultivation method. It is ever-changing, and only my appearance is revealed. Fellow Taoists, you have been blinded by appearance. What the naked eye sees is nothingness. Only by having a firm heart can one reach Bodhi. Wuxia chuckled. The purgatory demon nascent soul in his body suddenly disintegrated. The chaotic energy returned to various parts of his body, and a strange aura spread out of his body. He looked at the stunned Xianxia and Baichi and said with a smile, Now, my cultivation is at the peak of the Khanate realm. Wuxia looked at the stunned Xianxia and Baichi and said with a smile, Look, I self-destructed my Jin Dan, but I'm fine. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Wuxia let go of Baichi, took a few steps back, cupped his fist, and bowed to Zhang Yi with a smile on his face. Wuxia snorted coldly. Suddenly, a crystal-clear ice shield appeared in front of him. When the pitch-black thunder palm touched the Xinbing shield, it was frozen into a ball of ice by the cold air before it could explode. When the one-handed halberd of the burly man was still 3 feet away from Wuxia's head, Ao Buzin, who was lying on Wuxia's shoulder, leaped up lazily, flicked his little tail, and sent the one-handed halberd flying far away. A large piece of skin on the burly man's palm was scratched, and blood dripped down from the wound. The chaotic energy condensed in his body, and a Jin Dan, which was based on the dark Yin water meridian, suddenly formed. Wisps of Jin Dan energy sprayed out from his body. Wuxia smiled complacently and said, Now, I have the cultivation base of Jin Dan. He opened his mouth, and the cold, purple-blue Jin Dan suddenly shot out from his mouth. Wuxia weighed the chicken-sized Jin Dan in his palm, then suddenly threw the Jin Dan away like throwing a stone. Zhang Yi bowed back and said coolly, Duke of Tianyun, the 6 Rivers City is in urgent need of reconstruction. It is not suitable to entertain an honorable guest in the wilderness. Please help yourself. Wuxia shook his head. He really did not mean it. Although he was the Duke of Great Yin, he really did not mean to make things difficult for Daqin. Originally, with the 6 Rivers Lake as the center, over 100 miles of fertile farmland had collapsed to a depth of tens of miles. It was impossible for ordinary people to farm on such a land. It was simply an extra-large crater. Suddenly, Wuxia let out a strange laugh. He clasped his hands behind his back and said coolly, If you did not surround me just now, things could still be discussed. But since you have attacked me, how can I leave so easily? In short, if you don't want to die, you, Baichi, will have to bow your head and obey my orders 3 times. If you agree, I'll leave immediately. If not, I'll strike right away and kill all the living beings in the 6 Rivers City. With a cold snort, Wuxia dragged Baichi and spun rapidly in all directions. Casually, he waved his fingers and shattered the weapons held in the hands of these captains. These weapons were all excellent magical treasures and energies, but before Wuxia's strong fleshly body, they were as fragile as tofu. But with Wuxia's current strength, how could Baichi, who had just stepped into the realm of Heaven Immortal, be a match for him? Wuxia's palm did not budge. No matter how hard Baichi struggled, he could not move his palm at all. Wuxia stared coldly at Baichi and warned again, If you dare to strike, I'll kill all the living beings in the 6 Rivers City. Baichi, don't be so shameless. Just as he finished his last sentence, Wuxia suddenly burst into a loud laughter. He turned to Zhang Yi and Baichi and said, I made a mistake again. Why should I reason with you? I, old fogey Zhang, Baiqi, you boorish fellows, I've destroyed your six-river city. What do you do to me? I've intentionally lured Reverend Li Yang and Fairy Xiandai to the six-river city. What can you do to me? Wu Qi grinned and gave the current six-river city a glance. He would not have known if he did not look at it, but when he did, he felt a little embarrassed. Looking at Zhang Yi in surprise, Wu Qi smiled bitterly and said, Old Mr. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Over the past few months, we've been on the same boat through thick and thin. It took us a lot of effort to escape from the hands of those two gold immortals. Don't tell me it is the tradition of Daqin to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Smiling bitterly, Wu Qi spread his arms and said helplessly, I have no other choice. In order to deal with those two gold immortals, I have no choice but to use such a heavy attack. I don't have a single coin with me now, and I can't afford the compensation. What do you think? With Wu Qi's current arm strength, with just a casual wave of his hand, the Jin Dan flew dozens of miles away. With a thought in Wu Qi's mind, the Jin Dan smashed into a small dirt mound and exploded. The violent force of the explosion destroyed everything within tens of miles, leaving behind a large pit several miles deep in the ground. With the promise of help from Zhang Yi and Baiqi, as well as Lao Ai and Duke of Longyang, who had boarded Wu Qi's pirate ship, and Su Qin, who was guarding in his city, Wu Qi was in a good mood. He felt that everything before his eyes was so pleasing to the eye, and he could not be happier. After witnessing everything, Zhang Yi suddenly cried out, Enough! We are no match for Duke of Tianyan. Zhang Yi clenched his jaws tightly, causing a strand of his beard to twitch. He pointed in the direction of the Six Rivers city and bellowed, What are you doing? Going through thick and thin together? Helping each other in the same boat? Ah, bullshit. Even Zhang Yi, who had always been gentle and elegant, could not help but curse. If not for you, would the Six Rivers city attract those two calamities? If not for you, would the Six Rivers city end up like this? Zhang Yi and Baiqi's faces turned extremely unsightly, especially Baiqi, whose body was trembling with anger. 3 chances to bow down and obey his orders? How could they, who were proud and arrogant, swallow their pride? He was lost. Where was this Six Rivers city located on Panga continent? How could he return to the territory of Zhong province? Chapter 533. The surface area of Panga continent was simply too vast. After leaving the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, for fear that Patriarch Miao Ying might be able to find out his whereabouts, Wu Qi chose a random direction and flew at random. He had changed directions a few times along the way, and as a result, he had no idea where he was now. When he was in the Six River City, Wu Qi found out that it was under the jurisdiction of Pang Province, a 9th-grade province that had just been established not long ago. As for the places around Pang Province, the common people in the city could not tell them. Just a county under Pang Province alone had a circumference of 1 million miles. Perhaps those common people would not be able to walk out of a county for the rest of their lives. So, why would they care about the situation in those bigger provinces? Where exactly am I? Smiling bitterly, Wu Qi raised his head and looked at the sun. He could not even tell which direction he was in Zhong province. He closed his eyes and meditated, carefully communicating with a few celestial fiend puppets. The spiritual connection between them was still very clear, but Wu Qi only knew that he could communicate with them, but he could not sense where they were. This was also because his cultivation base was too weak. If he had the cultivation base of a gold immortal, his powerful divine will would be more than enough to determine the relationship between him and his puppets. Left with no other choice, Wu Qi touched his empty waist pouch and suddenly thought of going back to Six River City to rob Zhang Yi and Baiqi. But when he thought about it, he realized that he had just forced them to agree to help him with all their might 3 times in the future. If he went back and robbed them now, it would be a little unreasonable. After pondering for some time, Wu Qi stamped his foot, gritted his teeth, and said, Well, I'll just find a city and ask for some information first. There are always teleportation formations connecting the cities of the U province. When the time comes, I'll just need to gather some traveling expenses and return to Zhong province. He snorted coldly and retracted the chaotic energy in his body. Intentionally or unintentionally, he emanated a wisp of the aura of the true body of heaven and earth scripture. With that, Wuxia pretended to be an ordinary human who had practiced some basic cultivation techniques of the human race and began to run wildly in the wilderness. As he was cultivating the true body of heaven and earth scripture, when Wuxia was running at top speed, his speed was comparable to an ordinary sword beam. And when he purposely exercised some magnetic force to push his body forward, his speed was at least 100 times faster than an ordinary sword beam. Amidst the boundless wilderness, a long dragon formed from sand and dust kept stretching forward. Wuxia was waving his arms and running crazily across the wilderness, as if he had lost his mind. After running for a whole month, he finally left the territory of Feng Province and entered the territory of Mi Province, an 8th grade province next to it. The population of this province was slightly denser than that of Feng Province. As soon as he entered the territory, he came across a few small cities inhabited by the human race. Wuxia scanned these cities with his divine will. Apart from dozens of powerful human warriors, the rest were all ordinary mortals who farmed and made their living. There was nothing valuable in these cities, and there were no cultivators passing by. Therefore, Wuxia was too lazy to get close to these cities, so he just ran straight past them. Days went by, and Wuxia kept running in the wilderness. As he ran, every time he stepped on the ground, his feet would sink heavily into the ground. The purple mist around him was rocking, attracting and intertwining with the purple mist that rose from Panga continent. Gradually, Wuxia had an illusion that he had become one with Panga continent, and that his heartbeat and the flow of his blood were fused with the continent. On this particular day, on the 7th day after he entered the Mi province, while he was still running, he suddenly lifted his foot up, and when it touched down, he stomped forcefully on an underground energy vein. The energy vein trembled, and Wuxia felt numb all over his body. The frequency of his heartbeat and the vibration of his muscles coincided with that of the energy vein. His body suddenly turned blurry, and the scenery before his eyes changed abruptly as countless lights and shadows flashed past. His body became heavy and then light. Suddenly, Wuxia realized that he had come before a lofty mountain. He tried his best to extend his divine will and look behind him. After a moment of calculation and comparison, he found that he had traveled nearly 1 billion miles with just one step. The distance was even greater than the space he could travel by teleporting with his strongest magic power. Wuxia was struck dumb. What was the origin of such a strange situation? Suddenly, various techniques of the true body of heaven and earth scripture rushed out from his spiritual ocean. Wuxia hurriedly flipped through some of them and found that it was a mystic art in the true body of heaven and earth scripture that was similar to the teleportation divine ability of immortals. It allowed him to move quickly by borrowing the power of the underground energy veins on Panga continent, a divine ability unique to the experts of the human race, the Quafu, chasing the sun step. With the help of the natural energy veins on Panga continent, as well as the connection between the underground energy veins, the supreme experts of the human race could cross the territory of thousands or even tens of thousands of provinces with just one step, traveling from one end of the Yu dynasty to the other in a flash. Teleportation divine ability of immortals would consume their own immortal energy and energy essence, but a divine ability like the Quafu chasing the sun step could travel completely by borrowing the power of the underground energy veins on Panga continent, and would not consume any energy at all. As long as one was familiar with the direction of the underground energy veins on Panga continent, as well as the condition of the energy veins under Baju province, one could travel accurately from one province to another with the Quafu chasing the sun step. This was also one of the reasons why those truly formidable immortals were so afraid of the experts of the human race. As long as one was on Panga continent, no matter how formidable an immortal was, he could never escape from the pursuit of the experts of the human race. After hastily reading through the essence of the Quafu chasing the sun step, Wuxia could not help but twitch his lips. Fairy Xiandai and Reverend Liang were really lucky. Perhaps the reason why they were able to escape from King Baishan and King Xianxia's pursuit was related to Fairy Xiandai's marvelous divine ability, the true form of energy treading through air. Otherwise, how could they have escaped from the endless pursuit of the human experts? Wonderful. As long as I can find the complete map of Panga continent, doesn't that mean I can travel through it at will? Wuxia grinned, unable to restrain the joy in his heart. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. According to the Quafu chasing the sun step, among thousands of human warriors, only one or two could comprehend and master this divine ability. However, Wuxia had obtained this mystic art after running for a long distance. While laughing delightfully, Wuxia took a careful step forward. His body flickered again as he moved 3 million miles forward along a small energy vein under the ground, moving from a lofty mountain to another lofty mountain in the distance. This lofty mountain turned out to be an excellent cave abode. Using his chaotic divine eyes, Wuxia peered into the ground and saw several dozens of energy veins intertwining at the foot of the mountain like giant dragons. Surging energies gathered together, transforming into pale purple immortal energy that rose up into the sky. Without any processing, this place was an excellent cave abode for immortals. But when Wuxia spread his divine sense out, he found that just outside the lofty mountain stood a large city of the human race of the Yu. More than 100,000 warriors were living in the city. It was a first-class city. Perhaps no immortal would dare to build a cave abode here, unless he had the confidence to swallow the city in one gulp. Otherwise, who would dare to build a cave abode under the noses of the officials of the human race? Wuxia could not help but shake his head as he glanced at the spirit flowers and rare herbs that stretched across the mountains. It was a pity that such a blessed land would be wasted. Exercising his chaotic divine eyes, Wuxia followed the direction of the energy veins, and before long, he came to a small hill less than 3 miles tall. He glanced around, then waved both hands and performed a minor divine ability of heavenly laws. His body grew 3 miles tall as well. Then he grabbed the hill and pulled it up. A muffled boom rang out as the hill was uprooted. Wuxia clasped his palms together, unleashing an enormous magnetic force that crushed all the rocks on the hill into powder. With a wave of his hand, all the immortal stones found in an excellent energy stone vein, which was 3 miles tall and tens of miles in circumference, shot out into Wuxia's sleeve. In those ordinary energy stone veins, one immortal stone could be formed from hundreds of thousands or even millions of energy stones. However, there was no trace of ordinary energy stones in the energy stone vein on this hill. Instead, it was filled with immortal stones the size of fists. Wuxia counted and found out that there were a total of 1,200 immortal stones flying into his sleeve. With these immortal stones, as long as he could find a province city of the human race, he would be able to return to Zhong province through the teleportation formation. After collecting all the immortal stones, Wuxia absorbed all the rocks and dust from the shattered hill into his body. The chaotic energy rolled up the rocks and dust, turning them into chaotic energy that spread throughout Wuxia's body. This 7 foundation elevating technique does have some benefits, as I can absorb and refine everything under the heaven. How many energy stones and immortal stones have I saved? Wuxia could not help but laugh. If I were to establish my own sect now, I wouldn't have to fight with my disciples for energy stones and immortal stones. While he was feeling complacent, a thunderclap suddenly came from behind a mountain not far away. In just a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword beams flew out from behind the mountain. At the forefront were 3 purple sword beams, which originated from the same sect, and behind them were 13 colorful sword beams that belonged to different sections. Among the 3 fleeing sword lights in front of him, 2 of them were dim and flickering. Clearly, they were heavily injured. Initially, the mountain was still over 100 miles away from Wuxia, but in just the span of a few breaths, the sword beams had reached a place less than 3 to 5 miles away from Wuxia. Among the 3 purple sword lights that were fleeing ahead, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the undamaged sword light. "Fellow Taoist in front, please leave quickly. The ones chasing after you are Myriad Demons Cave's demon cultivators." Demon cultivators from Myriad Demons' Den? Are they very powerful? His divine will swept across the 13 sword beams. The strongest among them only had a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. As for the 3 fleeing sword beams, they were all early stage nascent soul realm cultivators. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant voice rang out from behind. "3 little girls, you can't even take care of yourselves, and you still want to save others? Hee hee, the great king's birthday is just around the corner, and he must capture you as a birthday gift. Don't run, you can't run away. Ha ha ha." The demon cultivators and the 13 sword beams roared with laughter at the same time, and they suddenly sped up and rushed toward Wuxia. Wuqi's face darkened. He pointed a finger out, and a dark magnetic force enveloped the 13 sword beams. Miserable howls rang out as the 13 sword beams were dragged by a tremendous gravitational force, completely out of the control of the demon cultivators, and plunged headlong into a mountain in the distance. A series of bone-cracking noises echoed out, and the 13 demon cultivators who were laughing wildly just a moment ago had their bones broken and tendons torn, and even their nascent souls were shattered. The 3 fleeing purple sword beams halted hesitantly. Before long, they faded away, and 3 girls clad in long purple dresses landed in front of Wuxia. They cupped their fists and bowed deeply to Wuxia. "We are Luo Shui Luo Yu and Luo Ling. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." Wuxia raised his head and gave the 3 girls a glance, and could not help but praise in his heart. What a beautiful pair of twin sisters. Chapter 534. Luo Shui, Luo Yu, and Luo Ling were 3 twin sisters born from the same mother. Each of them was as beautiful as a pearl, and they had an excellent appearance and temperament. Under the scrutiny of Wuqi's chaotic divine eyes, he found that all 3 of them had the best potential in cultivation. However, they could feel an immense pressure that made their hearts palpitate vaguely in Wuqi's eyes. Under Wuqi's stern gaze, they did not even dare to raise their heads. The terrible pressure made them unable to move, making them feel like frogs who had seen a venomous snake. Apart from trembling and waiting for the judgment of fate, they did not even dare to think of running away. Just as the 3 girls were screaming in their minds that they were doomed this time, Wuxia nodded at them and said coolly, "Oh, that's a nice name." After that, Wuxia transformed into a beam of dark light and flew towards the mountain where the demon cultivators had been killed. He bent his back and began to search the ground. Such a strange behavior surprised the 3 women. For a moment, their curiosity even overcame their reverence for Wuxia. They quickly rode on their flying swords and flew after Wuxia. Luo Shui asked curiously, "What are you looking for, Senior?" Wuxia asked as he stooped down to search the mountain. Not long after that, he managed to find 12 storage bags and a storage ring from the pile of blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. He poured out all the contents of the storage pouches that were covered with flesh and blood. Bits and pieces of spirit stones, medicinal herbs, talismans, and magical treasures were scattered all over the ground. Smacking his lips in disappointment, Wuxia cursed. "Are the demon cultivators from the Myriad Demons Cave so poor?" 12 storage bags contained only about 1,000 lower-grade energy stones, 50 middle-grade energy stones, and only 3 upper-grade energy stones. Although the quality of the herbs was pretty good, and they had been preserved well. It was a pity that most of their energy had leaked out because of the poor preservation method. As for the talismans and magical treasures, their quality was so poor that Wuxia did not even have the interest to give them a second glance. The girls were struck dumb. How could a senior expert who had killed 13 formidable enemies in one fell swoop come here to pick up trash? But looking at the things on the ground, the three women couldn't help but feel excited. These things really couldn't be considered as broken, at least for them. Even a low-grade spirit stone was very attractive. However, since Wuxia didn't say anything, they didn't dare to act rashly. Wuxia then cast his divine sense into the ferocious-looking storage ring, which was a white bone ring with a wolf's head inlaid on it. As soon as his spiritual consciousness entered, Wuxia could not help but feel disappointed. In any case, it was a storage ring, but the storage space inside was only the size of 3 houses, which was about the same level as an ordinary storage bag. Moreover, the messy things inside could not enter the eyes of the current Wuxia. But now that Wuxia had nothing valuable with him, it was better to have a storage ring that looked like a piece of trash than nothing. He sighed and put the storage ring on his finger, then threw out all the miscellaneous items inside. After that, he took out 1,200 immortal stones from under his sleeve and shoved them into the ring. He raised his chin at the girls and said with a wry smile, "There's nothing good here. Take a look and see if you can use these trash." Luo Shui was struck dumb. She stared at Wuxia in astonishment and asked, "Senior, are you going to give us all these things?" Wuxia nodded indifferently and said, "They're just some trash. Take whatever you can use." Although Wuxia was a 27th tier heaven immortal now, his actual overall strength had exceeded the limit of his cultivation base. These were energy stones, talismans, and flying swords, which were only useful to cultivators below the nascent divinity realm. As the saying went, it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. As Wuxia was used to being extravagant, he naturally had a higher standard. The girls were overjoyed. After bowing and thanking Wuxia, they ran out and picked up all the things that Wuxia regarded as trash, including the 12 storage bags that Wuxia had discarded. Even the fragments of the flying swords that were smashed into smithereens on the cliff were collected by them and stored in their storage pouches. Wuxia looked at the girls with a puzzled expression. He frowned and asked, "Are you itinerant cultivators from Mi province?" The girls were cleaning up the battlefield excitedly. When they heard Wuxia's question, they quickly rose to their feet and answered respectfully, "Yes, we are from Luo clan in Mi province." Luo clan is the largest immortal cultivator clan in Mi province. If Luo clan is the largest immortal cultivator clan in Mi province, why are you interested in these trash? Asked Wuxia in astonishment. Wuxia shook his head and said, "This place is filled with treasures. You can find countless energy stones and immortal stones just by digging a few or veins, and the ground is filled with spirit herbs and rare herbs. I believe they're much better than these trash, don't you think?" Luo Shui stared at Wuxia in astonishment. She shook her head and said, "You may not know this, senior. With your divine abilities and magical power, it is only natural that you would not be interested in these things. Although Luo clan is known as the #1 immortal cultivator clan in Mi province, under the pressure from the government of the U, we have no fixed residence, not even a fixed territory. Although there are treasures everywhere, how could we dare to mine them at will?" Wuxia finally understood. The so-called largest immortal cultivator clan in Mi province was actually a vagrant clan that wandered around the world. He reckoned that the government of Mi province must have dealt a severe blow to the immortal cultivators, and that was why they ended up in such a situation. Wuxia's eyes flickered as he stared at the girls. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know the situation in Mi province?" Luo Shui bowed hastily and said, "The 3 of us have always been cultivating in seclusion, so we do not know much about Mi province. If Senior has any questions, the seniors of Luo clan are the ones who know the most about Mi province." Wuxia nodded and said, "Well then, I'll pay a visit to Luo clan." He used his divine will to scan the city beyond the mountain. The officials in the city should know what Wuxia wanted to know, but Wuxia did not want to deal with the officials of the Yu for the time being. Who knew if King Baishan and King Xianxia's men were in the city? Even though Wuxia had restored his original appearance and formed his chaotic spirit body, allowing him to escape from the surveillance of the almighty experts, he did not want to cause any trouble for no reason. The girls were both surprised and delighted when they heard that Wuxia was going to visit Luo clan. They raised their heads and gave Wuxia a glance, then hastily packed up all their belongings. After that, they led Wuxia away from the mountain excitedly, but with a worried look on their faces. Along the way, Wuxia chatted with the girls. Only then did he find out why they came to this mountain, and that it had something to do with him. A few years ago, not long after Wuxia joined Myriad Immortal Alliance, he received a mission with a huge reward from the Alliance's medallion. The elders of Myriad Immortal Alliance had offered him an astronomical reward of contribution points and various immortal items for over 100 spirit herbs, the most important of which was the Ganoderma immortal liquid. It had been a long time since then, and there were still 18 spirit herbs that had not been collected. Supremacy 3 Flame had already submitted the most difficult pill, the Ganoderma immortal liquid, but there were still 18 spirit herbs missing. Over the past few years, Myriad Immortal Alliance had gradually increased the reward for the 18 spirit herbs, and now, the reward for any of them had reached an astonishing level. The Luo clan was disturbed by the huge reward. Although they knew that Mi province was trying its best to suppress immortal cultivators, for the sake of the reward, the clan leader of Luo clan, who was also the grandfather of the girls, had decided to mobilize all the members of the clan to search for the 18 spirit herbs in the nearby mountains. As long as they could find one of them, the Luo clan would be reborn, and they would no longer have to fear the suppression from the officials of Mi province. Perhaps they would even be able to establish a sect and base in Mi province in the future. That was the reason why the 3 girls came to this lofty mountain and bumped into a group of demon cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Cave. They wanted to capture the girls alive and offer them to the Demon King of the Myriad Demon's Cave as a birthday gift. The 3 girls fought with them, and as a result, Luo Yu and Shui Ling were wounded. The 3 girls had no choice but to flee on their flying swords. If Wuxia had not come to their rescue, they would have been captured by those demons. From the girls, Wuxia also learned that the Myriad Demon's Cave was the largest group of demon cultivators in Mi province, an organization similar to a bandit stronghold. The Demon King of the Myriad Demon's Cave, the Black Wind King, was the leader of this stronghold. He had gathered several thousand demon cultivators and occupied a mountain as their king. It was said that the Black Wind King had a powerful backer behind him. Therefore, the officials of Mi province almost turned a blind eye to his Myriad Demon's Cave. Over the years, the officials of Mi province had been cracking down on the Luo clan and other powers, but the Myriad Demon's Cave had never been affected. After listening to the girls, Wuxia could not help but laugh. The officials of Mi province were the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would not provoke those who had powerful backers behind them, and they only pestered itinerant cultivator clans like the Luo clan. Not only would they be rewarded with a meritorious service, but they would also not provoke the real, almighty experts to attack them. While chatting, the 4 of them flew out of the lofty mountain. After flying for several hundred miles along a river valley outside the mountain, a deep valley came into sight. Before the valley, which was sandwiched between 2 mountains, several dozens of pine trees could be seen growing on the cliffs, and a few white crane nests were built on top of the pine trees. However, there were no cranes in the nests. Instead, there were 2 skinny men lying in the nests, poking their heads out and glancing around. Are they the scouts sent by the Luo clan? Wuxia shook his head. Apparently, the overall strength of the Luo clan was not very strong, and they looked like birds that were easily frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring. The cultivation base of the 2 men was very weak as well. They were only at the early stage Jin Dan realm, which made them suitable to serve as scouts. Riding on the sword beams, the 3 girls brought Wuxia straight to the valley. When they passed by a few bird nests, they greeted the two skinny men who lived in them. Judging from the way they addressed the two men, they were their uncles, but their cultivation base was far weaker than the girls. After flying for tens of miles along the twisting and winding valley, Wuxia was surprised to find that he did not see a single warning formation or restrictive spell along the way. He could not help but shake his head. It seemed the Luo clan was not an expert in the Tao of formations. But, as a cultivator clan, they did not even deploy a single formation near their base. Wuxia was very surprised that the Luo clan could survive until now. They flew out of the deep valley and came to a small valley in front of them. Dozens of wooden buildings of different sizes were scattered messily in the valley. The girls breathed out a sigh of relief when they arrived at the valley. They cheered together. "Grandpa, we have an honorable guest." Just as they shouted, a beam of white light flew out from one of the wooden buildings in the middle of the valley. A white-clothed man, who looked 70 to 80% male, but was pretending to be a gentleman, came up to the girls with a smile on his face. When the white-clothed man saw Wuxia, his face fell instantly. He pointed a finger at Wuxia and cried out, "Sisters, who is this man? How could you bring a stranger into the valley?" Wuxia sighed. Trouble had come knocking on his door again. Chapter 535. His cultivation base was mid-stage nascent soul realm, and he was practicing a fire elemental cultivation technique. He used the yin energy of virgins as firewood, and his own nascent soul as the furnace to forge an acquired true flame. The white robe he wore was a lower-grade magical treasure, and the flying sword he used was an ordinary flying sword forged from metal, with 3 simple fire talismans attached to it. The power of the flying sword was very weak. Through the chaotic divine eyes, Wuxia could see everything about this young man. He was someone who could not even be considered as an ant. All of a sudden, Wuxia had this strange illusion. He sensed the enormous power in his body and compared it to the pitiful power in the young man's body, which was thousands of times weaker than his in both quantity and quality. Wuxia could not help but shake his head. He was indeed an existence who could not even be considered as an ant. Wuxia could kill a large number of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators with a single breath, and he did not even have the mood to be angry with him. No wonder those heaven immortals and gold immortals had the same attitude towards cultivators. They could kill ordinary cultivators without feeling the slightest bit of guilt. No wonder they could still maintain their state of mind despite killing countless people, and could still comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. They did not think that killing cultivators was a sin, so why would they feel guilty? Why would their state of mind be unstable? Wuxia turned to look at Luo Shui and said coolly, "Miss Luo Shui, please ask the patriarch of Luo clan to come out. I'll leave after asking him a few questions." Upon hearing Wuqi's words, the young man twitched his nose, rolled his eyes, and put on a posture that said, "You want to leave? Do you think it will be so easy? What is your name? Which sector are you from? What is your purpose in coming to Mi province? Why did you sneak into this place by trying to get close to the 3 sisters? Men, capture him alive and send him to the dungeon for strict supervision." "This is ridiculous." Ao Buzin raised his head lazily from Wuqi's shoulder and said feebly, "This is ridiculous. TSK, should I steam it or braise it? Or marinate it with spices, wrap it in mud, and roast it? To be honest, I really look down on catfish flood dragon and those 2 longworms. They are too careless when they eat. They actually swallowed it alive. All the feces and urine were swallowed together. This was too unsightly. You have to cook it meticulously and simmer it over a small fire to slowly bring out a good taste. Otherwise, you'll be letting down this natural spiritual creature." While talking, Ao Buzin began drooling. He looked at the young man from head to toe and let out a weird chuckle. The white-clothed young man was shocked by Ao Buzin's words. He abruptly took a few steps back and studied A.O. Buzin for a while before he mocked. And I thought you were some great spirit beast? It's a black-skinned snake. A.O. Buzin stood up angrily with his two back claws, then waved his front claws and bellowed. A black-skinned snake? Your whole family are black-skinned snakes. Damn it, Lao Tzu has 4 paws. Do you see that? Lao Tzu is a black dragon, a pure-blooded black dragon. Lao Tzu's bloodline is purer than the bloodline of your whole family. You might even have the bloodline of some livestock bastards mixed in your bloodline. Lao Tzu is the only son of a black dragon. Or something like that. A.O. Buzin smacked his lips, turned to look at Wuxia, and swallowed his words. Wuxia paid no attention to A.O. Buzin. He stared coldly at the white-clothed young man and shook his head lightly. The girls were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Brother Fu, don't talk nonsense. This senior is our savior. They cried out. But the more anxious the triplets were, the more Brother Fu felt a sour taste rushing to his head. He stared angrily at Wuxia's dignified and calm demeanor, and compared it with his own flirtatious temperament. He felt sick of it. He pointed a finger at Wuxia and cried out furiously. Nonsense! What savior? Do you think this young lad has the ability to save you? As the white-clothed young man's rebuke rang out, dozens of sword beams flew out from various wooden houses in the valley and surrounded them. Wuxia shook his head at the Luo clan's speed of response. It had been a long time since they had come to greet them with such a commotion. If they were attacked by an enemy, how were they going to deal with this situation? Such an extremely slow cultivator clan that didn't even have a protective array set up in front of their house was actually able to mix around in the Mi province for so long. It seemed that the Mi province government's crackdown wasn't strong enough. A middle-aged man with a dignified face flew up into the sky on a flying sword. From afar, he cried out, Luo Shui Luo, you Luo Ling, you are back? Nephew Fu, who are you looking for? The girls hastily bowed to the middle-aged man and said, Father, this senior is. Luo Shui stared blankly at Wuxia. She suddenly realized that she still did not know Wuxia's real name. Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. I'm Greed. Fellow Taoist Luo, it's nice to meet you. Clearing his throat, Wuxia said, When I was passing by Mi province, I happened to see fellow Taoist Luo Yu's daughters being hunted by someone. That's why I lent them a helping hand. I have some questions that I need to ask a local fellow Taoist. That's why I followed you here. Upon hearing Wuxia's words, the purple-faced man, who was also the girl's father, Luo Hao, quickly returned the greeting and said, I see. May I know what kind of misunderstanding has occurred between fellow Taoist Greed and Nephew Fu? Although he was told that Wuxia had saved his daughters, Luo Hao still doubted it. All 3 of his daughters possessed the cultivation base of early-stage nascent soul realm, and no ordinary cultivator could defeat them if they joined forces. Therefore, he did not believe that Wuxia had saved them. The white-clothed youth quickly came next to Luo Hao and said, Uncle, this Taoist has an unknown background, and he is emanating an evil aura. No matter how I look at him, he does not look like a good person. Although he claimed that he had saved my 3 little sisters, who knows if he has set him up to sneak in a Luo clan. In your nephew's opinion, it would be better to capture this person and interrogate him. After all, Luo clan had just moved here 3 years ago. If an enemy sneaks into their clan, they will have to move again. Wuxia's face twitched. Did he really need to use 3 girls to sneak in a Luo clan? The Luo clan was not guarded at all, so there was no need for Wuxia to sneak in. He had made up his mind. If this Luo clan really dared to attack his opponents, they would not blame him for being merciless. The girls glared at the white-clothed youth. Together, they came next to Luo Hao, grabbed his arms and sleeves, and began to act coquettishly. While murmuring, they told him how they were in danger and how Wuxia happened to save them. Luo Hao and the white-clothed youth's expression flickered when they heard that Wuxia had killed 13 demon cultivators from the Myriad Demons Cave, and that the strongest among them had the cultivation base of peak-stage nascent soul realm. The arrogant and domineering young man had turned into a cowardly and vulgar man, while Luo Hao suddenly had a great respect and admiration for Wuxia. He cupped his fist and said, "So, you are an old senior of nascent divinity realm. Please come in." Luo Hao brought Wuxia to the wooden house in the middle of the valley and said with a smile on his face, "Today, the patriarch of Fu clan from Mi province has come to visit us. My patriarch is having an important discussion with the patriarch of Fu clan in the main house. Please forgive us if we have neglected you." With his divine will, Wuxia had long discovered that there were two nascent divinity cultivators in the wooden house. One was a mid-stage nascent divinity cultivator, and the other was about to break through to the late stage. Judging from their conversation, the mid-stage nascent divinity cultivator was the patriarch of Fu clan, Fu Tianming, and the one who was about to break through to the late stage was the patriarch of Luo clan, Luo Hao's father, and the three girls' grandfather, Luo Lu. After landing in front of the wooden house and being greeted by Luo Hao, Wuxia strode into the main hall of Luo clan's main house. The white-clothed man, Fu Tianming's grandson, Fu Xianxia, rushed into the hall ahead of Wuxia. He moved closer to Fu Tianming, who was sitting in the guest seat, and whispered something into his ear. While talking, he kept turning his head to look at Wuxia. Wuxia paid no attention to the whispers between Fu Xianxia and Fu Tianming. He walked into the hall, cupped his fist, and bowed to Luo Lu, who was sitting in the main seat, and said, "I'm Greed." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Luo Lu. The reason why I'm here is that I have some questions to ask you." Upon seeing Wuxia's behavior, Luo Lu rose to his feet hastily and returned Wuxia's greeting. He realized that he could not see through Wuxia's cultivation base. The aura emanating from Wuxia's body was extremely strange. One moment, it felt like a nascent divinity cultivator, and the next moment, it felt like nothing. Luo Lu had no idea how he could tell what level Wuxia's cultivation base had reached. Luo Lu returned the greeting respectfully and said happily, "Fellow Taoist, please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Have a seat and serve me some tea." While Wuxia and Luo Lu were talking, Fu Tianming's face had turned gloomy. "Brother Luo," he cried out in a deep voice, "we haven't finished our discussion, have we? We, the Fu clan, have shown our utmost sincerity by giving Xianxia the formation of the five elements reversal heavenly illusion formation as a betrothal gift to let Xianxia marry Luo, Shui, Luo Yu, and Luo Ling." The three girls who came in right behind Wuxia were struck dumb. Luo Ling cried out in astonishment, "What? Grandpa, you want us to get married? Marry Fu Xianxia?" Luo Yu, who had a guilty conscience, said angrily, "We can marry anyone but this playboy. Don't you know how many girls he has raped every year?" Luo Shui frowned and snapped, "Grandpa, don't you know Fu Xianxia's reputation in Mi province? He is the scum of the immortal clans, and you want us to marry him? If that's the case, we'd rather cut our hair and become monks." Luo Lu laughed dryly. Just as he was about to explain the matter to his three beloved granddaughters, Fu Tianming pointed his finger at them and snapped, "We are the ones who call the shots here. You three little girls have no right to speak here. Stand aside obediently. After the betrothal gifts are decided, you will consummate your marriage with Xianxia. From now on, Fu clan and Luo clan will be one, and the entire Mi province will belong to both of us." Without saying a word, Wuxia came before Fu Tianming. Amidst Fu Tianming's astonished gaze, he grabbed Fu Tianming's neck and lifted him up as if he was lifting up a toad. Then, he gave him a total of 108 slaps on the face. The heavy slaps knocked all of Fu Tianming's teeth out of his mouth, and the flesh on his face was badly mutilated. Wuxia purposely exerted a little more force, breaking Fu Tianming's cheekbone. While slapping Fu Tianming, Wuxia frowned and snapped, "I'm talking to fellow Taoist Luo here. Why are you interrupting us? Hey, why are you interrupting us? Just sit aside obediently. Once I've asked fellow Taoist Luo what I want to know, I'll go and wipe out your entire Fu clan later." As Fu Tianming was grabbed by Wuxia, he could not muster any energy in his body. He was like a dead man, allowing Wuxia to slap him. Everyone in the room was struck dumb. They felt a chill run up from their feet to their heads, and they were too frightened to think. Fu Tianming was a mid-stage nascent divinity cultivator, one of the top 10 experts in the Mi province's world of cultivators. Chapter 536. After a series of slaps, Fu Tianming fainted and had no idea where he was. Then Wuqi grabbed him by the neck and slammed him heavily onto the chair. Wuqi frowned as he looked at Fu Tianming's bloodied and ragged face. Suddenly, he thrust his leg and kicked Fu Xianxia, who was standing next to him like a wooden block. Wuqi had used some strength in the kick, and the tip of his foot tore open Fu Xianxia's belly. The air exploded, ripping Fu Xianxia's intestines and stomach into dozens of pieces. Fu Xianxia howled miserably as he was thrown hundreds of feet away, smashing his head into the wooden wall of the hall. He rolled and struggled on the grass outside the hall, with blood gushing out from his stomach. If an ordinary man were to suffer such a serious injury, he would have died a long time ago. However, Fu Xianxia was a nascent soul cultivator, and his life force was much stronger than an ordinary man. Clutching his broken stomach with both hands, he wriggled and groaned on the ground, letting out shrill howls. Everyone in the hall was struck dumb, especially those from the Luo clan, who were rooted to the spot and unable to move. Wuqi was too fast and too cruel. Not only that, Fu Tianming, one of the top 10 experts of Mi province, could not even put up a fight against him. What did that mean? Wuqi was at least a heaven immortal, or else he would not have been able to beat and humiliate a nascent divinity cultivator so easily. I hate these self-righteous pretty boys, and those old fools who can't distinguish right from wrong and only support their descendants. Wuqi gave Fu Tianming a backhand slap and made him fall to the ground. He said furiously, "It is your Fu clan's great fortune that I didn't provoke you, but you just had to provoke me. Aren't you just courting death? You're just a mere nascent divinity cultivator, and yet you think you are someone important?" Fu Tianming finally came to his senses. He struggled to his feet, stared at Wuqi with a venomous look on his face, and said through clenched teeth, "Please tell me your name, Senior." Today's humiliation. Wuqi's face turned cold, and he grabbed Fu Tianming's neck with his left hand. A large amount of devil qi gushed out from his palm, instantly enveloping Fu Tianming's entire body. The frightening squeaking sound of silkworms chewing on mulberry leaves came from the black mist. Not long after that, a few dry bones fell to the ground. These are all Fu Tianming had left. All of his energy essence and nascent divinity were devoured by Wuqi, turning into an insignificant part of the chaotic power in his body. If you don't have enough strength, then don't provoke someone who's stronger than you. Otherwise, you'll definitely bring about a fatal disaster. This is the iron law of the immortal cultivation world. You dare to cultivate without even understanding this unspoken rule? Mockingly, Wuqi stomped on the ground and crushed a few bones, sneered and said, "Do you really think I'll give you the chance to seek revenge in the future? I've said it before, I'm going to wipe out the entire Fu family." If someone offended him, he had to nip the danger in the bud. Unknowingly, Wuqi had begun to transform into a real immortal cultivator. After merging with Wu Wang's memories and experience, Wuqi had become even more fearsome than ordinary immortals. Fu Qianxi could not help but howl at the top of his voice when he saw his patriarch die a miserable death. "Grandpa!" Wuqi flipped his palm, and the air around Fu Qianxi suddenly trembled. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Fu Qianxi's body shattered into a mist of blood, along with his nascent soul. Wuqi did not even bother to plunder the insignificant energy essence of a mere nascent soul cultivator. He intended to kill Fu Qianxi to establish his might, and that was why he killed Fu Qianxi with such a strong visual impact. Luo Lu was struck dumb. Trembling, he looked at Wuqi, then bowed in fear and said, "Senior Greed, Please have a seat of honor." Nonchalantly, Wuxia sat down on the chair where Luo Lu was sitting just now. Placing his hands on the armrests, he said coolly, "Don't be afraid, and don't worry. I'm not the kind of fiend cultivator who kills innocent people. If Fu Tianming and Fu Qianxi had not provoked me for no reason, I wouldn't have killed them. I just have a few questions, and I'll leave after I'm done." Luo Lu, Luo Hao, Luo Shui, and all the other members of the Luo clan, including the servants and maidservants, did not dare to make a sound. Luo Lu, Luo Hao, and the other core members of the Luo clan stood respectfully in the hall, looking at Wu Qi obediently. A few serving ladies carefully came up and cleaned the hall, then served him fragrant tea and a few plates of spirit fruits that could be considered to be of decent quality. Nodding, Wu Qi went straight to Luo Lu and asked him a few questions. First, where was the capital of Mi province? What kind of character did the prefecture overseer have? How strong was the military force in Mi province? Second, how many itinerant cultivators were there in Mi province? Apart from a myriad demon's cave, what other powerful itinerant cultivators were there? Were there any immortal markets where itinerant cultivators gathered? If so, where are they located? Were there any unique natural treasures that could be traded there? Third, did he know the situation around Mi province? Did he know where he could get a map of the regions around Mi province? Were there any itinerant cultivators living in the provinces and counties around Mi province? Were there any itinerant cultivators who were strong enough to establish their sects and bases in the nearby provinces? There were some other miscellaneous questions, but they were not as important as the above. Some of the questions Wu Qi asked were known by Luo Lu, and some he did not. However, he managed to answer more than 90% of the questions. Judging from Luo Li's answers, Wu Qi knew that Mi province and the provinces around it were all inferior provinces with weak overall strength. There were many itinerant cultivators, but only a few of them could make a name for themselves. Although they were inferior provinces and did not have a strong military force, there were not many itinerant cultivators who could establish their own sects or sects here. The few provinces around Mi province were not the hot spots that the immortals who invaded from outer heavenly realms valued. For example, in Zhong province, the conflict between the immortals and the officials of Dayu had reached a point where they were openly waging war against each other. In the few nearby provinces and counties, there were no itinerant cultivators who dared to fight against the officials of Dayu. There were indeed a few immortal markets in Mi province that were secretly run by itinerant cultivators, and the largest of them was only tens of thousands of miles away from Luo clan's current base. It was also the most chaotic place, and the place where supreme-grade items could easily be found. Most of the people who visited it were evil cultivators, ghost cultivators, fiend cultivators, and other heretical cultivators. They had the courage to violate the ban imposed by the officials of Dayu by plundering all the minerals and spirit herbs. Therefore, the number of supreme-grade materials that could be found in that immortal market was higher than other immortal markets, and the frequency was higher as well. From Luo Li's narration, Wu Qi was also surprised to find that Great Yu's official control over the entire Panga continent had reached a point where the net of heaven had no loopholes. He had learned from the blind old man in a He city that there was an extraordinary treasure in the imperial palace of Dayu, the Pangu's map, which could provide a real-time map of the topography of Panga continent. But it was only now that he learned that there was a copy of the Pangu's map in every province that belonged to the officials of Dayu. Through the copy, the prefecture overseer of Da, you could clearly know the changes in the energy in every energy vein in his territory, as well as the changes in the total amount of energy on every mountain. In other words, when a cultivator excavated an energy vein or collected some spirit herbs, it would cause the energy fluctuation in the copy of the Panga's map, which would let the prefecture overseer know that some immortal cultivators were carrying out some activities in a certain place. With that, the prefecture overseer could immediately deploy an army to suppress or hunt them down. Therefore, it was not easy for immortal cultivators to carry out their activities on Panga continent, unless they were strong enough to occupy a mountain base. Itinerant cultivators like the Luo clan could only struggle to survive under the strong suppression of the officials of the Yu. Wuxia sucked in a cold breath and raised his head to stare at the ceiling with a flicker in his eyes. The copy of the Panga's map. It was a complete waste for those prefecture overseers to have this treasure in their hands. With these copies, Wuxia would be able to clearly know which energy veins were the most abundant, which mountains were the most suitable to be used as a mountain base, and even what kind of rare treasures could be found in a certain province. I'll have to collect more copies of the Panga's map when I have time. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia looked up at Luo Lu and said with a smile, Luo Lu was taken aback. He quickly bowed and answered respectfully, Senior. Luo Li's heart was filled with trepidation, as if he was filled with 15 buckets of water. He had no idea why Wuxia called for him. He had been worried about this fearsome man who could kill Fu Tianming with ease, fearing that the foundation of Luo clan would be destroyed because of his careless words. Wuxia lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers as he said in a deep voice, There's not a single powerful immortal cultivator in Mi province yet. Luo Lu bowed and said, That's right. The overall strength of itinerant cultivators like us is too weak to resist the attacks of the officials of the Yu. Wuxia nodded and said, It is fate that I saved Luo Shui, Luo Yu, and Luo Ling. For the time being, I'll take them as my disciples. As for your Luo clan, you could be my Naomi province. I'll teach you cultivation techniques, formation maps, medicinal pills, and talismans. I'll also send a few heaven immortals to guard Luo clan and make them your elders. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia said, According to what you said just now, with a few heaven immortals guarding the small military force in Mi province, and the protection of the formation maps I personally deployed, the Luo clan will no longer have to run around. When the overall strength of the Luo clan is strong enough, we can occupy a few mountains and establish our own clan. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Luo Lu was taken aback. He gave Wuxia a look, and he was shocked at first, then wild with joy as he dropped to his knees and bowed. Senior, I can't repay your kindness even if I die. Luo Lu knew that the Luo clan had found an opportunity to make a fortune. Although it was a risky journey, it was better than anything else to have a strong backer. Luo Shui, Luo Yu, and Luo Ling dropped to their knees obediently and said, Greetings, Master. Wuxia chuckled. He touched his sleeve and suddenly realized that he was penniless now. With no other choice, he fished out 300 immortal stones from the storage ring he robbed and placed them on the table. Well, these 300 immortal stones will be my gift to you. With a bitter smile on his face, Wuxia shook his head and said, Focus on your cultivation. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy these immortal stones before you break through the realm of heaven immortals. The 300 immortal stones glittered on the table, and the eyes of all the elders of the Luo clan widened. They had really climbed up a high branch this time. Luo Lu plucked up his courage and asked, Senior, what is the name of our sect? Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then said in a deep voice with a smile on his face, The Underhand Sect. The Underhand Sect that came from Earth had planted its first nail on Panga continent. Chapter 537. Wuxia sat cross-legged in the middle of the Great Hall. All the members of the Luo clan, young and old, as long as they had some cultivation base, were sitting around him, asking Wuxia questions about their cultivation. Wuxia did not hesitate at all. Whenever there was a question, he would immediately give them a long explanation, quoting from the ancient scriptures. Usually, the explanation he gave to one member of the Luo clan would answer the questions in the minds of many others. Luo Lu was a lucky man. He was originally an ordinary woodcutter in Mi province 1,500 years ago, but when he was chopping firewood, he found a cultivation scripture in a cave, the heart scripture of the Great River. Since the Mi province had just been established, the government had a weak control over the people. Therefore, Luo Lu began to cultivate the heart scripture of the Great River. In just a few hundred years, he had broken through the nascent soul realm, cultivated his nascent divinity realm, and attained the body of a half-immortal that would never age or die. However, his foundation was too weak, and he could not fully comprehend all the profound mysteries in the heart scripture of the Great River. After stepping into the nascent divinity realm, Luo Li's cultivation base began to slow down, and now he could hardly make any further progress. The heart scripture of the Great River could allow a cultivator to become a lower-grade heaven immortal, but Luo Li knew very well that with his own strength, he could not even transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. Fortunately, Wuxia came. Wuxia had shown his fearsome overall strength and formidable means, and Wuxia had expressed his intention to recruit the Luo clan. Therefore, Luo Li had joined Wuxia without hesitation. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. 3 days ago, with Luo Li leading the way, Wuxia had slaughtered all the members of the Fu clan, taking the Chiman Dunjia formation record, which the Fu clan had found, making it one of the Luo clan's ancient scriptures. At the same time, the Luo clan had also obtained the Fu clan's wealth that had been accumulated for 1,000 years. With that, the Luo clan's wealth had doubled, and even those members of the Jin Dan realm who did not have any treasures were given a full set of flying swords, intimidating them with his might and winning them over with kindness. To put it bluntly, it was like giving them a stick and then putting a sweet date in their mouth and forcing them to swallow it. This was how Wuxia dealt with the Luo clan. Over the past 3 days, he did not give any real cultivation technique to the people of the Luo clan. All he did was to explain to them the problems they encountered in their cultivation. Like a spring breeze and a drizzle, when he solved all the problems, he also removed the wariness in the hearts of the people of the Luo clan. While Wuxia was answering Luo Li's questions about how to use the natural energies to nourish the nascent divinity, how to use the sunlight, rain, dew, wind, and thunder to temper the nascent divinity, and how to turn the nascent divinity into an illusory state so that he could comprehend the great Tao of the heaven and earth, for long, drawn-out whistles were suddenly heard coming from outside the valley. The roar shocked all the people of Luo clan, and they dared not to move. There was a tremendous immortal pressure hidden in the roar, which was a great deterrent to all the immortal cultivators of Luo clan. It was especially true for Luo Li, who had the most profound cultivation base, as he could sense the immortal pressure in the roar the most. His body turned stiff, and cold sweat broke out like raindrops, while his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wuxia flicked his sleeve at the right moment, unleashing a gentle force that enveloped the people of Luo clan with layers of clouds, blocking the immortal pressure that was suppressing them from the whistling. "Since you are here, come in at once," Wuxia cried out in a deep voice. "It took you 3 days to get here. It must have been a tough journey for you." 4 figures emerged amidst a faint light in the great hall of Luo clan. 4 heaven immortals, who were dressed like Taoists, had white hair and a ruddy complexion, cupped their fists and bowed to Wuxia and said, "Greetings, my lord. Wei Nanzi, Huai Yunzi, Immortal Ming Zhang, and Reverend Fei Feng were heaven immortals whose overall strength ranged from 32nd to 33rd tier. They were the unlucky ones who had their immortal souls controlled by Wuxia in the mine in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, and were forced to become Wuxia's loyal subordinates. 3 days ago, when Wuxia made up his mind to make the Luo clan his first nail on Panga continent, he had summoned one of his celestial fiend puppets and sent 4 heaven immortals to Mi province at the fastest speed. A few months ago, when Wuxia was preparing to strike at Miaoying Palace, he had sent away over 15,000 cultivators and immortals in the mine using teleportation formations. Under the deployment of the celestial fiend puppet clones, these cultivators and immortals had already been sent to serve under their command, becoming the first batch of deployment. If not for the fact that Wuxia needed 4 heaven immortals to guard Luo clan, Wei Nanzi and his companions would have been running a sect in Zhong province. Raising his head to look at the 4 heaven immortals, Wuxia said in a deep voice, well, you may rise. Wei Nanzi and his companions straightened their bodies and looked at Wuxia with great reverence. Reverend Fei Feng, who had the strongest cultivation base among them, said respectfully, "Master, what orders do you have for us?" After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia nodded and said with a smile, "Zhong Province is a first-grade province with a formidable overall strength. Although it has a large population and abundant natural resources, it is not a good place to fight them head-on. On top of that, the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province seems to have encountered some problems recently, and the situation is treacherous. It is not a good place to develop one's overall strength." Patting the ground next to him, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "This is Mi Province, an 8th-grade province. It is uninhabited, and there are no powers guarding it. From today onwards, you are the elders who serve Luo clan. You don't need to do anything, but if you need anything, just listen to Luo Li's orders." Pointing at Luo Lu, Wuxia said coolly, "This is Luo Lu, the clan leader of Luo clan. Just listen to his orders." Hastily, Luo Lu rose to his feet, cupping his fist and bowing to Wei Nanzi and his companions, asking him to order 4 heaven immortals to carry out the mission. Luo Lu did not have the courage to do so, but since it was Wuqi's order, even if he did not have the courage, he had to do it. When he saw Wei Nanzi and his companions, Wuxia asked for 2 blank jade slips from Luo Lu. Then, he gave Luo Lu all the cultivation techniques and things to pay attention to when cultivating the Song of Gale to the realm of Heaven Immortals, as well as 36 diagrams of formations. From now on, the entire Luo clan will cultivate this cultivation technique. It is a supreme great Tao, not something your so-called heart scripture of the Great River can compare with. Study these 36 diagrams of formations carefully." Frowning, Wuxia shook his head, sighed, and said, "I can't believe that an immortal clan does not even have a defensive formation around its base. If this gets out, it will be a great disgrace to me. Quickly study these diagrams of formations, so that when the disciples of Luo clan travel outside in the future, they will have formation discs with them, and their safety will be guaranteed." Luo Lu blushed at Wuqi's words. Reverently, he took the jade slips and sent his divine will into them. Immediately, he was struck dumb. A look of wild joy emerged on Luo Li's face. Without saying a word, he sat down on the ground and devoted all his heart and soul into studying the cultivation technique in the jade slips. The Song of Gale was a supreme mystic technique inherited from Reverend Gale, which could allow one to step straight into the realm of primordial immortals. Even though it was only the most basic cultivation technique, it was thousands of times more profound than the heart scripture of the Great River. Every word and every sentence was profound and unfathomable, like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, causing one to ponder deeply. Luo Lu had only skimmed through the first few sentences, but he already knew that the Luo clan was now rich. After giving a deep look at Luo Lu, who was immersed in wild joy, Wuxia handed another jade slip to Immortal Mingzhong, who was the most proficient in the Tao of formations among the 4 heaven immortals. "This is the 9-winding cloud river formation. Deploy it properly to protect the Luo clan. Since you're an expert in the Tao of formations as well, you can do whatever you want outside the formation. Also, when you're guarding this place, you will be responsible for teaching the people of Luo clan the Tao of formations." Immortal Mingzhong accepted the flying sword and answered respectfully. Clapping his hands, Wuxia asked with a smile, "How far is the Mi province's capital from here?" Huai Yunzi hurriedly smiled and said, "It's not far. We teleported all the way here, and it took us 2 days and 12 hours. It's roughly around 900 million kilometers away, and it's right northwest." Nodding satisfyingly, Wuxia smiled and said, "Excellent. Luo Hao, Luo Shui, the 3 of you will be my guide. Didn't they say that the Blackfish Immortal Market is frequented by a large number of cultivators from the Evil League? Bring me to the Blackfish Immortal Market." I don't have any suitable treasures with me now. My hands are empty, and my heart is empty as well. For an immortal cultivator, if he did not have a suitable flying sword or magical treasure, he would feel as if he was running naked on the street. Currently, he only had a darking hassock that did not listen to him, and he had even devoured the divine flame of order. He did not have anything else with him right now. Therefore, he had to get himself some handy treasures, or else he would have to fight with someone empty-handed. He might be able to bully those with a lower cultivation base, but when he encountered an immortal with a similar overall strength, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Luo Hao and the three girls were overjoyed. They rose to their feet hastily, bowed, and answered. Wuxia slapped Luo Lu, who was lost in thought. Luo Lu woke up with a start, smiled, and said, "I'll leave this place to you. Make sure the 4 revered elders are well taken care of. All the food and drinks must be the best. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you to decide." With a flick of his sleeve, Wuxia turned to Luo Hao and said, "Lead the way to the Blackfish Immortal Market. Let's see what amazing treasures we can find there." Luo Hao answered excitedly. Without hesitation, he beckoned his 3 daughters to follow closely behind Wuxia. 5 beams of light shot into the sky, heading towards the Blackfish Immortal Market in just a blink of an eye. Along the way, the 3 girls kept telling Wuxia about the Blackfish Immortal Market. The owner of the Blackfish Immortal Market was a big snakehead demon with a cultivation base of mid-stage nascent divinity realm. It was unknown which immortal had given him a call, but he had gained sentience and cultivated into a demon several tens of thousands of years ago. He was lucky enough to avoid being killed by the great oracles of Mi Province's Directorate of Celestials, and had survived until now. When he opened the Blackfish Immortal Market, the snakehead demon would pay him 1 lower-grade energy stone as a tax for every transaction, regardless of the value of the goods. Even if the value of the goods was less than 1 energy stone, or the value of the goods was over 10,000, the snakehead demon would only pay 1 lower-grade energy stone for every transaction. There was a rumor that the snakehead demon was born stupid and was not very smart when it came to numbers. In order to avoid making a fool of himself, he had set up this strange rule. However, it was precisely because the snakehead demon would only pay 1 lower-grade energy stone for every transaction that was made that the Blackfish Immortal Market had the largest flow of customers in Mi Province. While chatting idly along the way, the Luo clan's valley was only several tens of thousands of miles away from a deep mountain lake where the Blackfish Immortal Market was located. Although the speed of the 3 girls' sword beams was slightly slower, it only took them a few hours to arrive above the lake, which measured several tens of miles in circumference. Luo Hao cast a beam of spirit light at a small island in the middle of the lake. In just a blink of an eye, a plume of smoke rose from the island, and a few fish-headed demons stepped on the clouds and approached Luo Hao while laughing. "Welcome to the Blackfish Immortal Market, fellow Taoists." While the 5 fish-headed demons were greeting the guests with smiles on their faces, Ao Buzin suddenly sneezed and unleashed a faint dragon might. The few fish-headed demons shrieked miserably as their bodies went limp and fell from the clouds. Chapter 538. Ao Buzin spat a mouthful of saliva into the lake. The eyes of a fish-headed monster, who had fallen into the lake because of his dragon might, lit up. Suddenly, he leaped up and swallowed the saliva, along with a large amount of water, into his stomach. Wagging his head and wagging his tail, he turned to Ao Buzin and said, "Oh, Grandpa True Dragon, this little demon is too bold, so I'll take a little bit of your dragon aura." Grinning coldly, Ao Buzin used his hind claws to support his body and stood on Wuqi's shoulder. He swayed his body from left to right complacently and said with an air of superiority, "Well, you little demons do know what's good for you. I'll give you a mouthful of saliva as your reward." Luo Hao and his 3 daughters stared blankly at the fish-headed monster, whose face was filled with flattery, then turned to look at Ao Buzin, who was standing proudly on Wuxi's shoulder. Suddenly, they realized that this was a true dragon with the purest bloodline. Only dragons with the purest bloodline could be addressed as Grandpa True Dragon by these aquatic demons. Dragons were the kings of all aquatic demons under the heaven. No wonder Ao Buzan's sneeze could scare a few fish-headed monsters and make them fall into the lake. No wonder the fish-headed monster hastily swallowed the saliva when he spat it out. Ao Buzan's saliva was the legendary saliva of dragons. If it was used to water plants, it could turn ordinary plants into spirit herbs of the same grade as Ganoderma. If an ordinary aquatic demon obtained a wisp of dragon essence energy, they would be able to carry a faint aura of dragons and would have a great chance of transforming into a dragon in the future when they were cultivating. Ao Buzan threw his head back and laughed complacently. Meanwhile, Wuxia flicked his finger on Ao Buzan's forehead and said with a cold grin, "Very well. I suddenly remember that I'll build a huge herb garden in the future, and you'll have to spit in it every day. I heard that the potency of the elixirs grown with dragon saliva is more than 10 times stronger than the same kind of elixir. Since you like to spit, you have to spit every day." Ao Buzan's arrogance abruptly diminished. He hung his head dejectedly and curled up on Wuxi's shoulder. Not long after, he began to snore, but he did not dare to answer Wuxi's question. Wuxia snorted coldly. Led by Luo Hao, the 5 of them landed on the small island in the middle of the lake. When the fish-headed monsters saw that Wuxia had a pure-blooded true dragon by his side, they didn't dare to approach them anymore. They merely nodded and bowed politely as they gestured and pointed out the way into the Blackfish Immortal Market. There was a pavilion in the middle of the island, and below the pavilion was the entrance of a tunnel about 10 feet wide. Whether it was the pavilion or the tunnel, the workmanship was extremely crude. The pavilion looked like a thatched hut, while the tunnel looked like a carelessly dug pit. Walking down a crooked, uneven, and rough staircase, the lighting along the way was pretty good. The ceiling was inlaid with luminous pearls of various sizes, and the light they emitted was so bright that not a speck of dust could be seen in the tunnel, and it was as bright as day. From time to time, they could see some fish-headed monsters, shrimp-headed monsters, and other aquatic demons running back and forth in a daze, their mouths murmuring something. After walking for tens of miles, the tunnel suddenly opened up, and an underground immortal market appeared before Wuxi's eyes. It was a huge cave measuring several tens of miles in both width and length, and about 1 mile in height. The shape of the cave was crooked and uneven. The ceiling of the cave was inlaid with several tens of large luminous pearls. Some cultivators had cast some simple spells on these pearls, such as the bright light spell, making the pearls shine with dazzling light, making them look like little suns. As a result, the light in the cave was very good, and the pearls were placed in very good positions. Under the illumination of the pearls, the cave actually had the magical effect of shadowless lamps. Curiously, Wuxia reached out his hands and found that his palms indeed had no shadows. He couldn't help but smile and murmur, "You're pretty advanced. You can even make shadowless lamps?" Inside the spacious cave, countless small stalls had been set up in a disorderly manner. Countless strange-looking cultivators were struggling to move between these stalls, which were tightly packed together. There were nearly 10,000 stalls of different sizes in the huge cave, but none of them had a clear plan, and no one was managing them. Everyone set up their stalls wherever they wanted. Sometimes, the distance between the stalls could only allow a loach to squeeze through. As for those stalls, some of them carried a large stone slab into the cave and laid it on the ground. These were the stalls that Wuxia saw with his divine sense, and they were the stalls with the best quality. Some of them used a few tree trunks and covered them with a piece of animal skin. This was a pretty good stall. Some of them were careless. They drew a circle on the ground, cast a small restrictive spell to mark the circle, and threw their belongings on the ground. This could also be counted as a stall. There were also some cultivators who didn't even bother to set up a stall. They carried 7 to 8 leather bags of various sizes on their backs, the openings of which were half opened, revealing the various goods inside. They either stood still or followed the cultivators as they wandered around, shouting and bragging about the rarity of their goods. 70% of the cultivators were devil cultivators, ghost cultivators, Yao cultivators, and other heretical cultivators. These cultivators did not pay much attention to their attire. Some of the devil cultivators and ghost cultivators wore white skeletons and the like, which they had just dug out from some tombs. The rotten flesh on some of the skeletons had yet to fully decompose, giving off a strong stench. When Wuxia scanned these cultivators with his divine sense, he discovered that there were a few skunks and weasels among them who had cultivated into demons. After they became demons, their innate divine abilities had become stronger, and the stench they exuded was enough to knock out cultivators with weaker cultivation bases. Then, they huddled together with the cultivators around them, sweating profusely. The stench of their sweat mixed with the stench of their bodies, and together with the stench of rotten flesh, formed a strange stench that was even more lethal than the miasma in the forest. Luo Shui, Luo Yu, and Luo Ling were stunned. They rolled their eyes at the same time, rushed to one side, and began to vomit. The stench in the cave was too horrible. Even though they were early-stage nascent soul cultivators, they could not resist the stench. Luo Hao had already cast a small restrictive spell to isolate the air around him. With a wry smile on his face, he said to Wuxia, "Senior, Luo Shui and the others have never been to Blackfish Immortal Market. The stench in this place is really not that good. But if you want to find something good, you have to come here." Wuxia twitched his lips and shook his head. Then, he produced 3 5-petal lotuses he got from the great serpent of 9 Yin's belly and gave them to the girls. "Keep these treasures in your mouth. They can help you resist the foul stench in this place. This place is not bad at all." Hastily, the girls took the 9 Yin 5-petal lotus and shoved it into their mouths. A delicate fragrance immediately flowed through their bodies, and wisps of refreshing air came wafting out from every pore on their bodies. They felt their spirits were lifted, and they could no longer feel the dreadful foul air in the outside world. They gave Wuxia an admiring look. Where did he get these strange flowers that they had never heard of before? He was truly worthy of being their master, as even a little flower from him could bring such a miraculous effect. Wuxia could not help but smile bitterly in his heart when he saw the respectful look in the girl's eyes. When he was forming his innate chaotic spirit body in the great serpent of 9 Yin's belly, he had used up 99% of the over 10,000 lotuses he collected. Now, he only had several dozens of them left, which A.O. Buzin had purposely taken care of. It was a little extravagant for him to use 3 of them at once today. Wuxia gave Luo Hao a glance, and he saw the hope in his eyes as well. "But, as a man, I don't mind if it stinks. Can't you see that there are so many cultivators squeezing together to enjoy the horrible, foul stench?" Ignoring Luo Hao's pitiful look, Wuxia clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward the crowded stall in front of him. The girls giggled at their father, then quickly followed behind Wuxia. Luo Hao sighed. Without hesitation, he cast a few minor restrictive spells to shield himself from the foul stench, then walked into the stall with a frown on his face. Faint wisps of smoke billowed out of Wuxia's body as he exercised Yuan Hua sex in action scripture. Plumes of smoke billowed out of his body, and a soft, hidden force spread out in all directions. Apart from the 4 men of Luo clan, no one could get close to him within 10 feet of him. Wherever he went, a wide path was opened up. When a few reckless and overbearing demon cultivators saw Wuxia's behavior, they snorted coldly and deliberately used their burly bodies to slam into Wuxia. But no matter how hard they slammed into Wuxia, they could not hit anything. They could only feel that the area 10 feet around Wuxia was a vast, misty void. Their tremendous force, which could crush a lofty mountain, vanished as soon as they got close to Wuxia, and their bodies slid away as if they were as light as a feather. After this happened a few times, these demon cultivators finally realized the huge gap between them and Wuxia. Their faces turned deathly pale as they squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. The other cultivators turned their heads away as well, not daring to give Wuxia another glance. With a smile on his face, Wuxia walked past one stall after another. Although he could easily cover the entire cave abode with his divine will, the items sold in these stalls were too many and varied. Some of them even had the effect of blocking divine will and natural energy, like the nether ocean dark gold copper. Therefore, it was impossible for him to find the real, good stuff with his divine will. That was why he brought the 4 men of Luo clan into the middle of these stalls and used his chaotic divine eyes to examine them one by one. Not bad. There were many 9th grade spirit herbs and a few 8th grade spirit herbs. 8th grade spirit herbs could be used by mid-grade heaven immortals to concoct immortal pills, but to the cultivators here, they were useless. If they accidentally ate an 8th grade spirit herb, the enormous pressure would be enough to kill them with poison. There were quite a number of materials for crafting items, but there were not many good materials. Wuxia did not like those ordinary materials, so he just walked past them and took a quick glance at them. After walking past several hundred stalls, Wuxia frowned slightly. Suddenly, he grabbed a rabbit demon, who was walking past him with a lazy voice. She had 17 to 18 leather bags hanging on her body. Clearly, she was a demon who had cultivated herself into a rabbit. She had the appearance of a teenage girl, but she had a pair of long rabbit ears on top of her head. She had a 3-petaled mouth, and both of her eyes were bloodshot. Although she looked like a human, when Wuxia gave her a closer look, she was still a big rabbit. The rabbit demon was timid. When Wuxia grabbed her, she cried out immediately, "Please spare my life, Senior. Please take whatever you want." As she spoke, tears began to stream down the rabbit demon's face, and her 2 long ears drooped down from her head. Wuxia did not pay any attention to the rabbit demon. Instead, he reached his hand into a leather bag hanging on her chest and fished out a pale silver stone. It was about the size of a fist, weighing over 300 kilograms, and inlaid with several hundred grape-shaped metal cores that glowed with a rainbow glow. Wuxia was not mistaken. The star Jade Spirit Gold was a gold immortal item at the same level as the Nether Ocean Dark Gold Copper. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.